Soon now. Very soon. Trying to act casually, heavily armed CIA operatives strolled through the budding greenery of the South London parkland. No two were dressed alike, but each had a telltale flesh-colored wire trailing from his earplug to the compact transponder clipped to his gun belt. A few smoked. One was eating an ice cream cone, but all were razor-sharp and braced for action. Stopping to tie a shoelace, a man checked the digital readout of the Geiger counter strapped to his wrist. Satisfied for the moment that the combat zone was clear, he signaled into his hidden throat mic to relay the information, then moved on. Scattered across Archbishop's Park, several families had spread checkered blankets on the freshly cut lawns, while children ran along the footpaths, darting in and out of the trimmed hedges and among the strolling pedestrians. Rising like a glass cathedral above the lush trees was the new Archbishop's Hospital, and past the footbridge was the old Baroque-style library, the once clean Scottish granite blocks now stained a dull uniform gray with the passage of the long centuries. Sitting on the steps of the library, a large man was reading a book in Portuguese, the volume positioned to hold down his loose windbreaker and to hide the gun in his shoulder holster.
Falcon, we have contact. Sector 5 Zodiac is approaching the park. Pete, the Zodiac is near. All agents, full combat protocol at all times. Stay sharp and wait for my command.
Cirello Zalhares continued reading his novel, waiting for target identification. The voice on the radio was David Osborne, the CIA operative who had hired his team of mercenaries for this dirty job. But then black ops were what his group did best, and the CIA always paid top dollar. Just then, a teenage girl walked by, her yellow print dress rising high in the river breeze to expose a lot of tanned leg and a hint of lace panties. Nice. Raising his sight, Zalhares admired the fullness of her young body, and finally her face, loose golden blonde hair, framing elfin features. Noticing his attention, the girl paused for a moment and pursed her lips in a controlled smile at the stranger. But as he smiled back, she paled slightly and hurried away, fearfully glancing backward to make sure he wasn't following. Unconcerned by her reaction, Zalhares returned to his reading. Although only in his early 30s, it had been many years since Zalhares could have been called handsome, the network of scars on his face and neck from his line of work reducing his looks to merely striking. Although the black hair and dark skin proclaimed a Spanish ancestry, his sharp eyes were swirls of different subdued colors. Egyptian, the effect was called, although he knew of no such Arab relative in the family tree. Just a genetic fluke, an abstraction that caught the attention of many beautiful women until they met the savage mind behind the beautiful eyes, and their ardor cooled just as quickly as it had flared to life. A small boy walked over to the man and stopped directly in front of him. Hoping the boy would go away, Zalhares did nothing for a minute. But then it was obvious he had to respond. The big man slowly raised his eyes from the book and looked at the child without any emotion.
That's a funny kind of writing, mister. Is it Latin?
Portuguese.
Zalhares closed the book around his finger to keep his place. In spite of the summer warmth, he was wearing expensive gloves on both hands. The leather was so pale that it resembled human skin. The boy tilted his head.
You Portuguese?
Zalhares paused as a well-dressed businessman in a Gucci suit walked into view, holding a briefcase. The killer relaxed at the sight of the alligator leather trim. That wasn't a Zodiac. Those were plain brown leather, as ordinary and plain as humanly possible, virtually invisible in a crowd.
Mister?
I'm from Brazil.
Stay loose, he thought. Don't attract attention from the crowd. Bored the child with details.
The Archbishop Library has the largest collection of books in Portuguese in all of Britain. I come here often for a taste of home.
Don't they speak Brazilian in Brazil? I know I would.
Annoyed, Zalhares controlled his temper.
No, there is no
Red
language.
alert. We have a Zodiac in the park. Repeat, we have a Zodiac coming home from Sector 2.
That wasn't Osborne, but a member of Zalhares' team, Arturo Mariano, also known as Dog by his many enemies, because of his tendency to bite people in the throat during fights. An expert in Kodokan Judo and high explosives, he was one of the most feared assassins in the S2, the dreaded secret police of Brazil. That was until Cirello Zalhares had recruited the man from the government and into the Scion, his mercenary unit. As surreptitiously as possible, Zalhares gestured behind the book toward the child standing directly in front of him.
Better get rid of the kid, my friend. The Libyans will be here at any second and we'll have to move.
Keeping his expression neutral, Zalhares leaned forward slightly so that his windbreaker fell open, exposing the silenced Imbel 22 pistol in the holster to his team hidden in the nearby trees.
No, just chase him away. There are too many people around. Killing the brat would only start a riot if someone found the body. The English are very sentimental about their children.
Well, I must be going now.
Zalhares rose to his full height and closed the book. The adult towered over the child like a giant from a fairy tale. The boy didn't move an inch. When the physical intimidation didn't frighten the boy away, Zalhares impatiently tried another tactic.
Would you do me a favor and return this book for me inside? Thank you.
Not late, is it? Billy once asked me to return a book and it was late and I had to pay the fine.
No, it's not late, but I am. My daughter is having a birthday and I'm late for her party. Thank you again.
The boy turned to charge up the flight of stairs into the library.
Goodbye, mister!
Once safely in the crowd, Zalhares walked until two more people slipped into position nearby, never coming close, but now each of them was able to cover the other with gunfire if the need arose. Dressed in slacks and a turtleneck, Minas Pedrosa was a bald giant who sported a drooping red mustache. His companion was a muscular woman who wore gray-pleated slacks and a matching vest over a loose black shirt to try to mask her ample chest. In their line of work, the distracting, eye-catching qualities of her curvaceous figure were often a source of consternation for the team. But Georgina Mizne was one of the best knife fighters in the world, along with being a superb interrogator, which more than made up for the minor inconvenience of her beauty. Upon reaching a footpath, Zalhares turned into the trees and paused in a pool of shadow. The fourth member of the team, craggy-faced with a short ponytail, stepped out of the greenery. Once an escaping prisoner had foolishly grabbed that hair to try to subdue Arturo Mariano. But the razor blades, hidden inside, had neatly sliced into his fingers. The prisoner had howled at the pain, but when Mariano got hold of him, the screaming really began. Making sure they were alone, the four exchanged pointed glances, then nodded in readiness and checked their weapons. Zalhares thumbed the control in the pocket of his windbreaker to change the throat mic's frequency to the CIA channel.
We're in the clear, Eagle One.
The unit automatically scrambled the broadcast, then shifted to another frequency and code so that even if MI5 or the local police were listening in, they would never be able to decipher the transmission in time to stop what was happening.
How good is a ride? Falcon, Caucasian male, denim pants and shirt, portly, mustache, steel-rimmed glasses.
Confirm, Eagle. We will engage. Want anybody alive for questioning, sir? Hello, Eagle. Repeat, please. 10-2.
Falcon, I said not this time. Our psych department says that it'll scare the hell out of those others in their group to have a team simply vanish off the face of the earth. No bodies, no news coverage, just gone. It makes the next batch of killers move a little slower, and thus easier to stop. Terminate with extreme prejudice.
Zalhares frowned on euphemisms like terminate. If the CIA wanted someone killed, how could they be too cowardly to even speak the word? Americans were rich, but foolishly sentimental. A combination he found to be highly conducive for business.
Confirmed. Falcon out.
The rest of the Cyan dispersed into the greenery as Zalhares turned toward the street. A short, fat man with metal glasses and tightly carrying a plain leather briefcase stepped quickly from the bus. As he started toward the park, several men rose from parked cars and headed after the plump courier. They were dressed in ridiculously loud sports coats with noticeable lumps under their arms from holstered weapons. Zalhares tried not to frown at the sight of the rank amateurs.
These Libyan fools were a threat to America?
Hurrying down a footpath, the fat man darted into a break in the bushes and disappeared from sight. Only seconds behind, his pursuers quickly followed.
Now, I'm going after him.
Confirm.
Moving with grace, Zalhares slipped through the manicured hedges and entered a small clearing in the heart of the park. There, he saw the four Libyans converge on the fat man, each of them carrying a stun gun or pepper spray. As they tried to circle him, the courier simply dove to the ground, hugging the briefcase. Zalhares and his people charged the circle of Libyans from behind. The men turned from the cringing courier, and the members of the Cyan moved like lightning, each choosing a target and ramming a knife upward into the bottom of the jaw to pin them out shut. The Libyans tried to pull their weapons, but it was too late. Zalhares grabbed an arm of the biggest man and broke it with a twisting gesture, making him drop the 9mm Glock pistol. Mariano did the same. Pedrosa crushed another man's neck in his bare grip. Mizne stabbed her target with another knife, leaving the blade buried deep in his chest to stem any possible gush of blood from the ruptured heart. Only yards away from cheerful families having a picnic on the village green, the Libyan terrorists died. Rising from the ground, the fat courier nodded at the members of Sion in frank appreciation, then calmly walked away and out of sight. The moment he was gone, the mercs shifted the bodies behind some bushes instead of lugging them to the open sewer grating deeper in the parkland as they had the other corpses.
Eagle, this is Falcon. All clear.
Confirmed, Falcon. Another good job. And so ends the British cell of the Libyan National Front. Hell of a day, people. 45 terrorists killed and no breakage. Not an agent lost.
Well, sir, a live Zodiac is a hell of a bait. Too good for those sons of bitches to pass up.
Damn straight it is. Good job, Falcon. You handle the bodies, we'll cover the Zodiac to the truck. We'll meet you back at the Savoy Hotel for debriefing.
Sirelu Zalhares looked at his people, and they nodded.
Confirm, Eagle. See you real soon.
But as the mercs began to leave, a London constable pushed his way into the clearing.
Hey, now, what's going on here?
Sorry, Captain. I was a police officer once myself. But business is business.
Quickly, get him into the bushes. We must not deviate from the plan.
Wait, maybe we can use this dead man to our advantage.
As the plump courier reached the footbridge near the bank of the Thames, 6 other men moved smoothly from the surrounding crowd to form a protective ring. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the CIA agents kept everybody away from the man and his battered old briefcase. From the footbridge, Osborne keenly watched the milling civilians for any suspicious movements. But nobody seemed to be following the group or paying them any undue attention. Good. Everything seemed to be under control. Although Osborne grudgingly admitted a faint unease at his inability to locate the constable who patrolled the riverbank. But since neither Scotland Yard nor the local bulls were privy to the covert actions here today, the fellow just could be having lunch or was otherwise occupied.
Nest, this is Eagle. All clear. We're on the way with the egg.
We're ready, Eagle. Hawk's alive and ready for anything.
Good. Stay alert. See you in 5.
Roger that, Eagle. Nest out.
Passing a fish and chips vendor, one of the CIA agents scowled as an elderly woman liberally doused her chips with vinegar and salt.
Why do they call fries chips over here? And what the hell is a toad in the hole? Sounds like something you get from a Thai hooker for $50.
Yeah, so does Spotted Dick.
Everyone was starting to relax. This was the last Zodiac. They were in the clear now, and it was smooth sailing. The project was finished, and a complete success.
So after this, let's hit the McDonald's in Piccadilly Circus. Burgers and fries sound good to me.
Amen, brother.
Oh, please. I haven't eaten American food in 30 years. I'd kill for a hot dog right now.
Then lunch is on the agency. You guys did a hell of a job and deserve a bucket of medals. The least we can do is buy lunch.
Yeah, it's almost over. Only a few more minutes and I'll be free.
At the base of the footbridge, Osborne joined the others, and all conversation stopped. Staying in tight formation, the group swung around toward the library to find an unmarked armored truck in the parking lot. The 2 uniformed guards in the front nodded at Osborne. Inside the vehicle, there was a squat lead safe bolted to the floor and surrounded by 6 more CIA agents wearing flak jackets and armed with M16 carbines. More weapons hung on the walls, along with medical kits, metal netting, and ABC breathing masks. No needless chances were being taken. As Osborne and his team approached, the 6 guards assumed a firing stance.
Blue sky. You can stand down.
At the all-clear signal, the guards moved away from the safe as the courier climbed into the truck. Kneeling on the floor, the plump man nervously wiped a sweaty palm on a leg to dry it first, before pressing it to a security pad on top of the box. Inside the safe were several identical briefcases. He placed his own briefcase into a numbered slot.
Done. It's finally over.
A crackle of static sounded over everybody's earphones, followed by muffled gunfire.
Red alert. We have a situation in the drop zone. A police officer is down. Shit. Dog is hit. We're under attack by an Iraqi backup team. We need immediate assistance, Eagle. Now, goddammit, right now!
Osborne realized why the constable had been missing. Poor bastard.
We're on the way, Falcon. Let's move with a purpose, people.
The CIA agents poured onto the parking lot. As the agents raced around the library, strolling civilians were alarmed at the sight of armed men running through the park. Seconds later, the Cyan came charging around the other side of the library, their weapons drawn. Zalhares adjusted the pre-burner on a U.S. Army M1 flamethrower. Halfway to the armored truck, he crouched against the recoil and pressed the lever on the insulated wand to send out a stream of napalm. The burning lance hit the rear grille of the thick door and sprayed through to fill the vehicle. Covered in flames, the guards and the courier dashed around, slamming into the walls and one another in a blind panic to escape. A few moments later, the ammunition in the rifles began to cook off from the mounting heat. Seated in the front cab, the driver and uniformed guard couldn't see what was happening on the other side of the steel wall in the rear of the truck. Grabbing a Remington shotgun from a ceiling mount, the uniformed guard racked the slide to chamber a shell as the driver pulled a .357 Magnum pistol and threw open the sliding panel covering the conversation grill. The driver accidentally discharged his pistol, blowing a hole in the seat. He threw away the weapon to wave his hands at the flames engulfing his head. Tumbling to the cool pavement, the driver beat at the fire with his blistered hands and only vaguely noticed some people coming his way. In the park, Osborne and his people found the dead Libyans and the constable, but there was no sign of the Cyan or anybody else.
Son of a bitch, we've been had. Ness, this is Eagle. Evac now. Cyan may be compromised. Repeat, Zalhares may have turned. Acknowledge. Ness, do you copy?
Osborne started back toward the library. He could see a plume of dark smoke rising from behind the building and doubled his speed. The CIA operative circled the library. Tendrils of smoke sailed through the air, which carried an aroma oddly reminiscent of roasted pork. The older agents scowled as they identified the stench of burned human flesh mixed with the telltale reek of napalm. The hot wand and pressurized tanks of a flamethrower lay discarded on the pavement. Sprawled nearby were two bodies, the uniformed guard, obviously shot in the head, and what appeared to be the driver, although the face was burned beyond recognition. There was no sign of the armored truck.
The bastard's got them. Zalhares and his crew stole the entire shipment of Zodiacs.
Kissel, take 2 men and sweep the neighborhood for that truck or any more bodies. I'll handle Scotland Yard. Wallace, grab a cab and get your ass to the American Embassy and call the White House.
We'll need top authorization before we can brief the Brits on what's loose in their city.
If then.
Yeah, I know. How do we tell anybody that we just lost a battle in the war on terrorism?
Two members of Cyan drove along a cliff road in Wales, the vast gray expanse of the Atlantic Ocean expanding before them to the horizon. No ships were in sight, and no commercial jet planes flew overhead. Zalhares hadn't even seen another car for the past hour, but he still kept a sharp watch on the sky for any sign of a Harrier jump jet. That's what the British would send, the Merc realized, something that could strike from the sky, then land to check the debris. He knew that the CIA would prefer a shoot-on-sight order, but with the Zodiacs in the possession of the Cyan, that would be far too dangerous. No, the orders would be to contain the Merc unit and to call for reinforcements. But Zalhares had already taken steps to counter the event should it occur. Everything was under control, or rather, it would be in just a little while. Hours passed as the duo in the battered vehicle bounced along the rough roadway. A squat wooden box, roughly the size of an office safe, was securely chained in place on top of a thick bed mattress. Georgina Mizne sat in the passenger seat, adjusting the baby blanket covering the 9mm Uru submachine gun cradled in her arms.
Is this the best you could steal?
It will suffice. According to the map, the turn we're looking for should be somewhere near, Aberystwyth Road. Good.
Welsh! And I thought English was spelled oddly.
The English think of the Welsh the same way we do Bolivians. Idiot cousins who should not be allowed to play with sharp things.
Then they will not work well together to find us. Excellent.
It is why I chose here.
Maneuvering past a pair of wooden markers that bracketed the gravel road, Zalhares started along the steep decline that wound down the face of the cliff. He had heard that the locals often referred to the road as Dead Man's Curve, but compared to the impossible mountain roads of western Brazil, it was a wide highway. Reaching the rocky ground, a side road extended to the sleepy hamlet of Aberystwyth, reminiscent of his home village of Butkaku, to the point of making Zalhares momentarily homesick. The bitter memories of wearing dirty rags for clothes and going to bed hungry for countless years soured the gentle recollection of playing with his brothers and sisters. His mind returned to the task at hand, making money. Soon the gravel became dirt, which abruptly turned into smooth pavement again as the truck rolled along the prehistoric-looking granite dock. Wooden jetties reached out to sea. the thick planks shiny from the constant spray of the waves crashing on the pillions underneath. A motor launch was moored at the farthest slip, guarded by several large men in raincoats. 2 were smoking pipes. A third munched on an apple. All were carrying Uzi submachine guns slung beneath their yellow slickers. More guards occupied the launch. A lone figure stood on the foredeck, armed with an American surface-to-air Stinger missile, while another watched the skies through compact Russian military binoculars. American weapons, Russian equipment, Australian-registered cargo ship. The smugglers were the United Nations of crime operating in these waters, a hidden cartel that dealt in the oldest currency in history, human misery. Parking the truck a safe distance away, Zalhares got out as Mizne removed the blanket and leveled the Uru out the open window. The men on the dock reacted, then relaxed slightly as Zalhares stepped between them and the unusual weapon.
Who the hell are you?
I hear this town used to mine tin.
Yeah, now we sell trinkets to the tourists. It's a living.
Code phrases exchanged properly, Zalhares touched a gloved finger to his ear to let Mizne know to stand down. The leader of the sailors pulled out a military radio.
They're here.
Zalhares approved. With so many high-orbit satellites scanning the transmissions of cell phones, it was safer to use a short-range radio for local communications. The signal was too weak to be intercepted by the military satellites and their damn code-breaking computers.
The cargo is in the truck. We're going to need a forklift.
Jones, Smitty, get humping, boys.
The 2 men walked off, the third staying near the launch.
So where is the Tullamarine anchored?
Zalhares glanced at the rough sea. There was nothing visible to the horizon.
Just past the 10-kilometre mark. That puts her in international waters. It'll be hard for the Brits to get on board without a bloody good reason.
Then do not give them one.
The other man tried to match Zalhares' intense gaze and had to turn away. His crew were professional smugglers, hard cases, and killers from a dozen countries, but this dark foreigner had the look of a button man, a stone-cold assassin, and the bosun knew that he was out of his league here. With the Uru in hand, Mizne stood guard as they dragged out the heavy wooden crate and hauled it over to the waiting launch. Everybody stayed on the alert until it was firmly lashed into place again. After checking the lashings himself, the bosun climbed back onto the wet jetty.
Clear?
Sailors started to release the mooring lines.
Anything else?
Yes, actually. If there's any trouble, destroy the cargo. Just firing a few rounds into the wood should do the trick. The crate is packed with thermite charges, so it will burn, even if you toss it overboard.
Fair dinkum. You're not going to get a refund, though.
The armed sailors stored the lines in preparation to leave. Only the guard with the Stinger didn't join in, his hard eyes never leaving the clear blue sky.
Don't worry about it. We have already gotten our full money's worth from you.
The bosun frowned at that and glanced nervously at the packing crate on the launch. Just what the hell kind of contraband were they smuggling out of England this time? Al Brignola sat hunched over his desk, looking at a picture of his family, then at the clock, and back to the telephone, silently willing Mack Bolan to call. As he stared at the photograph of his wife and 2 children, he felt a momentary pang of remorse over spending too much time at his job and not enough with his loved ones. Such were the demands of his career. So here he was again, behind his desk at the Justice Department on the weekend. No rest for the wicked. His hand darting out to grab the receiver, Brignola forced himself to wait until the trace circuits finished their work. It only took a few seconds before the small plasma indent screen showed the phone call was coming from a delicatessen in Brooklyn, then switched to a motel in Staten Island, a synagogue in Long Island, gas station in Harlem, Queens, the Empire State Building, 42nd Street subway station, and so on, the location steadily changing every 2 seconds. That meant it was Bolan, and the farm had tracked him down. Any phone call could be traced in time, but Aaron the Bear Kurtzman and the electronic wizards at Stonyman Farm had cooked up a device the size of a pack of cigarettes that gave 100 false identifications along with the legitimate location. It was classified as presidential eyes only, and few people in the world even knew of its existence, much less possessed the scrambler. Mack Bolan had the first model released.
Brignola! It's me.
Thank God, Stryker. Okay, no time for small talk. What do you know about Project Zodiac?
I've heard rumors.
Some sort of doomsday plan from the Cold War. That's damn close. President Kennedy wanted something to put the fear of God into the Soviets, and the CIA cooked up Project Zodiac. 12 deep-cover agents scattered across Europe with wives, jobs, children. They lived undercover for years before receiving their Zodiac code names.
Capricorn, Virgo, and such. Cute. Sounds like the kind of nonsense the CIA thinks is clever.
You hit the nail on the head. Only these sleeper agents weren't saboteurs sent to blow up certain targets. They were equipped with a compact nuclear device that fit into a standard-sized briefcase. Despite their small size, they worked just fine. I've seen the films from the White Sands bomb range. Each of these has a full 1/4 kiloton yield. Just about enough to vaporize 6 city blocks and destroy 6 more with a concussion and heat flash. Very nasty stuff, and dirty as hell.
So if America fell to an enemy sneak attack, these sleeper agents walk their Zodiac to some military target and blow it up. How did they trigger the blast? With a timer or by radio detonator?
Neither. A Zodiac detonates by hand. It's a suicide device. After you set the internal trigger and close the lid, the agent only has to grab the handle tight, and the next time he releases it, the bomb detonates.
The handle is the trigger. So shooting the agent would only set off the Zodiac when he let go. I never much cared for the dead man's trigger myself. So what went wrong? Someone find a list of the agents? Or did one of them turn and sell a Zodiac to some terrorist group? Or is it worse than that?
It's worse. Last month, the president canceled Project Zodiac. But when the CIA recalled them, they deliberately let the information slip out.
They used the nukes as bait, trolling for terrorists. Okay, what went wrong?
At first, nothing. The CIA was blowing away terrorist groups from across the globe, and then the perimeter guards stole the truck of bombs right from under their noses.
So the cheap bastards were using mercs again.
You got it. Save a buck, lose the war. Those guys spend more time playing politics and trying to look good to Congress than they do getting the job done.
So now the mercs have their hands on 12 atomic bombs?
No, only 4. The CIA may have fumbled here, but they're not complete fools. Nobody but the mission chief knew that identical armored trucks were going to carry away 1/3 of the collection each. The mercs probably thought they were stealing all 12, but they only got 4.
Only 4?
I know. And that's about the only goddamn good thing about this whole mess.
So why call me? Can't find them?
That's about the size of it. The rendezvous point was in London, and the Brits are having a fit over this going down in their backyard. MI5 has every agent on the hunt, and the city sealed tighter than a virgin's knees on her first date. The SAS and the CIA are tearing the countryside apart trying to find the mercs, but so far, nothing. Meanwhile, the PM is screaming bloody murder at the White House.
Can't say I blame him. If another country had tried that here, we'd tear them a new one. Got an idea on the mercs?
Yes. I'm holding their agency dossier in my hand. They call themselves the Scion. Know them?
Never heard of them before. Give me the basics and have the full dossier sent to a drop site at Grand Central Station.
Consider it done. Okay, their leader is a guy named Cirelu Zalhares.
Wait, I know him. Big Brazilian guy. Used to work for the S2. Worked with Dog Mariano, Minas Pedrosa, and a woman, Georgina something. A real looker, good with knives.
That's the guy. And it isn't worked with, they're still together. And it's Georgina Mizne.
So Zalhares now calls his group the Scion? He always did enjoy grandstanding.
Jesus, Stryker. Have you got every freelance killer in the world locked away in that mental file of yours?
Only the live ones. If memory serves, they were an elite group of mercs, former S2 agents cashiered out of the service for various crimes against their fellow officers. Murder, rape, blackmail, torture, and worse. During the communications blackout, Phoenix Force had a brief encounter with the S2 when they tried to flee Brazil. They were serious hard cases, tougher than any soldiers of the Mafia or the defunct KGB. Is this intel hard?
Checked and double-checked. We have the Middle East sealed up tight, and the leader of every known terrorist group under surveillance, along with the arms dealers and top smugglers.
Now you want the unknown groups covered. I'm in the right town, then. If anything like this is coming into America, I have contacts in New York who'll get word.
Just one more thing, Stryker. These are kamikaze models. Damage the casing, and even if it's not already armed, the bomb will detonate automatically. The Zodiacs have to be recovered intact and undamaged.
Then the sooner I move, the better the chances they won't be damaged. Talk to you later, Hal.
Just a minute, Stryker. I have a report coming in from the Oval Office. Well, I'll be a son of a bitch. We found them. The Brits got an anonymous tip that an Australian cargo ship, Tula Marine, is ferrying the Zodiacs out of England. The captain has refused to turn around for an inspection, and now they're pretending the radio and cell phone are all dead. RAF fighters are on the way to do a recon. Looks like this was a lot of excitement over nothing, friend. We have them cornered.
Hal, recall those planes. I'm betting that anonymous tip came from Zalhares.
Why would he do that?
Trust me, Hal. It's some sort of trick. It's too soon. Recall those planes.
It's too late. The RAF has already engaged the Scion.
Dropping out of the clouds at 990 miles per hour, the 5 RAF jet fighters streaked toward the Atlantic Ocean until they were skimming along the water barely above the waves. At these speeds, a single twitch on the joystick or an unexpected thermal, and the multi-million-dollar fighters would go straight into the drink. However, at this height, the jets would be practically invisible to any ship's radar.
Wing Commander Lovejoy, this is Vivitar. Permission to fire has been granted by the PM. Repeat, you may arm all weapon systems.
The Prime Minister? Bloody hell. Roger, Vivitar, confirm. We'll recon first for friendlies, then proceed to disable engines, over.
Roger and confirmed, Lovejoy. Good hunting. Disable their engines, my arse. We should blow the bastards out of water. Miniature nukes. Just how crazy are those damn Yanks?
Got the chatter, Shadow. Okay, there it is. I'm going in for an ID. Merlin and Red Cat, stay on my wings. Shadowboxer, Crippen, maintain position.
Dropping out of Mack, the front 3 Delta-shaped Jaguars began to widely arch around the target zone. Still slowing their approach, the 3 Jaguars flew past the Tula Marine with their video cameras on automatic. The wide cargo ship was probably moving at its top speed, but compared to the British jet fighters, it might as well have been nailed in place. On the dashboard of his jet fighter, Commander Lovejoy studied the relayed pictures from the belly cameras. The infrared scanners had focused on every human-sized thermal and showed only sharp images of armed men on the decks. No women or children, and nobody who appeared to be held hostage. Nothing but a room-by-room search would truly show if the vessel was completely clear of innocent civilians, but this was the best the RAF pilots could do at the moment. With any luck, the crew would surrender, and the chance of endangering civilians would never arise.
It's the Tula Marine, all right. I can read the bow.
Incoming! Danger, danger, we have incoming! Stinger missiles! Use flares, repeat, use your flares, boys!
The other Jaguars duplicated the tactic, and the Stingers detonated harmlessly in the open air, the expanding halo of shrapnel never even coming close to the speeding jets.
Target is hostile. Repeat, target is hostile. Shadow, take out their radar.
My pleasure, sir.
Good shooting, Shadow.
Roger. Thank you, Commander.
The ship's crew was running madly, firing more Stingers and Law and SRAW rockets. The smugglers seemed to be throwing everything they had into the sky and hoping for a lucky hit.
Shadow and Crippen, keep those Stingers busy while we hit the engine.
Yes, sir.
Lovejoy dropped into an attack profile. Fuel good, weapons hot, no damage. In tight formation, the 5 jets streaked toward the cargo ship. Soon, smoke was pouring from the portholes.
He's dead in the water, boys. But we don't yet have their full cooperation.
Let's give them 2 deadheads in the north. That'll put the fear of God into them.
Sounds good. Splash 2 hot pickles. This is their last chance. Afterward, we start them hard. Dover, take the bow. Red Cat, take the stern. Shadow and I will fly the midship to draw fire. And keep it tight. We want them scared, not dead.
We will comply.
Flying in a staggered line, the fighters raced past the cargo ship, Crippen and Red Cat cutting loose a pair of Sidewinder missiles. With the guidance systems of the missiles deactivated, the deadly heat seekers simply flew straight past the cargo ship.
Damn good shooting, boys. What the deuce? Small arms fire? Oh, surrender already, blokes.
What is the ETA for the Harriers, Commander?
Harriers from the HMS Edward 3 should be here in 5 minutes.
Orion helicopters in 15, and a Yank Los Angeles-class submarine will arrive in 30. 30 minutes? Too slow, it'll all be over by... Wait, what the devil are they doing? They're dumping something overboard. Do they toss something overboard? Why on earth are they shooting at the wall?
A blinding white light rose from the cold Norwegian sea to fill the universe. The expanding fireball caught Merlin and Shadowboxer, vaporizing the jet fighters instantly. Just far enough away to survive, it took Crippen and Redcat a full second to realize what had happened. The pilots desperately punched for the sky. Their ships were shielded from the EMP blast of the nuke, so if they could just get outside the thermal flash and... The physical shockwave of air compressed to the density of stone slammed into the RAF fighters, ripping off their wings, the fuselages crumbling around the men and trapping them inside the smashed jets. The damage activated the ejector seats, crushing the pilots with bloody jelly as the charges hurtled the seats directly into the wadded canopies. A split second later, the ruptured fuel tanks detonated, igniting every missile. Soon, there was nothing remaining but the empty, boiling ocean. It was dark and empty at Mack Bolan's end of the old subway platform, where graffiti covered the walls. The stairs were closed off with a folding iron grating, padlocked into place. The door to the access tunnel was equally protected. Aside from the bank of old payphones, half of them missing altogether, there was nothing and no reason for anybody to go to that section of the subterranean platform, which made it perfect for Bolan's needs.
Hold on, Stryker. Another fax is coming. I'll wait.
Bolan leaned against the dirty tiled wall. In the executioner's opinion, there was no way the Scion would have been captured so easily. Bolan's combat sense flared, and he felt that he was the center of someone's attention long before hearing the approach of boots on the dirty concrete.
Hey, you!
Turning slowly, Bolan studied the group of 6 teenagers coming his way. They were shabbily dressed in torn clothing, but the damage seemed to be more deliberate than natural wear and tear. That assessment was compounded by the fact that they were wearing $100 sneakers and $10 pants. 2 were smoking, 1 was chewing gum with his mouth open, and a third was an acne-scarred kid moving to the beat of the thumping music coming from his stereo headphones, a CD player hanging from a wide leather garrison belt. However, despite their youth, each was smiling at the easy mark standing in front of them, a lone man in a secluded section of the subway without a cop in sight. Stopping a short distance away, the tallest of the group flicked his wrist, and a switchblade snapped into existence at the end of a fist.
Give us your fucking wallet! The watch, too!
Still holding the phone receiver, Bolan turned sideways and lashed out with a shoe, the tip stabbing the boy hard in the stomach. As the rest of the gang stared hard at their intended victim, the executioner gave them a stare from the pits of hell. The would-be predators shifted uneasily under his stern gaze, and most began to back away, splaying their hands in a sign of surrender.
What are you waiting for? Kill that motherfucker!
Stryker, you still there?
Mm-hmm. Bolan watched as the scene played out. How much authority the gang leader held would decide if blood would be spilled. Did they follow him out of simple fear or respect?
Hey, man, we didn't mean nothing. Be cool. No blood, no foul, right?
Wrong.
You punk-ass bitches leaving? But I'll ace them myself!
Lurching forward, the teen threw an overhand haymaker at Bolan that would have broken bones if it hit. Dropping the receiver, Bolan went under the swing, then stood again, with coiled steel speed, driving 2 stiff fingers directly into the teenager's armpit. The gang leader staggered backward, tears running down his face, the arm dangling impotently at his side like meat in a butcher's window. Bolan swept back his sports jacket to expose the Beretta 93R riding in a shoulder holster.
Go home, now!
The rest of the gang simply turned and ran, one of them scrambling so fast he slipped on some trash and almost went over the edge of the platform, onto the abandoned tracks below. Only the leader sneered hatefully in reply and staggered away, cradling his damaged arm.
Stryker!
Right here, Hal.
Bolan drew his Beretta. Reaching up with the weapon, he used the sound suppressor to smash the exposed fluorescent lights overhead. As darkness crashed down around him, Bolan stepped farther into the shadows and leveled the weapon in preparation.
Okay. I just got a report from the president. God damn it, how did you know? The NSA just relayed a message to the Oval Office that the thermal flash of the blast registered only 1 Zodiac. Not 4, just 1. Zalharis and his people nuked an entire cargo ship, plus a full wing of RAF jets.
There was a movement behind the iron grating covering the sealed-off stairs. The gray muzzle of a gun stuck out a few inches at about waist level. Bolan did nothing, waiting for the kid to make the choice. In a rush of speed, the teenager stepped into plain view holding a Glock 45 pistol.
Ah! My hand! Fuck you, man!
What I need now is a good description of a Zodiac, with as much detail as possible.
Better than that. The design was taken from the most popular briefcase sold by an upscale luggage manufacturer. I can tell you the exact number of the model the Pentagon used.
Listening closely, the executioner filed away the information as the big Fed told him the make and model of the matching briefcase, then how to arm and disarm a Zodiac. The process was slow and complex, but then these weren't battlefield weapons where speed of operation was considered an imperative.
Got it. Thanks, Hal.
Stay sharp, Stryker. These people mean business.
Leaving the subway via the main entrance, the executioner melted into the crowds and walked directly to a major department store downtown. 15 minutes later, he was the proud owner of a brand new leather briefcase and several pieces of impressive-looking electronics. Retreating to a nearby alley, he scuffed up the shiny leather briefcase by rubbing it against a brick wall. Satisfied that it no longer looked brand new, Bolan returned to his car. He plugged a small utility soldering iron into the dashboard outlet. Bolan quickly tore apart the random gadgets he had purchased, assembling an array of electronic components into a maze of wires and circuit boards that wouldn't fool anybody trained in nuclear ordnance, but might do the job on the Scion. According to the CIA dossier, most of Zalhares' people came from farms and had little or no education aside from military training. They might not be able to discern a mock-up from a working suitcase bomb. More importantly, the weight should be about the same after Bolan installed 2 blocks of C4 plastique and a fully functioning radio detonator. Bolan might never have any use for the decoy, but it was always wise to plan for any possible contingency. New York City was the nerve center of international crime, and he could find out almost anything if he asked the right people, using the right kind of persuasion. The numbers were already falling on this, and it was time for him to start the hunt for Zalhares. A gray-haired man was sitting on a park bench tossing breadcrumbs to the pigeons. His clothes were clean and well-pressed, the crease in the pants sharp. It was a peaceful, secluded section of park, near enough to see the lake, but well off the bike trails. There was nobody around but the old man and his birds. A short, wiry man walked into view along the lake. He was neatly attired in a dark suit that was extremely out of date. Strolling along, the newcomer detoured widely around the flock of pigeons to finally sit at the other end of the park bench. For a few minutes, neither man spoke. Brian Kessel, director of the New York branch of the FBI, finally broke the silence.
Okay, Pat. Nobody followed me. So what the hell is going on? Why the secret meeting away from our offices?
Police Chief Patrick Donaldson casually tossed another handful of crumbs at the pigeons.
Too many years. Heard the news lately?
Spoken that way, the news could only mean something in their line of work, and there was only one topic of conversation these days, an unsolved string of murders.
You bet your ass I have. But it isn't us, if that's what you're hinting about. I can assure you of that.
36 hours. It has been less than 36 hours, and 19 of the top weapons dealers in the world have been whacked in my town. I am not a happy man, Brian. It smells like a goddamn secret government kill team. I can't have this crap.
No, impossible. If the CIA or some black ops group tried that, I'd have their balls for breakfast.
I thought that'd be your response.
Look, it could be the Yakuza, the Russian mob, the Chinese Tongs, Rastafarians, Colombians. It's been a feeding frenzy the past few years.
Watching the pigeons peck for more breadcrumbs, the police chief shrugged. No matter how much he gave, they always wanted more. Sort of like his job. There were goals, but they were always replaced with more goals. In police work, the reward for a job well done was a tougher job.
Let the creeps blow each other away. That's fine by me. I don't give a shit. 20 little mobs are a hell of a lot easier to control than one huge invisible empire. Just ask the OCD.
The Organized Crime Division can kiss my ass. Vigilante justice undermines the fabric of society.
So, it really isn't the Bureau?
Of course not.
Damn.
For a while, the two lawmen merely sat on the concrete bench. Donaldson tossed the birds another handful of crumbs, then offered the bag to Kessel. After a pause, the FBI director took some and sprinkled it across the pavement.
So, who do you think is next on the list?
What the hell? I don't know if anybody left.
Throwing back his head, Alexander Tyree tried to relax. Crawling out from under the conference table, the naked blonde woman padded over to the mirrored bar set into the wall and poured herself a short scotch.
You're the best, baby. See you tomorrow, same time?
Another conference? No problem, sir.
Stepping toward the door, the expensive hooker gathered up her few discarded belongings, slipped on a full-length mink coat, and walked out of the penthouse office. This was Tyree's private retreat, his secret refuge, and the only place in New York where the international arms dealer could relax, completely safe. The entire building was a fortress, and this particular floor was his personal bunker. The floor, walls, and ceiling each were composed of 2 full yards of steel-reinforced concrete. Rubbing his face for a moment, Tyree reached into a pocket and withdrew a small vial of white powder. Thumbing off the cap, the man poured the cocaine onto the polished mahogany table. Taking out a pocket knife, he began to cut the pile neatly into lines when he heard a wet smack against the bulletproof glass of the window.
Damn pigeon. Too stupid to see... What the hell?
Glancing over his shoulder, Tyree blinked in confusion at the sight of a small gray lump of clay-like material stuck to the bulletproof glass. There was a nylon rope attached, as if it had been lowered from the roof. Then he spotted the flashing red light of the remote detonator set into the wad of C4 plastique.
I knew this day was going too well.
Tyree threw himself out of the chair. The concussion brutally shoved Tyree hard against the marble wall. A dark figure lowered into view from above and swung in through the smoking ruin of the window. Landing on his crepe-soled shoes, Mack Bolan slapped the release buckle of the safety harness around his waist and anchored the line to the splintered ruin of the 30-foot-long conference table. Dressed for full urban combat, the executioner was in a black combat suit. A web belt of ordnance and ammo circled his waist, a Beretta 93R rode in a shoulder holster, and a big-bore .357 Magnum Desert Eagle claimed the opposite hip. According to the engineering blueprints, the foot-thick titanium door would stop a 60mm shell, and the magnetic locks could be turned off only from this side. Bolan estimated that Tyree's bodyguards wouldn't be able to get through in less than an hour, more than enough time. It had taken Bolan an entire day to track down the retreat, and less than an hour to crack its $5 million security system.
Hey!
Hauling the crime boss off the ripped carpeting, Bolan slammed him against the Italian marble wall and pressed the cold pit of the Beretta's sound suppressor into the man's stomach.
What the hell?
Keeping the Beretta in place, Bolan slapped the man across the face.
Get it together, Tyree.
This is a raid? Well, go ahead, cop. Read me my rights. Arrest me. My lawyers will have me on the street in an hour.
Shifting the aim of the weapon, Bolan trained the Beretta on Tyree's shoulder.
Ah! You fucking shot me! You can't do that. Cops can't shoot prisoners.
I'm not a cop.
Bolan shifted the Beretta to center on the man's heaving chest.
It's a hit? But I got connections. I'd pay protection.
Not against me.
Look, I'm just a businessman. We can cut a deal here. There's money in the wall safe behind the mirror in the bar. $100 grand in cash. It's yours. Take it and go.
Wrong answer.
Look, I know the Dragon missiles were shit, but the buyers were Al-Qaeda, and this is New York, for Christ's sake. Screw those Afghan dirtbags and the hairy-ass camels they rode in on.
For one of the few times in his turbulent life, Mack Bolan found himself caught absolutely by surprise. Then he looked hard into the man's sweaty face and saw it was the truth.
You sold fake missiles to terrorists.
Yeah, fuck him and fuck you too. Go ahead, shoot me. Get it the fuck over with.
Not today. Maybe we can cut a deal, but not for cash. I'll trade information in exchange for your life.
Done. What do you want to know?
Smart fellow. No wonder you seize control of the East Coast weapons traffic. Some Brazilian muscle is smuggling weapons into the country. Big stuff, small package. Who would they approach to broker a sale? I want a name.
Gingerly massaging his upper arm, Tyree listened to the thumping on the armored door for a while, but said nothing, deep in thought. Was he cooking up a lie or digging for a name? Bolan hoped the man was going to play it straight, because there was nobody else to ask. This was the end of the line, which is why he had opted for a stunt like swinging in through the window instead of ambushing the man in the elevator.
Brazilian. So, it's the communists, the rebels, the S2, correct? The commies and the rebels ain't got shit to sell. They're buyers. But they're so broke they can't afford anything important. So that means it's the S2. Okay. There's a guy lives out in Belmore, Long Island. Deals a lot with those assholes. Name is Michael Prince. Fat guy, silk suits, uses a cigarette holder.
Bolan knew the name, but not much besides. Michael Prince, the self-proclaimed prince of the city. He was handling weapons now. The rope suddenly had some extra length.
Call anyone and I'll come back. Only next time we won't talk.
Hey, no problem. It's about time for me to retire anyway.
Mack Bolan strode to the window and reattached his rappelling harness. He gave Tyree one last glance over his shoulders.
Dummy missiles?
What the hell? It's a new world.
Evening was starting to fall across the lush Virginia countryside as the dark gray sedan rolled into the suburbs of Richmond. The streets were astonishingly clean and lined with old trees, the front lawn of each house wide and immaculately maintained, with dogwood flowers sweetly scenting the air. Every car was in a garage or parked on the driveway. Nobody was using the street.
Jeez, it's like something out of a Disney movie. Keep waiting for the music to swell and credits to roll.
Gotta be a tough commute to D.C. every day.
Eliza Linderholm checked the power pack in her taser. Tucking the electric stun gun away, the CIA agent pulled out a Glock 21 pistol and carefully threaded on a sound suppressor. Mr. Osborne wanted the woman alive, unharmed if possible, but that wasn't carved in stone.
Maybe DuPont likes the peace of the countryside. It'd drive me crazy.
Amen to that, brother. I'm a big city girl and plan to keep it that way.
Back in Langley, the agency was at its most busy when the place was quiet. Casual conversations and laughter meant that nothing important was happening in the world, an uncommon event. To any CIA agent, peace and quiet always meant trouble.
According to the nav comp, this must be it.
Does using that thing qualify as stopping for directions?
Never.
The boss had sent her along in case Helen DuPont was found in the shower, or the agents had to strip search for weapons. After the debacle in London, the agency was towing the line on every government regulation.
Got the address out of her personnel file.
Down the block, an old man watering his lawn studied the strange car in frank disapproval, then turned his back on them to concentrate on the weeding and fertilizing. Pulling out a monocular scope, Linderholm swept the vicinity for anybody standing guard. The house was a modest two-story. Wooden shutters framed the windows for purely artistic effect, which was ruined by the addition of a plastic gnome in the flower garden.
Looks clean.
Good enough. Let's go catch a traitor.
A low-level G4 clerk in the records department of the agency, Helen DuPont was rather plain-looking, but known for getting overly friendly on the weekends. However, a routine security check revealed that DuPont seemed to only be going to bed with people in the technical repair department, the same technicians that had been among the first people told about the plan to recover the Zodiacs. In the opinion of Special Team Leader David Osborne, that sounded suspiciously like sexual back pay. A crude spy would offer sex in exchange for secret information. Sometimes that worked, mostly it didn't. On the other hand, a good spy could have sex with the target several times, hundreds of times over many years, to build a good rapport, and then have emotional leverage on the victim. Now the requested intel seemed more like a favor, with the implied threat of ending the affair if denied. The agency did that themselves, and the ploy worked more often than not. To discover it was being done to them was extremely unsettling. New rules for sexual conduct were already being drafted, but that wasn't the pressing problem at the moment. Plain, sweet, sexually repressed until the weekend, Helen DuPont had left the office complaining of a migraine headache exactly when the Scion had stolen the Zodiac bombs. It could just be a coincidence, those did happen. But the team was taking DuPont to the section chief for questioning. Just routine. Unless she cracked, and then the traitor would be hauled down to the tank, the soundproofed room in the basement, where enemies of the state could be strenuously interrogated without undue interruptions. The agents started for the house, but froze at the sight of the slightly ajar front door.
Eagle to nest. Miss Muffet is not secure. Gate to Tuffet is open. Suspect a spider beat us here. Requesting backup. Repeat, requesting backup.
Maynard moved along the driveway, up to the side of the door. Openly pulling his piece, the man waited, holding his breath to try to hear any noises from inside. A few moments later, Linderholm was at the other side of the door, weapon drawn. The agents nodded in unison, counting down. The living room was immaculate, not a speck of dust in sight, nor a book out of place on the shelves. Linderholm eased beside him and jerked her Glock at the hallway when they both caught a familiar smell.
Oh, hell.
Rushing into the kitchen, they found nothing out of order. They moved fast down the corridor and into the bedroom. DuPont was tied spread-eagled on the bed, a soup bowl on the nightstand containing her fingernails, teeth, and ears. The woman was almost naked, her clothing slashed off her to expose the bare skin, then left there to partially drape the mutilated corpse. Both of her breasts were covered with the dotted burn marks of a cigar, the left leg covered with round bruises where the bones had been broken by some sort of blunt instrument, possibly a hammer. As per regulation, Maynard checked her pulse, but there was really no need. The woman was dead, and had been for hours.
It's DuPont, but this doesn't make any sense. There's no way Zalharis could have gotten here yet to do this.
Why torture her? If she was working for them, and it now certainly seems that way, they might kill her to plug the leak, but why torture their own contact?
Zalharis was a double agent.
Playing us and some other group against each other so that he could steal the bombs? Damn. Sounds solid.
Eagle to Nest, this is a Priority 2 report. Inform Internal Affairs that our contact has been neutralized. Spiders have come and gone. Cancel backup. Send a cleanup crew.
The CIA agents raced for the highway. Helen DuPont had only been a pawn, and Cirello Zalhares was a double agent. It made sense all too easily. Unfortunately, it didn't require any great leap of logic to guess who his employers were, or rather, who they had been, since it seemed he had also cut them out of the deal. The agency was finally going to go directly against the Brazilian S2. The air smelled strongly of machine grease. A rack of beds covered the far wall, a folding table stood in the corner, and in the middle of the room was a lead-lined safe draped with a fine wire mesh netting attached to an array of car batteries. Kneeling by the apparatus, Zalhares carefully checked a voltage meter to make sure the Faraday cage was working properly. Driving the armored truck into a private garage, there had been plenty of time to burn open the armor and then breach the safe. However, he suspected the CIA of having planted a tracer or even a repeater circuit in the Zodiacs, and had taken the precaution of having a Faraday cage ready. With a steady current moving through the fine mesh, no radio signal could possibly penetrate. Satisfied for the moment, Zalhares took a seat on the lower bunk and leaned back against the steel wall. Sitting at the table, Georgina Mizne was sharpening a knife, Minos Pedrosa was sipping a bottle of beer, while Dog Mariano held a bucket between his shaky knees.
Feeling any better, my friend?
No. How soon?
Until we disembark, quite some time.
Why couldn't we take a plane? I like planes.
Every airport was covered 10 minutes after we left the park. No, my friend. This was the only way.
I hate the sea.
And yet you love the beach. One of God's little jokes, huh?
Fine. I hate submarines. Better?
Of course.
Still drinking his warm beer, Pedrosa walked to the hatch. The air tasted greasy, yet the metal was rusty. And this was considered a reliable transport. In the corridor stood an unshaven, slim man in rumpled coveralls, the tarnished insignia of a Taiwanese naval lieutenant pinned to his limp collar. Nodding to the passengers, the officer stepped through and tossed a casual salute to Zalhares. It wasn't returned.
Sir, there is a problem.
Pushing away from the wall, Zalhares sat upright, but said nothing, waiting for the men to continue.
The captain has learned of your identity, if not that of your cargo, and believes that our deal needs to be, how shall I say, adjusted properly. You are, after all, very wanted men by a great many people. Rich, powerful people.
A deal is a deal. We paid enough for this craft, and now he wants more?
What can I say? My captain disagrees.
Fine. You leave us no choice then. Dog, pay the man.
Pulling out a wallet, Mariano removed a wad of cash and offered it to the lieutenant. His eyes bright with greed, the man eagerly reached for the cash. Dog Mariano extended his arm, a stiletto snapping out from his sleeve, and rammed it into the officer's stomach. Zalhares stuffed a bunched glove into the lieutenant's mouth, careful not to be bitten. Still sipping the beer, Pedrosa stepped to the hatchway, a silenced Imbel 22 pistol in his other hand. Meanwhile, Mizne grabbed the bleeding sailor by the shoulders to hold him steady as Mariano slowly sawed the razor-sharp blade back and forth, straight up the middle of the torso. Thrashing against the grip of the muscular woman, the officer was helpless, his eyes rolling back into their sockets from the incredible pain. Blood poured from the yawning wound as his intestines began to slither out, most of them plopping into the waiting bucket. With detachment, Zalhares watched as the life faded from the man's eyes and the body went limp, twitching a few times before finally succumbing to death.
Still feeling seasick, Mariano?
Not anymore.
Good. Get the guns. We're taking over the ship. Minas, you stay with the safe.
And if the crew resists?
Kill them. But save the captain for me. Understood?
Make it quick. He is a fellow Brazilian, after all.
Cirelu Zalhares looked at the mercenary with dead, empty eyes.
Then he should have known better than to cross me.
Leave the damn hatch open when you go, will you? It stinks in here. Sounds like negotiations are going well.
The traffic in Belmore was heavy, with stoplights at every intersection, taxicabs, delivery trucks, and station wagons fighting for every inch of space. The streets were lined with crowded stores and full parking lots, with cars hunting for any available spot. Long Island seemed to throb with the impression that everybody was in a big hurry to get somewhere else, and you were personally in their way. Mack Bolan turned down a side street, the traffic immediately thinning to a more conventional level. Bolan increased his speed. Bolan had chosen the Jaguar X Series because the vehicle blended well into the wealthy suburbs of Long Island, and because the four-wheel drive gave it amazing traction. A good soldier always planned a retreat route in case the enemy had unexpected reserves of strength. Michael J. Prince was a 21st century monster, and his type always had a cadre of devils around to hold back the just. The question was how many devils he had. Honestly, Bolan didn't know. This was a crapshoot, the worst kind of a fight to go into, but there was no other way. Unfortunately, while all of the downtown arms dealers had been mere facilitators, merchants in the selling of destruction, Prince was a dealer. A hands-on kind of guy who actually moved the physical weaponry, storing a lot of his stock in a warehouse strategically set between an elementary school and a shopping mall. Any kind of an armed assault by the feds or the police would almost certainly result in civilian casualties. Unless the area was sealed off first, which would give Prince all the time he needed to escape and burn his records. Now, this had to be a blitzkrieg, a lightning strike directly into the heart of the enemy. Parking the Jaguar directly in front of Pearson Importers, Bolan fed the meter some quarters to show that he was planning to be here for a while, then strolled to the front door of the warehouse and pushed a bell button beside the door. Bolan knew that he had been under video surveillance ever since he'd approached the street corner. Before Bolan stood a large man in work clothes, with two more guerrillas standing close behind.
Private property.
Bolan slipped inside. Bolan moved down the corridor, seeking anyone armed. There could be civilians here, accountants, secretaries, so he had to stay razor sharp. A large man bearing an axe charged at him. Bolan ducked fast, feeling the breeze of the blade swish over his head. Before Bolan could breathe, the desk to his right exploded. He dove out of the way, tracking for the target. Across the room, he spied a woman in a business suit, cradling the smoking 12-gauge.
Oh, shit.
Reloading quickly, Bolan swept into the corridor again. Moving deeper into the warehouse, he found only a spilled cup of coffee steaming on the floor. Bolan proceeded to the nearest office and found a set of steel doors marked with no smoking signs in several languages. This was it. Glancing through the plastic window, he could see stacks of crates and endless boxes filling the cavernous room. $500 million worth of armament sat neatly packed in cushioned crates, waiting to be shipped out. A single stray bullet could start a chain reaction of explosions that would level the entire block. The warehouse might be occupied by thugs, but the building was in a populated area. Even as the dire assessment was made, Bolan accepted the onus. He'd take lead himself before letting the payload erupt. Bolan turned to face the source of the noise, realizing his target was around a corner. Plaster puffed as the 9mm parabellum rounds punched through the drywall, and then a bloody man staggered into view.
Whoa, shit! He got Tony!
The 9mm round stitched Bolan across the chest as his NATO body armor stopped the slugs from penetrating.
You ain't the only one wearing Kevlar, you son of a...
Dropping the spare Beretta, Bolan pulled the Desert Eagle and headed for the stairs. As he neared, the executioner fired the Beretta into the shadows under the steps. A man staggered into view from beneath the stairs, still holding an M16 assault rifle.
Please, I only work here. I don't sell this stuff. I'm not one of them.
Where's Prince?
The back room, second floor. Just take the stairs.
You lead the way.
No, my leg is shot. I can't walk.
Get up or die where you are. It makes no difference to me.
Okay.
Up the stairs.
Please, I only...
Move!
Jesus, okay already. They're setting a trap. Rigged to blow.
I know.
There's another set of stairs. The one the stair fuses, you know?
You're still leading the way. Now get moving.
Oswaldo Fontecchio raced into Michael Prince's office, keeping his eyes to the hallway.
Boss, we got trouble. There's some lunatic running around downstairs shooting everybody. He's got Tony, Leo, Ira,
Tell me something I don't know.
Fontecchio spun around and saw for the first time the big guy in black holding a huge silver Desert Eagle to the side of his boss's head. Prince's shirt was torn open, exposing the shoulder holster he always kept hidden, the little Remington 22 automatic pistol missing. Slumped over in a chair at the computer was Bill from the loading dock. The guy had a lump on his head, but was still breathing.
Drop the piece.
Shifting his gaze, Fontecchio weighed his options.
So what's the deal? You an unhappy customer come for a refund? Buyer beware, jackass.
Prince. Who is he?
My second in command. He handles all of my security matters.
Not very good at your job.
Fuck you, cop.
And now I know that your boss will cooperate. How about you?
I don't know anything, so there's nothing I can tell you, even if I fucking wanted to, punk.
That makes you expendable then, now doesn't it?
Ah! You bastard!
Michael Prince recoiled as his bodyguard's shoulder gushed blood from the front and back, the man clutching the wound with both hands, trying to staunch the flow of his life.
You just gonna let him bleed like that?
That depends. How much is mercy worth today?
You're cutting a deal. So what do you want?
Information.
Done. Help him, please.
Not first, I don't. The S2. Start talking.
I'm gonna sit down if that's okay with you, boss.
Okay, I do business with him. What do you want? I can give you names, all you want.
More.
It's that goddamn submarine, right? Sure, no problem. Always knew the damn thing would be trouble. Now, I didn't make the sale, but I know who did. Just come back tomorrow and I can... Will you crazy son of a bitch? Enough already! I get the message. I gotta make some phone calls.
I'll wait. And this is your only chance. Don't waste it. Think I may have some bandages for your security man.
Rising above the teeming city of La Paz was a low hill of manicured grass, landmines, and razor wire, the granite block wall patrolled by armed guards and dogs. Safe behind a protective cover of thick trees, far from the stink of the open sewers in the village below, a mansion sprawled luxuriously through landscaped hedges and perfect green lawns decorated with imported statuary. The president of Bolivia, a former general, was lying on a table on the eastern terrace, two women massaging scented oils into his muscular frame. Between them, they wore a single bikini. He had seized the country in a military junta and planned never to relinquish control.
Yes? What is it, Jose?
Not having been told to stop, the women continued to rub the older man's body, never slowing nor increasing their speed.
Sir, we have a message from the Scion.
We have no work for them. Tell them to call back in a few months when the big push starts into the mountains.
Sir, this is about some other matter.
They're not looking for work? Then why are they calling?
Apparently, sir, Mr. Zalhares has an item to sell, although I do not understand why we should want to buy some broken arrows. Yet he seemed quite serious in the matter.
Get off me. Now, Jose, repeat that.
The Scion has some broken arrows for sale.
That was the term used by the Americans for a lost or stolen nuclear device. The Scion had a nuke for sale?
How much did he say? What was the price? Do they have more than one? Speak to me, man.
Sir, Zalhares said he would call again soon with the details about an auction.
So the little scorpion thinks he can break into commerce. Call him back. I must have it at any cost. By God, I could destroy the rebels with one airstrike. Burn their entire valley to the ground.
But he did not leave a return phone number, sir.
Find him, or I feed your head to the dogs.
Si, senor.
Enough, my dears. Both of you, come to my room, where we can finish this in private.
Fine. Thanks, Bob. I owe you. Yeah, sure. Later. Bye. Right. Anyway, RDCS, the Rotterdam Dockyard Company submarines, had a couple of Zwaardvis-class subs, diesel-electric, that they were trying to unload for years. Good ships, based on the old barbell model of the U.S. Yeah, well, I made the sale to Taiwan for them and then resold one of the subs for Taiwan to Brazil.
At a modest profit, I'm sure.
Modest, hell. I soaked them good. But that's just good business, huh? I get them before they get you, supply and demand.
So the Scion has their own submarine. One hell of a getaway car.
Unfortunately, there were plenty of potential customers for a hot-ticket item like a miniature nuke. A regular nuclear warhead was worth about $40 million, but these could easily bring double that price, maybe triple. For $500 million, Cirelu Zalhares had better watch out for his own people. Bolan held mercs in low esteem, even if he did admire their abilities. Some of the best soldiers he had ever encountered had simply been working for hire.
I need blueprints. Weapons.
No weapons. The Dutch won't sell them that way. Taiwan doesn't have the dockyard to retrofit.
But Brazil does.
Sure.
So they do have weapons by now. So much for calling in the Navy. Makes sense if you were going to steal $500 million in weapons. Who cared about spending a couple of million more to get the job done right? What about crew size?
Originally, the Zwaardvis held 70, but it was modified for cargo hauling deep-sea probes, shit like that. The Dutch won't sell fighting subs the way we do. Say, 30 people, tops, but it's just a guess. There's no way to know for sure.
A crew of 25, then, with the Scion along besides. Bolan went to the fax machine and studied the sheets detailing the size and length of the submersible craft. Teardrop design, very fast and quite advanced for its day. Diesel-electric motors, short range nowadays with the environmental safe catalyst converts on the exhaust. The original 10,000 nautical miles cut to 7. Still, a hell of a range. Brazil had to have been planning this for years, but then so had Zalhares, which raised an interesting question.
So where is this thing registered?
Miami. It's got a good deep-water harbor. I do lots of shipping business down there.
Yeah, drug dealers and slavers. But for the Scion, it would be easy sailing to Brazil if the plan failed and they had to maintain their cover as loyal S2 agents. What's the company name?
Black River Shipping and Exploration. Black River, like in the Amazon. Cute, huh?
Adorable. The address?
Yeah.
Is that all?
That's everything. Now I cut my part of the bargain. How about you?
I keep my word, even to scum like you. You live for now.
Wary, Bolan stepped toward the door. He gave Prince his back for all of 3 seconds. Seizing the chance, Prince grabbed a snub-nosed .38 out of its holster under the desk. Bolan spun.
Damn it! I gave you your chance. Bad move. Especially for a weapons dealer.
Belmore Police Station, Desk Sergeant Buckley speaking. How may I help you?
I'm at the Pearson warehouse on 6th. We've got some bodies here.
What was that, sir?
People are dead. I shot them.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Look, asshole, prank phone calls are a felony offense.
Come see for yourself.
Bolan left the phone off the hook to make the trace easier. He made a final sweep of the warehouse, removing the surveillance videotapes and gathering a few choice items from the stock for his own use. Bolan drove away at just below the speed limit. He was still in sight of the warehouse when a black and white patrol car rolled to the curb. 2 police officers started for the front door. They stopped at the doorway, spying the first of the executioner's handiwork. Following the rush hour traffic, Bolan stayed with the flow and left the matter behind. Miami. That could easily be a dead end, but it was also the best shot he had at finding the Scion. With a sub, Zalhares and his people could go almost anywhere in the world, so he just had to go with his instincts and keep digging until someone tried to make him stop. Standing in the conning tower, Zalhares watched the ocean foam across the bow of the Dutch submarine. He was in a heavy raincoat, an uru slung at his side, with a condom taped over the barrel to prevent the seawater from getting inside and fouling the delicate machinery. The submachine guns had problems with excess moisture, and even more with salt corrosion. So far, there was no sign of the U.S. Coast Guard, but even then, their papers were in order, and the manifest correct in every detail, aside from listing their real cargo. Even the dead bodies of the crew were sealed behind a watertight hatchway that kept the smell out of the rest of the ship. Briefly, Zalhares wondered if the engineer was still alive after all this time. The sailor had begged for his life and helped the Scion take control of the ship in exchange for a solemn promise that he wouldn't be harmed. Amused by the coward, Zalhares agreed, and the engineer hadn't been touched, aside from being sealed alive with the rotting corpses of the men he had betrayed. Minas Pedrosa wanted to pump some air in to prolong the man's suffering until eventual starvation drove him to cannibalism. But Zalhares had strongly vetoed that, not out of sympathy, but common sense. If they broke the seals to pump in air, the stink would also get out, and it had to be pretty ripe in there after 3 days. There had been a bad squall the previous day that had almost driven the submarine into the coast, but the weather was clear again now. As several birds wheeled overhead, Zalhares remembered how, as a child, he used to toss them seltzer tablets to watch them explode from the buildup of fizzing gas in their bellies. His father had beat him for that, of course. Not for killing the birds, but for wasting money buying the seltzer tablets. That was how he learned to beat the smaller children into stealing the tablets for him from the local store. It was a valuable lesson, namely that strength yielded pleasure. Now that little boy was one of the most powerful men in the world. Dog Mariano made his way up on deck, his broad shoulders barely able to pass through the access tube of the conning tower. His size was an asset in the field, but a liability inside the cramped submarine. The Norwegians had to be small people compared to the Brazilians. Then again, the boat would be gigantic for the diminutive Taiwanese. Everything was relative. Only death made men equal.
Any word on the radio about the Tolomarine? It would be a pity if the smugglers landed safely and eventually found themselves the owner of a free nuclear bomb.
Nothing so far. And there would be major coverage if a seaport had been destroyed by an atomic blast.
Unless the Americans moved faster than we thought possible and destroyed the ship at sea. That was the risk in the transaction. 1 for 3 is good odds in any wager.
I suppose.
Are the torpedoes rigged to blow?
Of course. It required little of my expertise. 10 minutes after we flip the arming switch, the torpedoes in the launch tubes will detonate, setting off the tanks of diesel fuel and the rest of the torpedoes in the armory. There will not be enough of these stub remaining to stuff into a thimble.
Good. You have done well, my friend.
Georgina helped.
And you should both be congratulated. But come now. You should be happy. We shall be landing soon and put you back on firm ground. That sounds good, eh?
It is not a concern. I have finally gotten used to traveling this way. I would not mind if we rode this way all the way to the rendezvous point.
No, my friend. Wherever we go, the U.S. Navy tracks our every move, as they would any foreign submarine just off their coast. But if we do anything suspicious, We could be surrounded by the Coast Guard and ordered to surrender.
Then we have to kill them and arm a Zodiac in preparation for a U.S. Navy submarine to challenge us, and we have a standoff. And they would respond with some foolish but brave gesture.
No, my friend. We need another form of transportation. Something a little less noticeable than a billion-ton submarine. No, we must stay low-key. Until after we have made our deliveries and are long gone from America.
But they will remember that we were here.
Oh, yes, my friend. They will remember. And so will their grandchildren, and every generation that follows for 1,000 years.
It was early morning when Bolan arrived at the Miami airport. The small Cessna Skylane rolled along the reserved landing strip at the far end of the busy airfield, far away from the terminals or other planes.
Welcome to Miami, CR-57D. Hope you have a pleasant stay.
Roger, Tower. I'll do my best. CR-57D, out.
Bolan steered the plane onto a paved area surrounded by blinking warning lights. It was the VIP field for visiting dignitaries. A phone call to Brignola had secured the necessary clearance. His arsenal and the locked trunks in the rear of the seaplane would have caused a stir, and in case of any red tape, Bolan still had the FBI commission booklet from New York, but he envisioned no hassles from the local police. They were used to DEA, CIA, and ATF agents using the airport for covert assignments, and knew when to back off and let the agencies have some privacy. Bolan locked the brakes and stepped outside to stretch and wait for his ride to arrive. On the plane ride down, Bolan had made use of the autopilot and used his new U.S. Army laptop to scan the net for business registrations in the greater Miami area to locate the address of the Black River shipping and exploration firm. Surprisingly, the Scion had their company located not in the plush and luxurious downtown skyscrapers along the Gold Coast, but out in the ghetto of Liberty City, a slum that boasted more street gang violence than South Los Angeles and Detroit combined. It was a savage human jungle where the brutal killers from Brazil would fit in perfectly. The Scion might even have recruited some of the local gangs to work as additional security. The odds were likely stacked against him, but it wasn't the first time. Bolan saw two vehicles coming his way. He waited as a windowless blue van and a brilliant orange-colored Jeep neared the seaplane. Both drivers were wearing Miami airport security uniforms, as well as sunglasses, against the harsh glare reflecting off the white concrete access roads. They seemed perfectly normal, but Bolan recognized that they also made great disguises. Bolan kept a hand near the Beretta in his pocket until the driver got out of the van to toss him a casual salute. The van driver then got in the Jeep, leaving the van empty. Warily going to the van, Bolan ran an EM scan to make sure there were no listening devices installed and checked for bombs. He loaded the equipment trunks into the van. He removed a fat multi-round projectile weapon from the array of death dealers and placed it under the passenger seat for easy access. Bolan carefully pulled off his mustache and goatee, wiped his face with a moist towelette to remove the last of the spirit gum, and slid on sunglasses. Better. Circling the airport, he reached the access road and merged effortlessly into the streaming downtown traffic. Settling in for the drive, Bolan found himself thinking about all of the other times he had visited the city. Lots of memories in Miami, most of them bad. He could still remember the sweet smile of brave Margarita. Bolan shook his head to disperse the memories. She was long gone, and he had dealt with the monster who had stolen her life. Less than an hour later, Bolan parked in a strip mall filled with liquor stores and massage parlors, most of the signs printed in both Spanish and English. From here, he could see the building that served as the home office for Black River Shipping and Exploration, a small one-story white stucco building. The sign was faded almost to obscurity, and, like most of the buildings in the area, it had steel grates over the windows and doors to discourage the gangs. Bolan also noticed illegal wiring on the grates to deliver a potentially lethal shock. The front door was metal, not wood, and concertina wire coiled along the roof 3 layers deep. It wasn't an office, it was a stronghold. It said a lot that in a shabby ghetto of filth and disrepair, Black River Shipping was the only structure free of graffiti. Using a sniper scope from a rifle, Bolan checked the building for thermal signatures, but the infrared showed nothing moving inside. The building seemed to be empty. Checking his weapons, Bolan added a few burglary tools to his pockets. As he started across the hot street, Bolan noticed a group of teens watching from the shade of a pool hall awning. The gritty teenagers wore bandanas of the same color and stood close together, like a platoon of combat soldiers catching a rest between missions. Bolan had seen troops in that exact same pose in battlefields across the globe. This had to be the gang that owned this street. Stopping respectfully in the middle of the street, Bolan removed his coat to show the double rig of his shoulder holsters underneath. The teens tensed at the display of hardware, and a few dropped into a gunfighting crouch, hands hidden in their own windbreakers. Bolan understood their unease. He wasn't acting like a cop, mob hitman, or drug dealer, and that was confusing. These were the mean streets of the vacation wonderland where armed police only traveled in packs, not the calmer subways of New York with its purse snatchers. These were criminals who killed almost every day. The only thing they respected was brute force. Slinging the coat casually over a shoulder, Bolan threw what he hoped was a neutral gang sign showing that he was here on personal business and not about to interfere with the gang in any way. A small black girl walked out of the group and threw back the same sign to Bolan. He nodded in thanks and continued across the shimmering pavement. Bolan went around to the back of the building. From his pocket, he produced a key wire gun designed to handle any conventional lock. Bolan eased inside. Standing motionless, Bolan strained to listen, trying to detect any sign of life. But the office felt utterly still. The air tasted stale with dust, and the heat was stifling. Nobody had been there for weeks, maybe even months. Pulling a slim can from a pocket, he sprayed fog into the air, but there was no sign of infrared or laser beams. His EM scanner showed no proximity sensors in the vicinity. Could he have been wrong about the place? Doing a quick recon, Bolan found only a front room with a cheap Formica counter, a large office, and a storage closet full of supplies, a suspiciously large amount of flammable cleaning solutions, paint thinner, and even a large can of kerosene. A couple of bullets through the thin plywood door, and no fire department on Earth would be able to stop the blaze from consuming the building down to the ground. Just a coincidence, or was the place set to burn, to destroy the records? The bathroom was clean, with nothing hidden in the tank or the flotation bulb. The file cabinets were mostly empty, only a few letters dealing with buying the building, installing the grates, phone service, installing the sign outside, business license, and such. Nothing unusual or even suspect. The computer was turned off, but a quick check revealed it was operational and not even protected by password. Accessing some files, Bolan skimmed the spreadsheets for anything useful. According to the accounts, the company had been spending a lot more than it was making carrying machine parts to a series of oil rigs in the Outer Hebrides for a Scottish petroleum company. Every dime went for upgrading the submarine. That put the Zwaardvis sub in the right area to rendezvous with the Scion and carry them back to Miami, then on to... where? There had to be more. There were shortcuts to other files, but those were to a zip drive that was gone. Probably the real records for the covert operation. Inspecting the fax machine, Bolan found a stack of papers, with a few spilling onto the floor. Mostly they were spam, advertising sent through fax machines for get-rich schemes and pornography. Flipping through the shiny pages, Bolan discovered that a few were business-related, requests for a list of their carrying charges, a reminder to renew their local business license, and some receipts for fuel. Fuel bought only 2 days ago in Newfoundland. That was the closest point on the North American continent to England. Bolan's stomach grew cold with the realization. The Scion was already here. They had refueled in Newfoundland, and 27 hours later at Georgetown in the intercoastal waters. While the military of the world searched Europe for them, the Mercs had been leisurely cruising the eastern seaboard. Bolan had to have passed them somewhere along the trip down here. The P-3 sonar of the Atlantic Defense Grid would have spotted them immediately, But the sub would have stayed close to shore, pretending to be recording fish migrations, salvaging wrecks, or something similar. If discovered, the Scion could threaten to detonate a Zodiac, the blast sending a tidal wave of radioactive water inland to kill hundreds, maybe thousands, if they were near a major city like Atlantic City or Charleston. No Coast Guard or Navy ship would touch them under those circumstances. Zalhares was clever. Too clever. The denser the population, the safer he was. The Scion was good at this game of cat and mouse, so Bolan would just have to be better and faster. Turning to leave, he spotted a fax stuck inside the machine. It could be anything, even a plane or hotel reservation. With any luck, Zalhares might not even know that the fueling docks were sending receipts to the home office in Miami. Bolan wasn't surprised to see that it was just another receipt. Not fuel this time, but docking charges for Biscayne Bay Harbor. That was right in Miami, and the date was today, less than an hour old. They were already in town. Searing light washed down the hallway, heralding a rapidly expanding wave of flame. Ducking behind the heavy wooden desk, the executioner opened his mouth and covered both ears to try to save his hearing as the blast shook the office. A split second later, the water sprinklers came on, but the deluge had no effect on the writhing flames filling the hallway. Bolan smelled neither napalm nor white phosphorus, so he reasoned it must have been a thermite grenade. The blasted stuff actually burned hotter underwater. More grenades bounded from the front of the structure, and Bolan rode out the double blast, feeling the heat seep through the desk. Suddenly the closet erupted, the door blowing off the hinges and adding more fuel to the mounting inferno. The temperature was rapidly becoming unbearable, the air painful to breathe. Bolan had to move fast. Pulling out his only grenade, he pulled the pin and flipped the spoon before tossing the bomb across the burning hallway and into the bathroom. The halo of shrapnel blew out the window grating. Grabbing the plywood door from where it lay on the smashed fax machine, Bolan tossed it into the hallway on top of the searing chemical flames. Instantly, the thin wood began to char. The soldier raced over the makeshift bridge into the bathroom, then crawled out the window to land on the cool ground, gasping for breath. A rifle barrel jutted from the open window of a black Cadillac on the street. Momentarily trapped in a box of fire, Bolan had no choice but to charge the machine gun, shifting from side to side to avoid the incoming lead. Firing the Desert Eagle, he hit the Cadillac and the AK-47 fell silent long enough for him to reach the street. The Kalashnikov gunner cut loose again, tracking for a kill. Bolan threw himself to the left and hit the pavement rolling. Coming up behind a parked car, he adopted a weaver's stance to blow high-velocity death at the Cadillac with the Desert Eagle.
The whole car is armored.
Bolan cast a look at the van sitting in the strip mall with its massive weaponry, but it might as well have been on the moon for all the good it could do him. Black smoke billowed, making it difficult to see, so Bolan took a gamble and tossed the loaded Beretta to his right onto the street. A big man climbed into view, thumbing a 40mm grenade into the fat launcher attached under the main barrel of the Kalashnikov. The man tumbled backward into a tree. He jerked his hand forward, and a derringer appeared from his sleeve. Dropping to the ground, the soldier knew he had escaped death by inches.
Not so fast, you son of a...
Bolan's assailant scrambled into the car. Bolan knew that pursuit was out of the question with the van. He'd never get to it in time. He had gotten the license plate, but if it wasn't fake or stolen, Bolan would be extremely surprised. The executioner didn't know who this new player was, but he was good, very good. On the flight down, Hal Brignola had told him about the DuPont woman being tortured. If that was the same man who just attacked him, then he was probably here to merely burn down the building and eliminate any connections between himself and the Scion. Bolan had simply gotten in the way. Right place, wrong time. So the question was this man working for the S2 of Brazil or someone else entirely? Bolan snatched up the dropped AK-47 and headed for the van. On the way, he noticed the street gang still lounging against the side of the pool hall, smoking and drinking beers. They had done nothing to help or hinder the fight between the two strangers, as it had been none of their business. Nobody even seemed to be paying any attention to the burning office building enshrouded by clouds of dark smoke. Once again, not their concern. At this very moment, the Scion could be at the city dock, and if he hurried, it might be possible to end this whole thing immediately. The identity of his assailant could wait until Bolan took out the Scion and got control of the Zodiacs. That was, if Zalhares was still on board that sub. Parking at the dock was impossible, and time was pressing, so Bolan placed a government business card in the window and parked in a fire zone near a hydrant. Putting on a pair of dime store glasses, he carefully attached a small mustache to his upper lip, then checked his reflection in the mirror against the picture on a new FBI commission booklet. Not a perfect match, but that made it appear to be real. It would do. Briskly cutting through the crowds, a couple of stevedores gave Bolan a hard look, then shrugged and went on with their work. The smell of salt was strong in the air. Wooden crates and steel cargo containers were stacked to the sky in the yard of the docks. The dockyard was huge, extending for dozens of blocks along the coast. So the soldier did the sensible thing and went to the harbor master office. Controlled chaos, that was the only possible description, Bolan thought. If the sub was still in a slip somewhere, the master would know its exact location. No sense searching for a needle in a haystack when you could simply ask the farmer. Large signs pointed the way, and he soon located the office in a 3-story building with a roof covered with microwave receivers and radio antennas. Shielding his face with a raised hand, Bolan looked between the fingers to see a roiling fireball rise over the buildings from the south side of the bay, a corona of debris flying wide and high, black specks in the air that resembled people and vehicles. Secondary detonations were to be expected in a blast that powerful, but the executioner felt his blood run cold as he slowly raised his wrist to check the Geiger counter. If that was a Zodiac, then he was a dead man already. Time stood still as he waited a few seconds to get a reading. The CIA device was only registering nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't a nuke. A blurred motion overhead caught Bolan's attention, and he sprinted forward to grab a man and forcibly drag him out of a forklift.
Incoming! Get down!
A dozen or so men and women lurched into action, dragging friends underneath concrete lintels and behind brick walls. A man wriggled as a steel rod speared him through the chest, still alive but impaled like an insect on a pin. The unmanned, burning forklift continued to roll until it collided with a wall.
Take cover!
A swarm of falling litter rained upon a Quonset hut, punching straight through the corrugated steel roof. A burning man appeared from nowhere. A dock worker with a fire extinguisher sprayed him down as sirens approached the dockyard. Bolan's guts tightened as a mushroom cloud began to form above the distant conflagration. Almost any ground fire would create that effect if it was hot enough, but the sight was still unnerving, a hellish reminder of exactly what could have happened here. There was no doubt in his mind that the explosions had been caused by the Scion. Their sub was here, and something major had exploded. There had to be a connection, and the last place to find out anything would be the blast zone itself. Zalhares would have been well away before igniting a blast of this magnitude. Watching for falling debris, Bolan moved quickly through the crowd to reach the exposed brick staircase that led to the 3rd-story office of the harbor master. Time was against him, and this was his best chance to get the information he needed. Bolan tried to stay out of the way of the rescue operation. This was a battle zone, the same as the jungles of Vietnam or the deserts of Iran. Chaos and blood, but with a core of professionals moving through the madness, employing their training. A wooden railing encircled the 3rd floor, the outer walls composed of huge plexiglass windows to give a panoramic view of the harbor and the hundreds of ships moored at the complex docking facilities. Most of the windows were intact. Only those facing south were destroyed, lying across desks, smashed computers, and fallen file cabinets like a lake of ice blown into the rooms by the concussion of the first explosion. Bolan found a pretty young woman at the reception desk, a janitor expertly bandaging her head with strips of cloth. Lying on the dirty carpet nearby was a still form, covered by a suit jacket, the material soaked through with blood. Proceeding deeper into the offices, Bolan grabbed a disheveled man by the arm, but the fellow only stared back, desperately cleaving to a ream of copier paper. After a moment, Bolan released the man and watched as he shuffled away, clutching the ream as if it were the most important thing in the world. Bolan recognized the symptoms as shell shock, his mind gone for the time being from the harsh reality of so many violent deaths. He had seen it before in combat, and knew the man would be fine again after an extended period of peace and quiet. Most of the other rooms were deserted, but at the end of the corridor there was a large office with a wide view of the harbor. Fire tugs were cutting across the waves, heading for the rampaging maelstrom to the south, the black clouds spreading over the yard like a death shroud. A woman in utility green clothing was shouting into a telephone.
What in the hell do you mean you didn't hear it? I would have thought the concussion would have blown the governor off his chair in Tallahassee. Lost every window we have facing south, and yes, we have casualties, you freaking moron. Dozens are dead, maybe more. The place is a disaster zone. What was that? No, send us everything you can spare. Medical helicopters, National Guard, the works. And move fast or I'll be using your balls for bait. Well, the incompetent slack asses to be manning a phone line.
She opened a desk drawer and produced a Smith & Wesson .38 revolver. With sure fingers, she ripped open a cardboard box of ammunition and started loading the cylinder. Protection against looters. Smart move. The dock would have security personnel, but who knew if they were alive, much less functioning at the moment.
Excuse me, are you the harbor master? Miss, are you the harbor master?
Yeah, I'm in charge here. Assistant harbor master, Rebecca Weeks. Hell of a time for the boss to go on vacation, eh? So, who the hell are you and what are you doing in my office?
Special Agent Matthew Cooper. I need some information.
Now? You've got to be kidding.
It's important.
No, the fire is important. Oh, crap. Is this the work of terrorists? Is that what we got here?
I don't know yet. What's been blown up?
Hell, what hasn't? Looks like the big explosion was the main fuel storage tanks, but I can't say for sure yet.
Diesel?
No, those are over there. That was the gas tanks. We keep them separate for safety reasons. Thank God for that.
But Bolan frowned at the news. Could he be wrong? The Zvardvis-class sub was a diesel, so there was no reason for it to take on gasoline as fuel. Maybe this was only a diversion so the Scion could leave unnoticed.
Look, I'm busy, so grab a fire jacket and lend some help or come back some other time.
I'll wait.
Wait? This could take days to sort out. It could take weeks.
Bolan merely smiled in reply. Casting a look at a closed safe in the corner where she kept the petty cash, Weeks frowned, then took a handheld radio from a recharging rack on the wall and strode outside. Bolan waited until the office was clear, then set to work on the file cabinets. The folders were up to date and in alphabetical order. There were 3 submarines in port, a DVR doing some salvage for the U.S. Navy, an oceanographic vessel for a marine biology firm in Los Angeles, and a cargo carrier, the RDN Zvardvis. The captain had paid the docking charges in cash. There had been no request for supplies, or even line charges for using the local electricity. That's when he saw it. The only other charge was for 16,000 gallons of gasoline. There was even a memo from the fuel station operator that he thought it odd for a sub to run on gasoline, but since only an idiot would fill a diesel with gasoline, the engines had to have been modified for some reason. Angrily, Bolan looked out the window at the chaos below. They rigged the sub to blow. They even filled the tanks with gasoline to make the blast that much bigger. Their one conspicuous mistake had been paying in cash, and they had probably done that to avoid using a credit card and leaving a trail for the CIA to trace. However, that only forced each harbor to fax a receipt to the home office for the company records. On a hunch, Bolan pulled out the signed faxes from Black River and compared the signatures. They were different. The man who signed as the captain in Newfoundland wasn't the same person who signed in Miami today, which likely meant the original Taiwanese captain was dead, along with most, if not all, of the crew. Bolan surmised that the captain had discovered what he was hauling, had decided to pressure for a larger fee, and the Scion had taken over the sub. Brazil had a submarine fleet, 24 or so vessels, so it was possible that at least one member of the Scion knew how to operate the ship. They could have also kept a couple of members of the crew alive, at least for a while. Bolan knew that Zalhares wouldn't cause a disturbance like this if he was planning on traveling through Miami. Homeland Security, FBI, state and city police were on terrorist watch by now, sealing the airports and train stations, with the Coast Guard and U.S. Navy moving in to cover the ports and dockyards, which meant the Scion was already long gone. They would be at sea again on a speedboat or a yacht, something fast that they could land easily. Simply set the sub to blow, choose their craft, kill the crew, and sail away as the dockyard went up in flames, the blast removing every trace of the killings and theft. Bolan looked out to see National Guard copters starting to land on the dock to carry away the worst of the wounded. The Miami Emergency Measures team moved fast. Turning away from the turmoil, Bolan scrutinized the peaceful city of Miami, its hotels standing along the coastline like the remains of some prehistoric wall built to hold back the sea. The golden sands of the beaches were coated with people enjoying their vacations, retired couples, young families, 10,000 college kids, each of them a shield for the Scion to hide behind. Any move on the part of the military placed those innocent lives in terrible jeopardy, and the nukes had been here. 1 million civilian lives in danger, and Bolan had been one deadly step behind the Scion.
Excuse, please.
Assuming a friendly smile, Bolan turned to see a large, burly man standing at the open door. Bolan instantly recognized him as the gunman from Liberty City.
I'm looking for the harbor master. Holy shit, it's you! Oh!
He staggered but didn't fall.
Freeze or die. Your call.
His face a mask of hatred, the stranger stayed where he was, leaning against the wall with one hand holding his no doubt aching guts.
Empty your pockets.
Go ahead, shoot. I have nothing to...
Rifling through his adversary's pockets after pistol whipping him, Bolan found an Imbel pistol in a double shoulder holster and a Remington 44 Derringer tucked up his sleeve in a trick slide. A CIA invention abandoned decades ago, Bolan knew of only one nation that still used the gimmick, Brazil. Not surprisingly, the man's watch was also a Geiger counter. There was a miniature blade hidden inside his wallet, along with a key perfect for police handcuffs, and several $100s in large bills. He also had a money belt carrying thousands more, and several passports from an assortment of countries, each made out to a different name. Jose Ramirez from Mexico, Adolfo Lars from Spain, and so on. Bolan unbuttoned the man's shirt to expose a bulletproof vest, the quilted Teflon garment dotted with flattened 9mm slugs. Bolan cut away the garment and found one more passport taped to the badly bruised flesh underneath. Keeping careful watch on the stirring prisoner, the executioner stepped back to examine the hidden passport. It had been issued by the Brazilian Federal Police, Department S2, to a Miguel Santarino. The picture matched, and the country stamps showed he traveled extensively in South America, but had recently been to England and Newfoundland. Removing one of the man's shoes, Bolan pulled up a chair to wait for Santarino to awaken. After a few minutes, the soldier impatiently got a paper cup of water from the cooler.
Where are my guns? Why didn't you kill me?
Because we're after the same people.
Good, and we are allies. You took one of my shoes. Why?
Damn difficult to rush someone when you're off balance like that, isn't it?
You're not wrong.
Santarino crossed both legs with the practiced ease of a yogi. But his right hand moved too quickly over a pant cuff, and Bolan extended the Beretta to point-blank range. Without any change of expression, Santarino dropped a throwing spike onto the floor, its tip glistening with some greenish chemical.
Got a better man for trying. Your suitcase is a decoy for the Zodiac, isn't it? Not bad. Here's hoping you'll get the chance to make a switch.
Studying the S2 agent carefully, Bolan felt as if he were defusing a landmine. This was a dangerous man.
Listen. Your team has gone rogue. The captain and crew of the sub are dead, and Zalhares has taken the cargo for himself.
Who?
Don't waste my time, Miguel.
And what makes you think the Scion works for us? Where is your proof?
I don't need any.
You're not FBI, despite the badge in your pocket?
No, I'm not.
I was unaware that the United States also had a secret police force. Unless I'm mistaken, in which case, neither of us truly belongs here.
Bolan smiled coldly in return, and the man frowned, unsure if his remark had scored a bullseye or not. The American was revealing nothing.
We do not approve of the cargo. The Scion was to infiltrate the CIA and relay political information to us, nothing more. This theft was entirely the plan of Sorelu Zalhares. My nation has its own program to develop such weapons, and does not wish to make America an enemy. If we accept delivery of the items, the United States will cancel its trade agreements with Brazil. My country would lose billions for stealing weapons worth only a few million.
Try again. The Zodiacs are priceless because the atomic signature of nuclear weapons is easily identifiable by satellites in space. These are more than just stolen nukes. They're American nukes. If Brazil used them to obliterate a rebel stronghold, no revolutionary force would ever dare to attack you again. But we would get all the blame.
That theory has some small amount of merit. But then the financial wrath of America would be crippling. America is rich, Brazil is not. No. If the weapons came to us, we would be forced to give them back purely for the sake of our political survival. It isn't worth the trouble.
Bolan could see that the man was telling the truth. So the Scion was on the run from the most powerful nation in the world and the most ruthless. Brazil made China look like Canada when it came to murdering its own citizens, which also meant Zalhares was cut off from his official sources and would need to make new contacts for weapons, revenue, and contacts to sell the nukes. Bolan also knew for a fact that the S2 agent would likely kill him the moment he could, but until then, they were uneasy allies. With the decision made, Bolan lowered the Beretta.
You can have your shoe back, Miguel. We're done here.
Nodding in agreement, Santorino tugged on his shoe and started to reach for the pile of his weapons.
Not so fast. Leave them. I'm sure you have more.
Turning his back on Bolan, Santorino walked stiffly to the door and worked the latch, then paused, the firelight from outside coloring his pitted features like an autumn moon.
I must be the one to kill Cerrero. You may have the others, but Cerrero is mine.
No promises. What they carry is mine. Don't get in the way of my getting it back. And afterward, I'll gift wrap Zalhares for you and the S2 boys to play with in the back room all you want. Understood?
Watching until the giant man walked down the hall and disappeared down the stairs, Bolan gathered the rest of the weapons, tucking them into the accordion pouch inside the briefcase. Crossing the office, he laid the money belt on the desk of the harbor master. The few $1,000s wouldn't go very far in the rebuilding, but every little bit helped. Bolan studied the milling crowd below. Santorino's size made him stick out, and the soldier watched through a window as the big S2 agent disappeared into the rolling smoke. He wasn't sure if he had made an ally or a new enemy, but either way, the heat had just been turned up on the Scion. Carmen Delahunt was grimly patrolling the internet for any sign of the Scion. Brushing away a loose strand of her fiery red hair, the woman adjusted her virtual reality visor, surfing for any abnormalities. With the theft of the Zodiacs, she had fed 100 keywords into search programs being run by the massive bank of Cray SV2 supercomputers located under the farm's annex computer room. Anybody sending email, an IM, graphics, visual, or vocal transmissions on the web that used a combination of any two or more of the keywords would trigger an automatic trace. So far, the net was clear, with only a few odd coincidences that she was trying to track down, but without much success. Ultra-small and super-fast, the micro-transmissions were gone in a nanosecond, and even her extensive software couldn't nail them without help. A distinguished-looking man entered the room, chewing on the stem of a pipe. Smoking was forbidden in the computer room, but Huntington Hunt Weathers still enjoyed the feel and smell of the pipe, even when he couldn't light his favorite briarwood. He crossed to his workstation to review the work in progress. After assuming control of a NORAD military satellite, Weathers unleashed specially designed software to gather information for Brugnola. Aaron Kurtzman wheeled into the lab, a safety mug of coffee perched on his lap.
Fresh coffee, anybody?
Akira Takaido never looked up from his screen. You make coffee?
Of course.
Then no thanks.
I have plans to live long enough to see my children graduate college, and that concoction you call coffee won't help me make it there alive.
Nonsense. This is real coffee. The good stuff. Kills every germ known to science and puts hair on your chest.
Arching an eyebrow, Delahunt demurely ran a finger along the neckline of her blouse, exposing a hint of cleavage.
Oh, just try some. You'll never have to buy another sweater.
Now there's a splendid visual. Pass. Huh. That's curious. There it is again.
Trouble?
Could be. I just had another T-burst. That's the third within an hour.
A T-burst was the newest scourge of the internet, a computerized version of a blip transmission over a radio. A massive amount of information condensed into a small tone that lasted for only a second, sometimes even less. There were a lot of heavily encrypted transmissions being sent online, and every one of them had a fake ID and source code. Something big was going down in the cyber world, and that was always trouble.
Did you get a recording? I'm slaving my console to yours.
Of course. But it's heavily protected, quadruple layers. Weird stuff. There, I need a Cray assigned to handle just this data, or else it will take me a week to bust the code.
If ever.
I'm not familiar with this configuration of encryption.
Could it be about the Zodiacs?
Damned if I know. Not yet, at least.
Number 3 is yours. Get cracking.
Would you care for some assistance?
All I can get. I'm going back in with the VR.
The Cessna Skylane buzzed across the blue sky. Sitting behind the steering yoke, Mack Bolan adjusted his sunglasses and checked the altimeter to make sure he was maintaining the assigned height of 5,000 feet above the Gulf of Mexico. The sky was clear, and a gentle southerly wind blew steadily at 5 knots. Excellent flying weather. Glancing at the military radar, Bolan saw that the Doppler screen was clear, as was the computer-enhanced civilian KNH-880 multi-hazard warning system. He was alone in the sky, except for some commercial jetliners 20,000 feet above. The problem was down below. The fires were still raging at the Biscayne dockyard, and so far, more than 100 assorted crafts were unaccounted for. Ignoring the smaller speedboats, the odd hovercrafts and such, Bolan chose to concentrate on the seagoing yachts. They had long range and lots of room below decks. Zalares wouldn't have taken a full yacht. Those 200-footers always carried an armed crew in case of pirate attacks. That would have been too much trouble to try and steal quietly in the middle of a busy harbor. No, they would have gone for something smaller, say a 50-foot yacht, certainly no larger than 75. These days, every yacht had a LoJack built into its hull, a hidden radio set to broadcast its location in case of theft. However, the LoJack couldn't be turned on until the yacht was reported stolen to its security company. And with most of the owners dead or hospitalized, that wasn't likely. Bolan had asked Brugnola to turn over every LoJack off the coast of the Miami area, and to have the computers at the farm start removing the legitimate signals. In less than an hour, the list had been reduced to a mere handful. 3 that seemed just out for a pleasure ride going nowhere, 2 headed in the general direction of the Cayman Islands, 1 heading east into the Atlantic Ocean, and 1 heading full speed towards Jamaica. Unfortunately, there was no way of telling which it might be aside from monitoring the progress of the yachts, or having the spy satellites in orbit do a visual recon with their telescopes, which was taking far longer than Bolan hoped for. Most of the satellites had already been on assignments, monitoring troop movements in Cuba or drug shipments in Colombia, and had to be realigned. That took time, and then a visual recon would only tell them who was on the deck, not down in the hold.
Calling Hawk 1. Hawk 1, come in, please. This is Uncle Harry, over.
I read you loud and clear, Harry. How's the fishing, over?
Not so good. Go to setting 2, over.
Setting 2, confirm.
Even using codes, it was foolish to give the setting. This hour, they went up 1 every time they used the radio. In the next hour, it would be down 2. There were a lot of electronic ears in this part of the world, and most of them weren't friendly. It paid to be careful.
Okay, Hal, do you read me?
Like you were in the next room. Okay, the news isn't good. The Sats checked the yacht heading for Jamaica, and unless our runners have hired a dozen teenage girls as cover, it's exactly what it seems to be. A party boat full of drunk college students heading for fun in the sun.
That leaves 5, then. I'm heading for the Caymans. Can you get a pass on the other 4?
The declination of the watchdogs is already being changed by the NSA to check that wild card heading into the Atlantic. Although they're pissing blood over not being told why. But that's good for them to be knocked down a peg or 2 every now and then. Keeps them humble. I'll let you know once we have a visual.
Roger that, Hal. Good luck. I'll report every hour until I hear from you. Over and out.
With no exact destination, Bolan was currently headed for the Caymans to refuel. The islands were a good rendezvous point for any criminal activity in the Gulf of Mexico. The small country had no military at all, only the Royal Cayman Island Police, with a few assault rifles, some rescue boats, and that was about it. But then an armed military wasn't really needed, as people rarely attacked their own bank. A former British territory, now a free state, the Cayman Islands had no marketable crops, no natural supply of clean water, no minerals to mine, no manufacturing, no heavy industry, and yet its population had the highest standard of living in the entire world. That was because the Caymans were the money laundering capital of the world. The vacation paradise was in truth a secluded hellhole of vice and murder. There were a lot of honest cops who thought blowing the islands off the map would cripple every criminal operation in the world for the next decade, and Bolan heartily agreed. Years ago, he'd been there on a rescue mission that had turned out to be a lot more difficult than expected. But it gave him an intimate knowledge of the islands. The capital city, Georgetown, had the best airport, absolutely state-of-the-art comfort and efficiency, but also tight security. So Bolan optioned on refueling at a private airport on the lesser island. Things were more lax off the main island, and a fistful of cash averted the attention of the local police with no questions asked. As Bolan settled down for the long flight, the radar screen rippled and went blank. Reaching for the reset button, he frowned as the KMH went down. Quickly pulling out his cell phone, Bolan got the same results. There was a jamming field working in the area, covering the full EM spectrum. That took considerable power and equipment. After checking the Desert Eagle strapped under his windbreaker, Bolan pulled out some Navy field glasses and swept the ocean for any yachts below, but the water was clear. Something eclipsed the sun, and Bolan automatically veered off into a steep dive. He glanced out the rear window to see that a C-130 Hercules transport had nearly crashed into it. If the pilot had wanted Bolan dead, he merely needed to cut a tight pass, and the turbulence of the gigantic propeller-driven behemoth would send the plane into a tailspin that would end in a watery crash. Moving fast, Bolan threw the joystick to the left and angled into a dive. Pulling up the locking mechanism, Bolan slid open the small access window. Tilting the Cessna slightly, he caught sight of the Hercules and banked into a sharp turn. This was going to require some precise timing.
I knew I'd packed grenades for a reason.
His briefcase lay on the passenger seat. Keeping one hand tight on the yoke, he armed the bomb and dropped it out the side window.
Damn wind shear. Take that into account.
Only 2 more grenades remained in the briefcase, so he chose a canister charge and waited a moment after pulling the pin before dropping the bomb out the window. It was an incredibly near miss. In response, the Hercules slowly turned sideways, showing its left side to Bolan. As he watched, the access door slid back to reveal 2 men with safety lines around their waists and an M60 machine gun attached somehow to the floor. The incoming barrage missed the tiny Cessna completely as Bolan flipped his belly to the Hercules and cut away in a hard turn.
Damn it!
The Hercules' rear cargo hatch began to lower. Knowing what to expect, Bolan was already climbing above when a group of men appeared in the hatch, connected to a spider web of safety lines. 10, 12 armed soldiers, maybe more, it was hard to tell with their clothing whipping madly. Pushing the Cessna engine, Bolan managed to catch the wind and get above the Hercules. Swinging the monoplane back and forth, he quickly reviewed his options as the Hercules started to pull away in front. There were a dozen or more men with automatic weapons, more than enough to tear the Cessna apart once they got the range, and only 1 grenade left, a smoke canister he was saving to pretend the Cessna was on fire and crash it into the right yacht. Plummeting into the sea was fast becoming a real possibility. There were 2 C4 blocks still wired to the remote detonator in the briefcase, which would blow the Hercules in 2 if he could get it through the open hatchway. But the accuracy of such a lob was impossible. On top of which, with the jamming field in place, the plastique couldn't be triggered by a radio signal, and it would take far too long to disengage the wiring and reset the blocks for an impact detonation. Wheeling through the unfriendly skies, Bolan reviewed his combat options with lightning speed. His handguns lacked sufficient power to do any real damage to the Titanic airplane. But in the space behind the rear passenger seats was one of the equipment lockers, mostly containing small arms and extra ammunition. The other 2 trunks were stored in the aft baggage compartment. They might as well be on the moon for all the good they could do for the soldier right now. Small arms were all he had, but maybe the Sabre OICW could do the job. Looking around, Bolan saw the huge plane in a steep climb coming right at the Cessna. They were trying for a ram again. Slamming the yoke all the way forward, he did the unexpected and nosed into a full-power dive straight at the Hercules. For a moment, the 2 airplanes headed straight for one another, and Bolan got a fleeting glimpse of the pilot and co-pilot in the cockpit of the transport. The co-pilot was unknown, but the pilot was Miguel Santorino. Apparently, their truce was off before it ever really started. Waiting until the very last moment, Bolan cut the dive into a bank and dropped his port flap to skim sideways beneath the Hercules and avoid the gunman in the rear.
Come on, come on.
Then he was past the winged behemoth and heading almost straight for the silvery waters of the Gulf. Leveling the flaps, Bolan feathered his props, then fed the engine more power and started to pull back on the yoke to fight the descent. Pushed to its limits, the sturdy engine almost stalled from the conflicting G-forces, and the waves of the ocean came sharply into focus before he could feel the plane start to rise again to fly level above the Gulf. Bolan started climbing for distance, pushing the Cessna for the maximum ceiling of 10,000 feet. Safe for a moment, he flexed his hands on the yoke. That suicide maneuver had bought him a few minutes, but Santorino wouldn't fall for the trick again. Next time, the S2 agent would have his people ready to drop grenades as the Cessna cut under the wings that would settle the matter permanently. Bolan knew that he was in a bad spot. The Hercules was faster in straight flight than the Cessna, its 4 huge engines easily overpowering his one-lung 230. Plus, the mighty Herc could climb higher at greater range and firepower. There was no way the Cessna could escape, but there were a few points in his favor. The Hercules had only one big hatch in the rear that his crew could safely use to shoot from, and the open doorway with the M60 machine gun. With both of those wide open, the plane was taking in a lot of drag that was slowing it. And since this seemed to be a civilian model, there was no access door on the right side, so the Hercules had a blind side. That was good news. Even better was that the Cessna cockpit was small enough for Bolan to fire out both side windows, doubling his attack options. Also, the little monoplane was a lot more maneuverable than a lumbering transport. Bolan didn't have much of an edge, but it was something. Reviewing the plane for any damage, Bolan checked the engine temperature, gas, and oil. The Cessna had a few holes in it, but was otherwise fine. Setting the autopilot for full speed and a gentle climb, he unbuckled the seatbelt. The armor-piercing Law rocket would blast a hole in the Hercules large enough to drive a Hummer through, but the backblast from the tube would blow the Cessna apart. It couldn't be used from inside the plane. Laying the Law next to a parachute, Bolan went back to the trunk and chose his best weapon for this flight, a brand-new state-of-the-art gun called a Saber. Looking like something from a sci-fi movie, the Saber had 2 barrels and 1 trigger, a thumb switch on the frame controlling which of the weapons would be used. The main barrel fired 5.56mm hardball ammo with a standard 30-round clip. The second, fatter barrel, was located directly above the machine gun and launched 20mm grenades, fed by a 6-round clip. The scope had all sorts of impressive night vision and computer-enhanced utilities, but those were useless in Bolan's current situation. Bolan returned to the pilot's seat just in time to see the Hercules rise on his side like some leviathan from the depths. Never before had the soldier truly appreciated just how large the plane was. Thankfully, he couldn't see any Bofor cannon barrels sticking out of the nose gun ports. If Santorino was armed with those, Bolan would have no choice but to jump and risk setting his parachute on fire when he launched the Law. And although the giant plane carried Brazilian markings, it was a civilian model, unarmed on the exterior. The tracers stitched a bright line across the sky, curving into the wind and away from the enemy plane.
Come on, damn it.
The ammo didn't achieve penetration, merely splattered on the surface. Now the gunman had a clear view. Thumbing the selector switch, the executioner pumped out a grenade that directly hit one of the gunmen standing in the open hatchway. There was no explosion. The man staggered and fell backward into the plane.
Damn! That was a stun shot of a savings for Zalhares.
Of all that, Bolan's Cessna slipped sideways over the Hercules, then sloped sharply to the right, reaching the blind side of the Hercules.
Peekaboo, you sorry sons of bitches.
Bolan volleyed the Saber's remaining 20mm rounds at the behemoth. The first 2 hit only air, but then one of the engine cowlings exploded to fall away, revealing the naked machinery. Bolan covered the engine until it caught on fire, thick orange flames whipping back in the wind. The Hercules slowed as the propeller went dead. Then foam gushed over the burning machinery, drowning the flames.
At first you don't succeed.
Bolan tried for the other engine, but only blew holes in the main fuselage, just behind the bank of windows that framed the main cockpit. With his bare arm sticking outside the plane, Santorino was firing an SMG at the Cessna. Bolan concentrated the 5.56mm rounds on the blast holes in the hull. Unlike the glass in the Cessna, the Hercules windows would be nearly bulletproof, accommodating the higher wind pressure that was designed for. Bolan lowered the flaps and tried to outdistance any possible response from the tail. The cargo ramp was set below the tail section, and back there the Hercules had another small blind spot. But staying in the protective shadow of the moving tail was difficult, and every time the Cessna came into view, the Brazilians opened up again. Momentarily blinded, Bolan reacted instinctively and sent the Cessna into a circling dive. The enemy was shooting flares to get the wind. He had managed to hurt them, but now the Brazilians were coming in for the kill. With one engine dead, plus the drag, the Cessna and the Hercules were roughly capable of the same speed now, so escape was an option. But if he did, Santorino would be on his tail every step of the way. Bolan had offered a truce, but Santorino had chosen death instead. So be it. Time for him to pay the price of that decision. Bolan scored a couple of hits in the top of the tail section, damaging the rudder, and bluish smoke started to pour from the rear hatch. The color of the smoke told it was an oil fire. Maybe he had set fire to one of the vehicles parked inside, or caught an auxiliary pressure line. Either way, an oil fire was hard to control, and the gunman in the aft section would be nearly blind and choking on the fumes. A chance round pinged off one of the Cessna floats. Dropping to the right side behind the Hercules, the soldier peppered the craft with 5.56mm rounds, the tracers curving in the wind to impact all over the slowing plane. Tiny dots of fire now clung to the hull, and the smoke from the rear was becoming more pronounced.
Stryker, do you read me? Damn it to hell, Stryker, do you hear me? Over.
Keeping a tight grip on the yoke, Bolan started to reach for the hand mic. Something heavy hit the roof of the Cessna. Had they dumped a wounded man to save on weight? No, that lump on his back was a parachute, and the man seemed to be holding a long tube in his arms. That was a stinger. Dropping the saber, Bolan grabbed the emergency flare pistol from its pocket holster located under the dash. Even as Bolan shoved the pistol through the left window, the falling man became enshrouded in smoke, and a rocket shot out of the tube to climb fast on a stiletto of flame. Forcing himself to remain calm, Bolan waited long seconds as the Stinger anti-aircraft missile zoomed toward the Cessna. Then he gently squeezed the trigger. The pistol thumped, and the signal flare streaked away for the incoming Stinger. At first, it looked as if the ploy wasn't going to work. Then the heat-seeker sharply veered its course toward the sizzling flare. Instantly, Bolan slammed the joystick forward and gave the Cessna full power, angling into a dive once more and racing for distance.
Come on, baby. Come on. Stryker, do you copy?
The Cessna violently shook as one of the wing struts bent slightly and a dozen small holes appeared in the fuselage and floor. The back of his seat jerked, and an object jabbed him hard in the ribs, but there was no stab of pain. Reaching down, he gingerly felt the seat to find a hot dent in the metal backing, saved by a scant millimeter of cheap steel. Dropping speed to match the crippled Hercules, Bolan ignored the 9mm rounds coming from Santorino and made a slow sweep across the damaged right wing, the 20mm rounds blowing holes in the surface, shearing off an airfoil flap, and then a wing tank caught fire. He banked away sharply and fed the Cessna full power. The Cessna shook so hard the rear window and the dashboard radar screen both cracked. For a moment, he thought his luck had gone, and the plane would crumple like a stepped-on tin can. Bolan grabbed the yoke with both hands and tried to ride out the balance of the blast as best he could. A piece of flaming wreckage shot by. On the dashboard, a warning light flashed. As a fuel line cracked, a pinkish spray shooting out of the dented cowler. Gritting his teeth, Bolan strained to keep the plane on course as he reached out to flip a switch to close the ruptured gas line fast. The hydraulic pressure was dropping like a stone, but before he could do anything, it leveled out, the needle hovering just above the red zone. The Cessna lurched as the float broke free and the monoplane tilted to the left. Fighting the wounded plane into a level flight path, Bolan risked a gentle turn in the sky and caught a glimpse of the last few pieces of the burning Hercules tumbling into the ocean. Scanning the sky, he saw no parachutes drifting downward, but there still might be survivors. With a float missing, he couldn't land the seaplane on water, but Bolan decided to do a recon. Bolan guided the Cessna lower and circled the crash area twice, looking for signs of swimmers. But there was nothing, aside from the soggy white parachute of the man who had jumped out to launch the Stinger. The material drifted listlessly in the currents and was slowly starting to sink under its own wet weight. Briefly, Bolan wondered if the lunatic who jumped had been Santorino. Then he pushed the matter from his mind and picked up the hand mic.
Talk one, Uncle Harry.
Stryker, thank God. Where the hell have you been?
Switching to 7.
Okay, we're secure. Now what's going on? You haven't answered my hails for the past hour.
I was busy. Our friends dropped by, but they're no longer coming to the party.
Alphabet friends, I'll wager. Letter and a number.
Roger that, Hal. Any news on the yachts?
Yeah, they're all clean, which means any of them could have the Scion below decks. Or else we screwed the pooch and they escaped some other way.
They used a yacht, Hal. Trust me on this. The S2 wouldn't have been out here just gunning for me. They have a major hard-on for Zalhares for political reasons.
I hear you. I'll let you know if anything turns up.
Roger on that, Hal. Over and out.
Bolan concentrated on heading for the Cayman Islands. His fuel was low, but it should be enough. With the S2 out of the way, there was nothing standing between him and Zalhares but a few miles of empty air. Evening was starting to fall, the sky turning glorious purple on its way to the deep black of night. As the green Ford van's headlights swept along the uneven road, there appeared in the distance a large, wooden, hand-painted sign with the name of a bar, bright halogen lights illuminating it for drivers to see for miles.
Let's go. We haven't much time.
Slinging an uru over her shoulder, Georgina Mizne went to the wooden sign and put a short burst of 9mm rounds into the electrical box at the base of the main support beam. The woman then pulled a hatchet from the sheath on her belt and went to the first wooden support. She frowned, put the axe away, and leveled the uru. Her first strident burst chewed partially through the thick oak beam, and the sign began to sag slightly. Meanwhile, Dog Mariano and Minas Pedrosa hammered a steel rod into the hard berm alongside the paved roadway. Walking across the dirt turnoff, they dragged a chain and attached it to another steel rod they had installed. Dangling from the chain at windshield level was a sign saying in English and Spanish that the road was temporarily closed for repairs. As the trio returned to the truck, Zalhares, having just emptied a bag of caltrops onto the ground, was using his boot to scatter them around. Invented by the ancient Romans, a caltrop was a hard piece of wood with several nails driven through at different angles, so that an array of sharp steel points always jutted upward no matter how the wood rolled. Originally used 2,000 years ago to stop barefoot barbarians, the ancient caltrops worked equally well against inflatable car tires. Mariano and Pedrosa were in their seats waiting patiently, along with Mizne. The van, a recent acquisition, had cost a small fortune, but it was well worth the expense. The outside was worn and slightly rusted, giving it a used appearance, but the vehicle was brand new, modified heavily with body armor, an oversized engine, and extra heavy-duty springs in the rear to help handle the load. The small lead safe bolted into the rear. Zalhares froze as a car approached the turnoff. It went by without even slowing and vanished behind a low, rolling hill of the desert.
Great shit place. How come people live without trees?
Who cares? Soon enough we shall be back home and richer than Colombian drug lords.
They reached an oasis of illumination, a parking lot full of pickup trucks and motorcycles, and in the center was a squat brick building with a garish pink neon sign proclaiming the name of the bar, Fat Ed's. Pretending to look for a parking space, Zalhares circled the bar once, doing a recon, then parked directly in front, alongside a row of motorcycles. Lurching away from a yucca tree, a fat man smoking a hand-rolled cigarette swaggered over to the van, both thumbs tucked inside his wide garrison belt.
You can't park there, jackass! This is for hogs only!
Climbing out of their Ford, the members of Sion checked their weapons as they listened to the night for a moment, ignoring the music that they could now feel pulsating against their bare skin. Gesturing with a free hand, Zalhares sent Mariano to the left and Pedrosa to the right. Drawing their silenced Imbel automatic pistols, the men disappeared around the building, then reappeared a few minutes later, easing fresh clips into their hot weapons. A drunken man and two female companions came out through the door. In practiced ease, the Sion stepped back until the drunk people cleared the doorway, then trained their silenced weapons directly at the backs of their heads. The Sion waited for any reaction from the other cars. When no response came, they pushed inside the bar. The bar was full, with crowded tables covering the floor and a line of people standing at a counter in the rear. Huge black speakers, nearly as large as refrigerators, were set into the ceiling, and posters of rock bands and famous outlaws from the Old West decorated the brick walls. Ceiling fans valiantly tried to circulate the smoky air, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of crushed peanut shells. There was no other exit in sight. They spread out in a firing line, looking for danger spots and marking their targets. At a table nearby, a drunken blonde stopped bobbing her head to the deafening music and nudged her snoring boyfriend with an elbow. Huh? The burly biker came awake and blinked a few times before looking in the direction she was indicating. Grinning widely, he stood, exposing a lean, muscular frame draped in a grimy t-shirt decorated with the rebel flag of the Southern Confederation. Nazi tattoos on both arms. The silver buckle of his belt with a screaming demon skull.
Well, look what we got here. Who let in the garbage?
Without a word, Zalhares swung up the Uru and put a burst into the biker's face. His skull and brains blowing out through his mane of greasy hair. The Brazilian mercenaries cut loose. Relaxing his tense shoulders, Zalhares slung his automatic and drew his imbel pistol to stand guard while the others reloaded.
Dog, Georgina, recon. Minas, check for possums playing dead.
Sure thing. Oh, sneaky, sneaky.
Clear?
Clear.
Good.
Zalhares righted a stool and took a seat.
Minas, Georgina, stand guard. Watch for army helicopters. I need to use my computer.
While the others took post at the windows, Mariano ran the power cord to an outlet. Zalhares attached the phone line to the wall jack.
Time to become rich.
Stepping onto the deck of the Falcon Flyer, Bolan scowled. The yacht was empty, the crew murdered and stuffed into the hold, and there was no sign of the Scion or the Zodiacs. After refueling at the Lesser Cayman Island, Bolan had flown through the night to land on Texas A&M University's private airstrip on Turtle Island. According to the LoJack signal, the last yacht had arrived over 5 hours ago at Galveston Harbor Club, Slip 37. The other yachts had already docked at various ports, the crews visually cleared by the orbiting Watchdog satellite. Because of local cloud cover, the satellites had no idea as to the status of the crew of the Falcon Flyer. Zalhares was like quicksilver, always slipping between Bolan's fingers, and the trail was already growing cold again. Bolan headed for his rented Cadillac Seville, parked behind a knotted rope, stretched between a line of painted anchors. The whole area was decorated in the same manner, as if it were an exhibit at an amusement park instead of a working dockyard. He spotted an old man fishing off the end of the jetty and changed direction.
Morning. How's the fishing?
So. I saw you on that fancy yacht over yonder. You looking for them fellas gave a bad check for their slip charges? You a skip tracer?
Let's say they have something I want and leave it at that.
Yep, you're a collector. Well, you're too late. They already left a couple hours ago.
Did you see a big man with a scar on his cheek? He'd be traveling with a bald man with a mustache, another with a ponytail, and a woman, muscular but very pretty.
That's them. Although I wouldn't say the lady was pretty. Nice tits, though. Big, anyway. That's what counts.
Say, any chance you saw them leave? There'd be a reward if it helps me find them.
No reward needed. It was a big green Ford truck. You know, the panel jobs with no windows in the rear. Sex vans, we used to call them in my day. Who need an apartment when you had a van without windows?
I prefer a convertible myself. It's always nice to have the option of leaving quick.
Oh, a ragtop man, eh? Yeah, I should have known from that hulking big caddy you came in.
Sharp eyes.
I'm old, not blind.
Did you manage to catch the license number?
Covered with mud, even though there ain't been rain here for days. That's pretty odd, huh? Look, cousin, you might want to forget going after them, if you know what I mean. They're bad news, take my word on it.
I can't let them go. It's what I do.
Well, then, good luck to you, because your friends got a delivery from Jimmy G before they drove away.
Really? How big?
About the size of a shoebox.
It could be cash, but that wasn't anywhere near large enough to hold sufficient cash to buy a Zodiac. Perhaps the sale was in precious gems.
A while ago, I knew a guy in Dallas called Jimmy G. Mean Jim Green. Big fella, bad teeth.
You got the last name right, but that ain't Jimmy. He's skinny as a crackhead, and as nice as they come. Unless you cross him. A blade man, likes to cut folks up. Not quite sure he's right in the head. Works as a gopher for Dillard, a Mr. Ernest E. Dillard, Gorilla Dillard. And you know how he got that name.
Yes, Bolan surely did. He didn't know the name, but the situation was as old as civilization. Dillard was the local boss, some tough who ran the drugs, gambling, and girls in the dockyard. Oh, Bolan had met Ernest E. Dillard many times before in many cities. He had filled graveyards with Ernest Dillards, but there were always more standing in line to take his place and to feed at the trough of human misery. More importantly, Zalhares received the delivery of a shoebox, or something the size of a shoebox, only 2 hours after arriving in Galveston. What in the hell could that be?
Any idea where I can locate Jimmy?
Don't know where to find Jimmy. Gotta ask Dillard about that. And son, I'd rather face a shark than old Gorilla. Ernie Dillard is mean clean through. Shoot, yeah. If a rattler bit Dillard, the snake would die, not him.
Thanks for the warning. Good luck with the fishing.
They have nothing to fear from me, Mack.
Caught in the middle of a step, Bolan almost reacted to the name, until he realized it was merely the old man's way of being friendly. Finding the crime boss wouldn't be a problem. Men like that did everything but advertise their homes to show how well they were doing. Getting the man to roll over on Jimmy G was another matter entirely. The computer room was locked in a stillness. Software programs running by the dozens, monitors flickering with the cascade of data pouring through the massive Cray supercomputers below. The coffee urn was drained and cold, plates of crumbs marking where stacks of sandwiches had once been at each console.
Got it! Bear, call Barbara and Hal. The Scion are auctioning the Zodiacs over the internet.
What? Where's the auction? I have half a dozen criminal identities we can use to join the auction to buy the bombs from the Scion. Afterward, we can settle the matter of just retribution.
Damn it, I don't know where it is. In virtual space or in the real world. The message I decoded was a reply from the Scion granting admittance to Liberty, Peru to join the auction. I've got 16 more messages found on the internet, but each is encrypted differently. Without the key, it will take hours to bust each one. They could be nothing. Pornography sent between diplomats, love letters, or the details of the auction.
When's it going down?
Oh, if this is correct, then the bidding has already begun.
Ah, damn it. Okay, cancel all the other projects. Everybody grab a random T-burst from the queue, get cracking. Maybe we'll hit gold. I'll contact Hal and see about shutting down the internet.
The declaration was so easily said it sent chills down the spines of the hackers. There were 4 deliberately arranged nexus junctions that everything passed through. The information was unknown to the general public for just this reason. In a true emergency, the internet could be physically crashed and would stay down until it was safe to reactivate. But the cost would be terrible. Billions of dollars lost, companies going bankrupt, stock market dipping into a possible crash. Only the president had the authority to pull the plug on the world, but it was now time to alert the man to have his finger on the button. Almost any amount of financial turmoil would be worth saving an entire city, possibly millions of lives. Their faces grim, the hackers swiveled to the consoles and hunched over in a silent fury. The monitors filled with lines of code, the sub-monitors flashing with code breakers and counter-encryption algorithms. We're too late. The auction is over.
When?
Just now. The buyer for Liberty Peru used the same codes for all of his emails, and only minutes ago informed the group that they lost the bid on both of the Zodiacs.
Both? But the Scion stole 4, and one was used on the Tullamarine. That leaves 3.
I know. Kurtzman was livid. His cyber team was supposed to be the best in the world, and they had been outfoxed by the S2 agents like green recruits.
Did you get a physical location?
Sure. The T-burst was sent all over the world and off 6 satellites, and I believe that the point of origin was somewhere in East Texas. Can't nail it down any tighter than that.
Must have been a hit-and-run operation. The bidders previously informed of a precise time to go online, and the whole thing lasted less than 5 minutes.
A cyberspace commando raid. An ingenious tactic, and damn hard to stop.
Exactly.
Oh, wait a minute. Stryker's in Texas. I was just tracing LoJack's for him. He's out of touch right now, going undercover, but it sounds like he may be right on top of things.
But the earlier statement still resonated inside the mind of the chief hacker. The Scion had placed 2 of the nuclear bombs in auction. So where was the 3rd Zodiac? Covering several acres, Ernest Dillard's estate stretched leisurely along the shoreline, a stone wall running down the manicured lawn across the white sandy beach and into the water. The 8-foot-tall barrier effectively sealed off the property from every approach except the sky and served to keep out the local riffraff. Neighbors would have complained, only both of the properties on either side of the estate had mysteriously burned down one night, and no construction firm would accept the job of rebuilding there. The workmen preferred to keep their legs intact. At the private dock, a hovercraft and several hydrofoil speedboats were moored next to a 200-foot yacht that dominated the shore of Beechwood Hill. A fence of iron lace separated the shore from the lawn, huge mosaic patios meandering through groves of swaying trees to eventually lead to the sprawling mansion, richly decorated with terraces, cool marble alcoves, and red-tiled roofs. But armed men stood guard on the roof, while others walked the lush grounds, constantly in contact with their command center in the bomb-proof cellar. Ernest Dillard savored his lifestyle and steadfastly refused to be anybody's fool. Several times in the past few years, his home had been attacked. What remained of the survivors had screamed out their lives in the basement of the Spanish-style manor, their prolonged agony artistically recorded on videotape and sold on the underground snuff film market. Dillard was famous for never missing a chance to make another buck, and the film served the double purpose of also making his enemies reconsider the wisdom of trying to whack the King of Galveston, or else they might become the star of his next movie. There were no recurring roles. A row of cabanas surrounded the free-form swimming pool. Natural boulders placed in strategic positions gave protection from snipers out at sea, and formed a beautiful waterfall, behind which were hidden coves where guests could relax in private debauchery. Several large men were swimming in the pool or relaxing in the chaise lounges, and a dozen beautiful girls of various nationalities strolled around or lay on towels, sunning themselves to a golden tan. There was a long buffet table attended by liveried staff, dutifully serving the revelers from the assortment of gourmet food and endless array of liquor. A major holiday was coming soon, and the Galveston crew was celebrating a few days early. Lying face down on a chaise lounge, a red bull of a man was receiving a massage from a tall blonde in a black lace bikini. Dressed in loose satin trunks, Ernest Dillard was covered with coarse hair, the origin of the secret nickname of Gorilla. But the police officer who had first called him that was never seen in town again. Gorilla Dillard ruled Galveston with an iron fist, killing anyone he could not intimidate, blackmail, or bribe. Starting to work on the man's wide shoulders, the blonde pressed her large breasts against his back.
Lose the top, sweetheart.
Reaching behind her back, the girl undid the laces of the tiny scrap of cloth, and it fluttered to the ground. Leaning over the mob boss again, the girl traced her long nails gently along his spine and started moving her palms in tight circles on his lower back when one of the bodyguards walked over.
Yeah, Billy, what is it?
Tom at the front gate says we have a visitor. Big guy, black hair, rented car.
Well, that could be 100 people I know. You got a name?
Driver's license and gun permit have the name Matthew Cooper. Says he has some information you want.
Like what?
Says it's for you only. Should I get rid of him?
No, I'm curious. Let him in. But check him for wires.
Tom, the boss says it's okay. Harry, Tony, make sure he's clean or it's your ass.
It's their heads. Honey, enough of that. Give me a beer.
Sure thing, baby.
Dillard grinned at the sight of the girl walking away. Damn, she was hot. Then his attention swiveled as a big man entered, as if he owned the place. Dillard had seen the type before. This was a hitter, all muscle and oiled steel. Harry held up a palm to stop the newcomer, while Tony brandished a 9mm Uzi to cover them both. Meanwhile, the bodyguards on the roof had slipped the Remington sniper rifles off their shoulders, ready for trouble. The stranger coolly used 2 fingers to pull back his sports jacket to reveal a belt holster with a nickel-plated Glock 21 pistol. The gun was taken, and the expert search continued until the guard was satisfied.
Hiya, Ernie. That's Mr. Dillard, asshole. Smart-mouthed me again and you died.
Everybody dies. Here, I brought you something.
About to taste his beer, Dillard placed the bottle aside to pick up the leather booklet. He scowled when he saw it was a bank book. Flipping through, he caught the amount in the account.
What is this, a bribe? 100 grand is chump change. I use 50s to wipe my ass.
Can you still use those as legal tender?
Shit, no.
Only the guards stayed grim, watching the stranger with hands tight on the grips of their weapons.
Okay. So it's not a bribe. What does this have to do with me?
Check the name.
Bullshit, it's a fake.
Suit yourself. I just thought you'd like to know, and maybe cut a deal.
Deal? What kind of deal?
That 100 grand is deposited in the name of James Harold Green. Jimmy G is narking you out, or skimming the take. Either way, you're being taken for a ride.
Could be. Jimmy's a snake. But exactly how did you find out about this?
I have my sources.
Yeah, my boys can beat it out of you.
They can try.
You got any proof?
What more do you need? Or do you pay Jimmy enough for him to save that kind of green?
The bank deposit had completely cleaned out Bolan's war chest, but would be worth it if the trick paid off. However, the crime boss was rightfully suspicious of anything that seemed so easy. Bolan could use that.
Okay. Let's say Jimmy is skimming the till. Now where do you come in?
Seems to me you're soon going to have an opening in your public relations department. Someone not greedy or stupid enough to cross you.
Mm-hmm. You want Jimmy's job?
Why not? I wouldn't steal anywhere near as much as he does. Besides, I'm not very photogenic.
Leaning forward in the lounge, Dillard frowned at that, not sure if it was a joke. Since this had nothing to do with her, Honey walked over to another chaise lounge and laid down, crossing her long legs at the ankles. They were talking business. When the monster wanted her back, he'd let her know.
I don't scare you.
No.
I should.
Likewise.
Well, you talk a good game, but I don't know you from shit. And I don't like the idea of losing a good man.
Mr. Dillard, you don't have a good man. You got a punk with balls for brains.
Catching the subtle change in the man's tone, Dillard glanced at the bank book. The feds wouldn't toss that kind of change just to sneak a man into his organization. They didn't have the funds. And he paid a fortune to the goddamn state politicians to make sure the cops didn't have access to that kind of capital.
Yeah, well, maybe so, but how do I know you're kosher?
Want me to clip someone? Sure. How about Jimmy?
My own people can handle that. How about a simpler test, right here, right now?
Standing, the crime boss walked closer to Bolan, his head barely reaching the other man's shoulder. The guy was hairy, short, and wide, and Bolan could see why he had gotten the nickname Gorilla so early in his brutal career.
See that blonde over there, without the top?
Dillard pointed at Honey. Unconcerned with her partial nudity, the woman was rubbing suntan lotion into her stomach with long, smooth motions, her painted fingernails glistening in the bright sunlight. Bolan nodded in frank approval. He would have to be blind to miss the buxom beauty.
Sure. Nice stuff. That my reward?
No, that's not even close. She's a target. Kill her, and you're hired. Billy, give him a piece.
Honey froze as Billy reached under his coat and pulled out a Colt .45 pistol. He tossed it over, and Bolan made the catch.
Ernie? Baby? Is this some sort of joke?
Head or the heart?
Although he was trying hard not to show it, Bolan was caught completely off guard by this, his brain racing for a way out. But if he balked or refused, the snipers on the roof would burn him on the spot.
In the head. Make it snappy.
No problem.
Stumbling to her bare feet, Honey started to back away.
Please, Ernie. Baby, I've been good to you.
Striding forward, Bolan advanced upon the weeping woman and grabbed her by the hair to hold her still as he stuffed the gun barrel just behind an ear.
Nothing personal. Just business.
Stop! God, you are a cold bastard. Okay, you're legit. Let her go.
Whatever you want, sir.
Dillard heard the addition of the honorific and nodded in approval. Smart man and a stone killer. Trembling all over, Honey tumbled to the grass. Several of the other girls rushed over to wrap a towel around their friend and walk her to a cabana.
Julie, give me a beer.
A redhead left the group to rush to the buffet table and bring over a fresh beer, standing near the crime boss with a forced smile on her pale face. Keeping his own face neutral, Bolan felt the tension drain away. That had been close. He had been stalling for precious seconds, and if pressed, he would have fired the gun near the woman and thrown her into the pool as a diversion, then grabbed Dillard as a shield and tried to shoot his way to the hovercraft at the dock.
Anybody else here you're unhappy with?
Bolan looked directly at Billy. The guard blanched, then Bolan tossed the Colt on the ground near his shoes.
Cooper, you made of ice, a fucking Iceman. That's what I'm gonna call you. Matthew Ice.
Cooper will do fine. It holds down any unauthorized fraternizing with the staff.
God damn it, Cooper, you're a pisser. Fraternizing with the staff like this is a war movie, right? You hear that, Julie? Scott kills me.
Oh, he's a killer, all right. I better be careful or he's going to just eat me up alive.
I've already had lunch, but I'll be hungry again later.
Anytime.
Sit down, Cooper. Join the party, meet the rest of the boys. Julie, find this man a friend.
The slim redhead looked at Bolan with hungry eyes, and he got the feeling that she would be the one showing the soldier a good time, and as soon as possible.
Sounds good, sir, but Jimmy should be taken care of first. Be happy to do it for you. I could use a job right now. Don't like to be called off in the middle. Makes me tense.
Smiling grandly, Ernest Dillard finally relaxed. So that was the catch. Cooper was a blood addict. He loved to kill like other guys liked sex. Excellent. He could use a man like that.
Sure. Have fun. The little trader's yours.
Got an address?
Yeah, he lives at the Golden Health Spa. It's a whorehouse over on Dulvett Street.
Thanks.
Help yourself to one of the girls over there if you want. On the house.
Sounds good.
Bet your ass it's good. You know, someday we'll be too old for the ladies, Cooper. All a man's gonna remember is every piece of tail he ever turned down.
I'll be wearing pine by then.
Wearing pine? Oh, God damn it, Cooper! You are a funny guy. I think we're gonna get along just fine. Now, you be sure to come on back here when you're done. I mean, this party's just getting started. It's gonna last for days.
For a brief slice of eternity, Bolan looked at the cabana that Honey had taken refuge in, then turned to smile coldly at Dillard. Julie caught his eye.
You will be back, right?
Count on it.
Throwing up a rainbow spray in its wake, the old Cajun airboat skimmed along the surface of the Louisiana Bayou, the thick rushes parting in front of it like wheat in the wind. Cypress and tupelo trees rose from the muddy banks of small isles, their branches heavy with Spanish moss and countless small birds. Sitting high in the rear, Minas Pedrosa was at the helm, guiding the airboat by angling the gigantic fan that drove the craft. Cirellus Aljares and Georgina Misne occupied the two front seats, caseless rifles lying across their laps. Dog Mariano was back on dry land, guarding the truck and the rest of their equipment. He was also serving as a rear guard in case the customers today decided to play fast and loose. The buyers weren't famous for keeping their word. Treachery was more than expected. It was practically mandatory. But their price had been the highest, and so the Scion had agreed to sup with the devil of the German terrorist group, Volkswagen. Bolted to the deck of the airboat between Zalhares and Misne was an old wooden box, normally used to store fishing tackle or dead chickens to toss to the swamp gators for the amusement of tourists. Now the simple crate held two battered briefcases and the harnessed power of an exploding sun. Creepers hung heavy from the banyan trees, their raised roots exposed like a nest of snakes magically cast into wooden statues. Thick snakes glided through the murky green water, the insect life as dense as fog in some places. But to the Brazilians it felt like home, and they had come well equipped with various forms of bug repellents to handle the minor inconvenience of mosquitoes. Reaching some open water, majestic desolation spread in front of the airboat for a great distance.
Head for the chimes. That's where we'll find our buyer.
Pedrosa headed in that direction, comparing the compass on his wrist with the chimes to slowly find a small island lost in a maze of trees, creepers, and wild vegetation. There was no dock, but a section of the shoreline with a mudflat.
Mind the alligators.
I used to live on the Amazon River. I am supposed to be frightened of some slow American alligators?
Misne jerked her hand away just in time to avoid the clashing teeth. Splashing furiously over the mist food, the gator slammed the airboat with its tail, rocking the craft dangerously.
Woman, you endanger us with this foolishness. You enjoy killing too much. Sometimes it is wise to be quiet. Mice thrive when tigers die.
In this noisy machine? The Germans knew we were coming from miles away.
And what of the Delta police?
I look forward to meeting them. Oh, yes.
There it is. Brace yourselves.
The cabin was in ruins. The ripped screen windows hung ajar. The roof was riddled with holes, and the porch steps sagged as if the old wood were melting in the moist swamp air. The men turned to see a group of hunters in a small patch of dry land located under the spreading branches of a tupelo tree. The Spanish moss cut away to form a sort of doorway in the natural covering. Circling a crude campfire, sitting on cinder blocks, were 4 men in worn hunter's clothing. Bolt-action rifles rested on their shoulders, the sewn pockets of their flannel shirts lined with shiny brass cartridges. But the blond men weren't Cajun by any stretch of the imagination. Their Nordic skin was far too pale, their designer boots brand new, and their mirrored sunglasses and elaborate watches obviously expensive. The Atchafalaya Swamp was a wildlife preserve and river basin, and while a few poor souls tried to eke out a living there, none of them could afford the fine apparel on display among the 4 large men.
You're right on time. We like punctuality. It is a sign of high intelligence.
And we like cash.
Zalhares lifted a briefcase and stepped off the airboat. Then Misne did the same with the other briefcase, slipping on a pair of handcuffs, locking the handle of the briefcase onto her wrist. Pedrosa remained in the airboat with one hand on the controls, the other resting on his lap near his open hunting vest.
The official name of the moon is Luna. The sun is called Sol.
The planet Saturn was originally called George.
International Astronomy Conference, London, England.
It was in 1965, and ratified again in 1985.
That is correct.
Both sides relaxed slightly, assured that they were talking to the proper people. The exchange had almost been a formality in the situation. If either had been American agents, they would have started shooting on sight.
Care for some coffee? It's still hot.
There is no need for perfunctory pleasantries. We have the Zodiac. Do you have the money?
We have your payment. 42 million in cut gems.
The 4th German stood to flip over the cinder block and lift out a small jeweler's bag of fine leather. A foot wide and some 6 inches thick, the pouch lay heavy in his open hand.
Our payment was to be 5 million in cash, plus 35 million in gems. Not all gems.
Which is 5 are paying 42 million in gems. There simply was not enough time to convert a portion of them into hard currency.
The additional 2 million should be more than sufficient compensation for the inconvenience. Don't you agree?
In the airboat, Pedrosa released the controls and placed both hands on his knees, bending forward slightly so that his vest gaped a little to expose the set of pistols holstered in his belt. Behind Zalhares, Misne closed the briefcase and locked it tight with a loud snap.
The gems will be fine. Show me.
Folding back a section, the pouch spread wide, exposing dozens of small compartments made of clear plastic, each completely filled with colored gems of different sizes and clarities.
As requested, only blue-white diamonds, 4 to 6 carats, plus uncut emeralds and sapphires, but no rubies. Why not rubies?
The synthetic are too difficult to tell from the real gems. Actually, it is impossible to tell them apart, which is why artificial rubies have an identification code carved into them to prevent fraud.
Really? I did not know that. How interesting.
Stop. Minas, check the gems.
You do not trust us?
No.
That is good. Trust is for fools.
Leaving the airboat, the S2 agent joined the man on the wet ground and produced a jeweler's loupe, setting the magnifying device around his head and turning on the small light alongside the lens. Wiping his hands clean on his pants, Pedrosa started to lift out random gems to inspect them one at a time.
And you are the expert in gems?
Yes?
What is your professional opinion?
Taking it slow, Pedrosa ran through several emeralds before replying.
Acceptable. 42 million is an accurate assessment of the value.
Of course. Now, show us the Zodiac.
One of the Germans rose and moved closer to inspect the machinery before taking out a small device and running it back and forth over the bomb.
It's real, and not on to detonate.
Excellent. Now!
4 men rose from the scummy water around the island wearing alligator-colored scuba suits, their hands gripping 9mm Steyr submachine guns, safely sealed inside plastic bags.
Fools! Nobody move! Peter, check it.
It's another Zodiac. It is trying to explode.
You brought 2 of them. An unexpected move. Very clever.
No. Elementary tactics.
All right. Turn it off, or else...
Or else what? Kill me and vaporize ourselves? I think not.
Zalhares moved in with a boxer's grace and violently backhanded the man across the face.
You pay for that, shrine.
Wrong again. Now choose your next move carefully, Nazi. Because I am prepared to die. Are you?
Am I prepared to die? Yes, I am. But not over this. Hans, give them to Jules.
Hans gave the jeweler's bag to Pedrosa, who returned to the airboat and tucked it safely into the wooden box between the seats, then resumed his post at the controls.
All right, Scheisskopf. Turn off that Zodiac and hand it over, and we shall go our separate ways.
Waving away a swarm of annoying gnats, Zalhares simply couldn't believe the staggering arrogance of the man. And these were the Darwinian supermen who had thought to rule the world? Pitiful.
Mine stays armed until we are long gone from here. Georgina, give me your Zodiac.
Satisfied?
Almost. There is just one small detail to settle.
What now?
Minas, Nizhne, now!
One of the Germans jerked wildly from the barrage of 9mm rounds, walking backward and waving wildly. He toppled over an exposed root and fell into the swamp to slowly begin to sink. The scuba divers started toward the man, then stopped when it was clear there was nothing that could be done to assist the removed corpse.
There is always a price to pay for failure. We left your scientist alive to operate the Zodiac, but the jeweler had served his purpose.
He was a cousin, a blood relative.
Now he is nothing.
Move along, Adolf. You have 5 minutes to leave before we come hunting for him.
As the Germans moved into the hanging curtain of thick green moss, the Brazilians walked backward toward the airboat, watching for more trickery. Pedrosa kept a gun in hand as the others strapped themselves into the chairs. When they were a good distance from the moss-shrouded islands, Minas revved the engine and began to skim along their original route toward the distant culvert near Interstate 10, where Mariano would be waiting for them in the truck.
Fools! Dangerous fools!
Her eyes still shining with pleasure, Riznik said nothing.
How much money do we have left?
A couple of $1,000 American dollars and 1 million Mexican pesos. We don't dare convert those without fear of exposing ourselves to the FBI. We shall have to find some other source of ready cash to reach our next delivery.
We are millionaires and paupers at the same time? Only in America.
The lack of money is a minor problem. Once we reach the next stage, I will scan the police vans and find us a likely target.
I do not wish to take such action. It will put us at some risk of exposure.
And what is life without risk? Come, my friend, the risk is minimal. We have done such things before.
But only when necessary. Personally, I shall be glad to leave this place. The stink of those German fools has made even the richness of the swamp untenable.
Bolan walked around the corner and into the crowded parking lot of the whorehouse, noting the uncut tall grass that started exactly where the parking lot stopped. A red light illuminated the front door. Rising 3 stories high, every window was closed with a curtain that blocked any light from escaping. But directly under the red bulb on the front porch was a young woman in a cane rocker and sucking on a lollipop. Dressed in a skin-tight spandex top and high-cut denim shorts, her appearance left no doubt as to the nature of the intimate services offered here.
Hi, handsome. I'm Candy.
Would you like a lick?
Maybe later.
Inside, Bolan found himself in a short hallway that emptied into a front room, cheaply done in wood paneling, and decorated with framed centerfolds from men's magazines. The air was a terrible mixture of overly sweet perfume and industrial pine disinfectant. Near a hallway closed off with a beaded curtain was a small metal desk with an older woman sitting behind it, filing her long blue nails. Her platinum hair was piled high and stiff with spray, her white cotton dress cut low to show a lot of cleavage, but loose enough to hide her plus-sized belly. Yet in spite of her weight, the woman still had rather shapely legs stretched out under the desk, toes wiggling in ankle-strap wedgies from another era. From the hard expression on her face, like a frontline general determined to make sure the troops did their job with a minimum of goofing off, Bolan deduced that she was the madam who ran the sex shop. The carpet was blood red, and the ceiling was painted black, with a long velour couch across the room. 4 anxious men of various ages sitting there and trying very hard not to look at one another, even though they were all there for the same reason. Additional centerfolds adorned the walls above the couch, with more sex mags stacked loosely on the end tables and coffee table.
Hello, gorgeous. Are you a member of the Golden Spa? Boy, you sure should be. I mean, a real looker like you.
I'm here to see Green. Now.
Who was that again?
James Green, and stop wasting my time. I work for Gorilla.
All pretense vanished, and she reached under the desk for a moment. A few seconds later, a hidden door set in the wood paneling swung open, and out stepped a large man in a black t-shirt and loose chino pants tucked into army boots. Bolan didn't need to ask if this was the bouncer. He looked the part. His hair was cut short, so an opponent couldn't grab it in a fight, and there was the leather strap of a blackjack sticking out of his hip pocket to quietly subdue the more violent customers who refused to pay, leave, or were unhappy with the services rendered.
Yes, Miss Miranda?
The gentleman wants to see Mr. Green.
The bouncer looked Bolan up and down, then shrugged and turned around, going back into the camouflage door. Bolan followed him in. A long stairwell stretched sharply ahead, the only other door in sight being on the 3rd floor. Reaching the top, the bouncer swung open the thin plywood door and moved into a short hallway lushly carpeted and lined with closed doors. There was no noise coming from behind any of them, so Bolan guessed these were private rooms for the special parties of executive guests.
Office at the end.
Thanks. Now go wait downstairs.
This room was radically different from the ground floor of the brothel. Clean plaster walls were painted a light pastel color, making the place seem larger than it really was. A heavy brass bed was tucked into one corner of the room, the linens neatly made. A big mahogany desk stood near French-style windows, and sitting in a velvet wing-backed chair was a skinny man with wavy blonde hair. His woven leather sandals were lying on the carpet, his bare feet resting on an ottoman. Everything in the room was expensive, and clashed. It was a den of wealth adorned with absolutely nothing of taste.
Jimmy G.
Yeah, the pizza here already?
It's been canceled.
What the shit? Son of a bitch, who the fuck are you?
When there was no reply, he turned and went pale as his gaze locked with Bolan's. All of the rebellion flowed out of the man as if a valve had been opened.
Hey there, that is...
Stuff it, Jimmy. My employers aren't happy with you.
Bolan made Jimmy strain to hear the words. It was an old trick that forced the person being interrogated to concentrate on hearing what was being said, which made it much harder for them to come up with lies.
Your employers?
Jimmy risked a glance at the desk. Bolan guessed there was a gun hidden there.
Nice Browning you have here.
Oh, shit.
The package you delivered on the dock. My employer is very unhappy with the quality.
Bolan reached in a pocket for a pack of cigarettes. After fishing for a smoke and finding it empty, he tossed it into the trash can by the desk.
Hey, that's bullshit, man. Those were all top quality, and legit, too. The real McCoy.
Bolan racked the slide to eject the bullet in the chamber, then tossed the useless Browning onto the bed. Jimmy darted his eyes for a second, then looked back to find Bolan pointing the Beretta in his direction.
Okay. Only some of them were fakes. But there hadn't been enough time to get all 50. I mean, really, some of those weird states like South Dakota and Iowa, who the fuck wants to go there anyway, for Christ's sake?
Bolan instantly understood what he was talking about. License plates. The shoebox-sized package had actually been a bundle of license plates for a vehicle. That way, the Scion could travel across the country and not be stopped by highway patrol for having out-of-state plates.
A few of them, Jimmy?
All right, most of them. But hey, they were top quality. You gotta admit that much. Absolutely top quality.
Which ones, Jimmy?
Hey, I really don't remember, but I got it in my book. It's in the desk.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Here you go. South Dakota, Iowa, Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Delaware, and Maine. See? Nobody states. Total crap. Who needs them, eh? It's not like I missed New York or California or someplace important.
Just a minute. The truck came with Texas plates. You gave them 50 anyway. What about the foreign plate?
Hey, that Mexican plate was legit. I mean, shit. It's right over the border. No biggie to get a plate there.
And there it was, their escape route. Mexico. That was how the Scion planned to leave the country and drive back to South America. Or maybe stop at Panama and hop another freighter. Zalhares was going to circle, land in Texas, drive around delivering the Zodiacs, and then back through Mexico to freedom.
We want replacements, Jimmy. Real plates this time, or it's your ass.
Sure. No problem. I can have them for you by tomorrow, noon. At the very latest, 1 o'clock. All right, by noon. Guaranteed.
Not enough.
And half the money back for fucking it up, okay? That's only fair, right? Hey, we gotta be fair. So where do you want them delivered, Mr.
Cooper.
Right, okay. Mr. Cooper, where do you want the place delivered? I gotcha. I'll call the boss and ask. No problem. I'm on the case. But you know, Mr. Cooper, sir, that refund is gonna come right out of my cut, leaving me with shit. Old man Dillard takes all the rest. A man has got to make a living. Hey, I got kids to feed.
Tell me another one, Jimmy. If Gorilla knew anything about this deal, you'd be in pictures.
Yeah, well, you know how it goes. $1 here and there, steal a little, not a lot. Private enterprise, the Lord helps those who help themselves, and all that shit.
Hallelujah. By noon, Jimmy, or Gorilla will be the least of your worries.
Bolan paused in the hallway and slipped on an earpiece, then turned up the volume on the radio in his pocket. For a moment, Bolan could only hear the crackle of the plastic expanding back into shape. Then the special filter created by Gadget Schwartz for the microtransmitter inside the cigarette pack kicked in.
Hey, it's me. Some guy was just in my fucking office. Called himself Cooper. Isn't that the name of the new button man for Dillard?
That caught Bolan by surprise. How had he learned about that so quickly? Gorilla had to have a leak in the organization. Probably Julie or one of the other girls working there.
Yeah, makes no sense to me either. If Dillard wanted me iced, then why was this guy pretending to be from Zalhares? Oh, shit. He's a cop. That must be it, Julie. He's a fucking cop. I gotta go. Hello, Mr. Dillard? This is me. Now, don't hang up. I want to cut a deal for my life. There's a cop here that... Hello? Hello? You son of a bitch. Hang up on me, will you hairy-ass bastard? Yeah. Hello, I would like to leave a message for Mr. Zodiac, please.
That was one phone call Bolan couldn't let the man complete. A single mention that someone was asking about them could send the Scion into hiding for months, and the Zodiacs would be sold and long gone before the Brazilians were found again, if ever. Pumping blood from his chest and throat, Jimmy slammed backward into the wall.
Hello? Hello, is anybody there?
Bolan started to hang up, then realized the old-fashioned telephone didn't have a redial button. There was no way for him to learn where the call was coming from without some cooperation from the other caller.
Have Mr. Zodiac call me at this number immediately.
Taking a chair, Bolan waited. Now it was only a matter of time. An answering service was a smart move. They were hard to beat without raiding the office for the referring phone numbers written in a log. But there was always a way around that. Sometimes it worked, sometimes not. But it was Bolan's best chance at a fast fix on the bombs.
Zodiac here.
Why, hello, Mr. Zodiac. This is National Cellular Phone Telecorporation, and we want to make you an exciting offer on additional long-distance and roaming charges.
Bolan waited with bated breath until the telephone rang again. He couldn't do anything until Zodiac called back. If the S2 agent was calling on a cell phone, this wouldn't work, but there was always the chance that he would be using a landline to avoid speaking over the air and getting caught by an NSA Echelon satellite monitoring all cell phone calls.
National phone. Our business is the world. How may I help you?
Good. Now that Zalhares had checked and was hopefully convinced the first call had been just a random sales call, he was free to tap in the star 69 code, hoping that Jimmy G had the service. Luckily he did, and the robotic operator dutifully read Bolan back the last incoming number. Tapping the phone with a finger, Bolan got a dial tone and contacted the operator to get the location for the area code. Mr. Zodiac had just called from Louisiana.
Bear, I need the street location on a phone number, and fast.
Now, faster than you think. We found evidence of an online auction for 2 of the Zodiac cases. The deal has likely already been brokered since the auction itself closed recently.
And it came from East Texas.
Bolan was tired and hungry. It had been too long since his last meal, and sleep was a distant memory. Soon he'd have to catch some shut-eye, whether he wanted to or not.
That's the best we could zero it in. Oh, thanks, Akira. Okay, here it is, Stryker. That phone number was for Room 19, Delta View Hotel, 1498 Main Street, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Baton Rouge, eh? Thanks, Bear.
Anything else?
Yeah. Better have Barbara get Able Team and Phoenix Force ready. I may need some backup on this if the nukes go in different directions.
No problem. Call us if you need anything else. Anything at all. Good luck. You don't need me to tell you this, but
Don't leave the phone behind to be traced. No problem, Bear.
Bolan chewed over the matter for a moment. A hotel in Baton Rouge. Why there? It was the state capital, but otherwise of little importance. Louisiana wasn't the home to any terrorist organizations that he knew of, aside from the KKK, and they were so riddled with FBI undercover agents they couldn't buy a hot dog without Uncle Sam knowing about it. It had to be a meeting place. So the question became, were there any good targets in Louisiana? With that thought, Bolan went cold inside as he comprehended that the holiday celebration Dillard had been talking about was Fat Tuesday, the day before the start of the Catholic holiday of Lent. And in the great southern state of Louisiana, that meant only one thing: Mardi Gras. The biggest party in North America, and the absolute perfect place to detonate a small-yield nuke to get the greatest number of civilian casualties covered by the world press. If the Zodiac was going to Mardi Gras, then Bolan would just have to be there first. Leaving the office, he closed the broken door as best he could, forcing the key between the door and the jamb to help hold it in place. It wouldn't pass muster at close inspection, but it might work on a casual inspection from someone merely glancing down the hallway. Bolan opened the camouflage door slowly. The madam behind the little desk seemed tense, her legs tucked out of sight. She avoided looking at Bolan as he left the room. All of the customers on the couch were gone, and the atmosphere of the brothel had changed. Something was wrong, and Bolan could feel it. In the short hall, he checked his guns. The moment he stepped outside, the executioner knew he'd walked into a trap. The prostitute in the rocking chair was gone. When he'd arrived, the wild grass around the parking lot had been full of the noise of crickets and locusts. The grass and the rows of cars beyond were now deadly quiet. Lashing out, Bolan smashed the red light bulb above the door and dove to the ground, rolling for the bushes. Rolling into a crouch, Bolan pulled both of his guns and waited for the flashes to come again. Out in the darkness, someone was using 2 guns, his body faintly illuminated by those flashes.
Gotcha.
He's in the bushes!
Bolan was already on the move, darting behind a convertible to find a large man cradling a sawed-off shotgun.
Huh? Oh!
His head snapped backward, and Bolan caught the shotgun as it fell from the man's limp fingers.
Let's hope your car insurance is paid up, fellas.
Now the gunmen could no longer talk to one another, and that was fine by Bolan. While they were trying not to shoot one another, anybody the soldier found carrying heat was a viable target.
Where the hell is he? Is he over? I think
Someone stupidly rose to their feet while pulling out a grenade. The man never had time to fix his mistake, nor pull the pin. Bolan moved to the fallen man and recovered the grenade, along with 2 more, and something else wrapped in cloth. Chancing a quick look, Bolan frowned at the sight of a lock of long blonde hair, the roots still sticky with fresh blood. The light was weak, but still good enough for the soldier to see that the hair was the same color as that Julie woman's from the poolside party. She had to have been caught on the telephone with Jimmy, and Dillard beat the truth out of her. Thoroughly rattled, customers fled the brothel any way they could, some through second-story windows. When the shooting paused for them to check the damage, the executioner stood, his Desert Eagle at the ready.
Son of a bitch must have night goggles.
Bolan realized that he knew that voice. It was Santorino. He ripped off a side view mirror from a rusty old Toyota and angled it about until finding the big man. Holding a pistol, Miguel Santorino had his right arm in a sling, and the left side of his face was swaddled in bandages, probably from the fiery exhaust of the Stinger. He was also standing alongside Ernest Dillard. The Brazilian killer had come looking for Zalhares and found Gorilla instead. Not good.
Turn on the headlights! Blind the fucker!
The crime boss was holding an M16 M203 combo assault rifle, but Bolan hadn't yet heard the familiar sound of the U.S. Army weapon in operation.
Saving it to protect your own ass, Gorilla.
Bolan pulled the pin on a fat grenade and waited for a chance for a clean throw. But civilians were everywhere, some of them actually trying to start their cars and drive away through the middle of a firefight.
Don't move!
Clutching his clothing, a terrified man whirled, holding his jingling car keys.
Please, don't!
Shit, it isn't him.
Zeroing in on the voice, Bolan peeled off the spoon and flipped the grenade high above the parked cars. Anyone standing was thrown to the ground. The gunmen struggled to their feet again. Already running low behind the lines of parked cars, Bolan was almost in the tall grass.
Shit, boss, we have to go!
Finish the job! This man you call Cooper dies right here or we do!
This ain't the Alamo, asshole. We'll catch him some other day. You ain't paid enough to fight with Texas Rangers. It's over.
The men lowered their weapons and started shuffling away from the whorehouse.
Nobody leaves! Now do as you're ordered!
Ah, fuck you!
Reaching the street during the confusion, Bolan took careful aim at the remaining cars. Soon every vehicle was disabled, and Bolan was headed away from the killing ground, satisfied that Dillard and his men wouldn't be going anywhere for a while, except for a long chat with the police. Turning off Markham Street, the bank truck drove through the sparse nighttime traffic onto the Broadway Bridge that arched over the Arkansas River. It connected the slowly dying metropolis of Little Rock with the much older, thriving city of North Little Rock. As the truck passed by, a pedestrian brought a fat plastic tube up to his shoulder. The truck violently exploded as the front wheels blew off and the bulletproof window shattered. The 10-ton truck reared up onto its back tires, then came slamming back down onto the bridge, flames rising up from the burning chassis. The river police tugs came alive and started cycling open the wire mesh gate that closed off their paddocks. On the Broadway Bridge, the pedestrian leveled another plastic tube. A sedan raced along the bridge from out of North Little Rock, savagely braking alongside the burning bank truck. The Scion poured out to join Dog Mariano. Heavily armed, each of the S2 agents was dressed in black and wearing ski masks. Mariano tossed the spent launcher over the bridge railing. Then he and Georgina Mizne hurried to the rear doors of the smashed vehicle. In only a few seconds, the blaze was sufficiently under control.
Plastique's ready. Stand by.
Pulling on gloves, Mariano climbed through the tattered opening and shoved aside the dead guards to start ripping open bags of money and toss them over the railing. Most packs of cash fell to the water and started to sink out of sight, but a few of the bundles came apart in the descent.
Heads up, Pedrosa!
Using heavy-duty shears, Mizne cut open the larger bags and began tossing the individual packs to Pedrosa, who was still carrying a fire extinguisher. Standing guard, Zalhares watched for any sign of police cars or helicopters. One of the packs of money tossed by Mizne exploded in midair in a purple spray. Pedrosa instantly fogged it with a long burst of icy-cold CO2 from the extinguisher. The gas froze the dye so that it condensed into a liquid and fell impotently to the pavement, unable to permanently stain the people, cars, or precious cash.
There's only one dye pack per bag. Take it.
Misne started on another. Heaving the bundles over one by one, Pedrosa waited for the expected bursts as the dye pack got the measured 10 feet away from the truck. When nothing happened, he made the catch and threw the money into the open trunk of the waiting sedan.
90 seconds. How much do we have?
100,000 so far.
Then keep going. 85 seconds. 84. So kind of the police to be prompt. And so thoughtful of you to steal that gasoline truck, mister.
Zalhares moved to the opposite railing of the bridge. But the shell went high and impacted on a riverboat restaurant, blowing a hole in the side of the moored vessel and filling the interior with shrapnel and flame.
Damn the luck. Missed.
Zalhares aimed higher and successfully blew up a fire plug. The streaming water obstructed any possible view from that direction. By now, the trunk of the sedan was stacked full of packs of money, mostly in large denominations. Mariano was tossing the smaller bills, 20s and 50s, into the Arkansas River, the surface thick with a spreading oval of bills moving in the gentle current.
Time! Let's go. And don't forget to cover the trail we left.
Dropping a partially opened bag of cash, Mariano climbed out of the armored truck and headed for the sedan.
You don't think thermite grenades are too much?
I think they're just a thing.
The sedan barely reached the end of the bridge before the grenades exploded.
Now it'll take them days to find out how much, if any, money was taken.
Good luck for us.
Luck belongs to the quickest gun.
Driving past the ruined fire hydrant, Pedrosa hit the brakes and allowed the gushing stream of water to splash over the sedan, washing off the fresh coat of black water-based paint and exposing the light blue paint job underneath. Rolling onto the busy streets of North Little Rock, Pedrosa pulled to the curb to get out of the way as fire trucks and ambulances went hurtling past them. Police cars appeared from everywhere, and one squad car slowed to look directly at the blue sedan. Faking surprise, Pedrosa blinked at the officer and had started to roll down the window when the cop changed his mind and pulled away.
I guess we don't look like killers and thieves.
How much did we get?
At a guess, $500,000, mostly in hundreds and $500 bills.
Nothing smaller?
Of course. A couple of thousand in 20s and 50s.
We are not fools to only take big bills.
Good enough. Now while the police are busy at the bridge and park, we will visit the arms shop across town.
Are you sure they store illegal weapons?
According to the CIA records, yes. Even though most of what we need is conventional caliber ammunition, 22s, 45s and such. How many rounds remain for the Urus?
4 blocks each. After that, they're dead. There is no way we can get more of the ammo blocks in America.
Then we should get some additional machine guns and save the submachine guns for emergencies.
If there is a choice, I recommend AK-47 assault rifles. The ammunition will be easy to obtain and the range is good.
Uzi machine pistols are better, much lighter.
But they have no range.
We'll take whatever they have. Dog, you get grenades. Minas, rocket launchers. RPG, whatever is in stock. Georgina, concentrate on the weapons and spare ammo. I will stand guard. Remember to touch nothing in the store itself. That will have many alarms. Only the illegal weapons and ammo in the rear storeroom can be taken. The owners have no wish for the police to find those, and we can take whatever we want, and it will not be reported.
To steal from a thief is not a crime. It is merely irony.
So you have read Cervantes, old friend?
Of course. Before you set me free, I had many years in jail to expand my education.
Should we kill the shopkeeper?
Of course. Afterward.
Good.
And then we can proceed to our last delivery.
Misne had managed to slip out of the black paramilitary garb and bandages binding down her chest, and was bent low to slip into a snug sports bra. She wasn't embarrassed to be naked around the men, but she would be easily visible to the passengers in the cars passing by, and that would attract too much attention. This was the southern United States, where everybody was a hypocrite and sex was only had behind locked doors. Nudity was a part of life, just like violence. What was the point of pretending it didn't exist?
Oh, God, that's better. I hope we never have to bind me flat again.
After this last delivery, we'll never have to do anything we don't want to, ever again.
in a whirlwind of cushioning air, the Black Hawk helicopter landed on the grassy field. The craft was still setting its landing gear into the lawn when the door to the nearby log cabin swung open and 5 men walked out carrying bulky duffel bags.
Lion, sure you got everything?
As the head of security for the farm, Buck Green really should have been in his office watching this on a video monitor. But he liked to get his hands into the field work of the teams as much as possible.
Sure as hell hope so.
Carl Lyons' icy blue eyes professionally studied the sleek helicopter. It was a sweet ship and ready to haul his combat team anywhere. Recalled from a long-overdue dinner with an old friend, Lyons was wearing tan slacks and a sports coat that seemed loud enough to be picked up on radar.
Anything else we might need can be airdropped in the field.
Rosario, the politician, Blancanales, pushed back the sliding door on the side of the military machine.
We're taken from the dead hands of the enemy.
Herman Gadget Schwartz waited to toss his duffel bag onto the growing pile inside the shaking Blackhawk.
Give us a shout! Anywhere, anytime!
Especially if you need an extra hand. I'll always be glad to help. I know Texas better than any of you damn Yankees.
The Scion are most likely long gone from there by now. But thanks for the offer. Be glad to have either of you at my back any day.
They all knew that every mission could be the last, so there was never any time for halfway measures in friendship. They were brothers in blood, having waded through rivers of the stuff more than once in the service of their country. Nodding farewell, the group parted, Green and Kissinger going back inside the farmhouse, and Able Team climbing into the waiting Blackhawk. As the men took their seats, it was obvious that the adjustable interior of the craft had been configured for a combat mission. 4 of the wall-mounted jump seats had been removed, and 2 medical litters installed in their place, along with a 12-drawer medical cabinet that oddly resembled a tool tower system used in most garages. There was also a defibrillator and an assortment of wall hooks for hanging bags of plasma and saline to treat the wounded. But that still left 7 seats for the 3-man team and plenty of space for their bags of equipment.
Got everything in here but a jukebox. I thought we were supposed to be low profile.
We're listed as a National Guard medevac unit, so that should cover any questions nicely. We're Guardsmen on Maneuvers. JADD, you know.
Just another damn drill. I hear that, brother.
And it never hurts to have a few bandages handy when lead is flying.
With one hand glued to the joystick, Grimaldi was already throwing switches and setting the multi-throttles of the military helicopter. A wide and complex control board covered the entire front of the craft, and another curved along the ceiling, with an additional panel banked with rows of buttons and dials spread between the 2 front seats in the high-tech cockpit.
I see we're equipped with enough plasma for 20 men. Just a safety precaution, in case we need to do a lavage procedure or full transfusion because of radiation poisoning. This Hawk is proof to a lot of rads, EM pulses too. But you boys will be buck naked in the field.
Good thing I brought my lead underwear. Well, what are you waiting for, flyboy? Let's rock and roll.
What's the itinerary? First, we land at a private airfield in Maryland.
And then?
And then we wait, old buddy. We know where Mack is at the present, and we know where he thinks Scion is. But until we get the word, we sit and wait for the go code.
Suddenly, a lush hill dropped away in front of the helicopter, and they were flying above a highway jammed with traffic. Able Team did one final check-in with Brignola.
Any reports of suspicious activity overseas? Overseas? No. However, Homeland Security has already stopped 2 groups of Arab terrorists from trying to sneak into the country. Were they from Unity? Unknown. But from their equipment, it was clear that the men were here to obtain the Zodiacs and to smuggle them out undetected.
Faraday net?
Exactly. So they want to duplicate the Zodiacs. Damnation. Crack the Cascade design and start flooding the black market with these things. That's my conclusion, too. Which makes it a cast-iron necessity that the Zodiacs are recovered or are destroyed in the field.
This was more than the ancient battle cry of come back with your shield or on it. Able Team had been authorized to lose 1 American city to save 100 more. The soldiers had dealt with these sorts of odds on a personal level before, but never on such a scale with civilian lives.
This comes from the top? Authorized by the President. Nobody likes it. But what other course do we have? Get them all back and kill the Scion where they stand.
Bolan rode the purring BMW motorcycle through the growing celebration of Mardi Gras. Walking was completely out of the question, and driving a car even more so, as the city was packed solid. If he could have skimmed over New Orleans in the Cessna, Bolan would have done so gladly, but the EM scanner he was using only had a range of 4 blocks, which put it far outside the operational deck of any airplane and well within the blast radius of an exploding Zodiac. Arriving at a private airport just outside of New Orleans, where questions were never asked about unexpected visitors, Bolan had exited the plane and hurried to the brand-new BMW K1200 LT motorcycle Hal Brignola had arranged to have waiting for him. Bolan had decided to handle the Big Easy himself and asked Barbara Price to send Able Team to Baton Rouge. The Beamer was a wind-swept black beauty, wide and comfortable, with all of the amenities. But more importantly, while a Yamaha was faster and a Harley had more brute power, the BMW possessed the special feature of being driven by piston instead of a linked chain. During Mardi Gras, the city belonged to foot traffic, and the few mad souls willing to ride a bicycle through the jostling, pushing, shoving morass of inebriated people.
Hey, Gloomy! Smile!
As Bolan turned, a busty redhead lifted her shirt high and wiggled as numerous onlookers tossed her bead necklaces. Smiling briefly, Bolan rolled on past the jubilation, cymbals clanging and bottles passed freely among strangers, with more college girls flashing their breasts. It was one hell of a party, that was for sure. Pausing at an intersection, Bolan watched as an amateur parade of homemade floats trundled by, the outrageous costumes and hot music of the dancers more than making up for any lack in the aesthetic quality of the construction. But then a deliberate motion in the crowd caught his attention, and Bolan turned to see a frowning New Orleans cop stride over with an expression of pure trouble. Before the uniformed officer even spoke, Bolan flipped open his FBI commission booklet and gave the man a good long look before tucking it away again.
Trouble brewing, sir?
Purely a ballerina visit.
Keeping us on our toes. Gotcha. Nothing important happening for sure now, right?
Nothing that needs police assistance.
Some topless women walked by arm in arm. Video cameras followed their every move, and the air was full of confetti and streamers thrown from the second-story balconies of hotels and homes.
Sure would be nice if I wasn't on duty.
Shoot, I hear that. Well, you drive careful now, sir. You best stay away from Bourbon Street.
Why's that?
The cop stopped and pushed back his cap. In the throbbing ocean of costumes and flash photography, only Bolan and the police officer stood in conversation, a small island of self-control in the joyous throng.
Well, sir, the DPW is doing some emergency road work there. Seems a drainage pipe broke, so now Bourbon Street has got more water in it than free beer. Swamp water, too. And that'll foul the electronic carb on that supercharged twin you're riding.
Thanks for the tip. I'll keep it in mind.
Sure enough. No drinking and driving now, you hear?
Still waiting for the parade to pass by, Bolan watched the cop move effortlessly through the mob, then suddenly dart forward to grab a man by the arm, making him drop the wallet he had just lifted from a drunken fat man. Pinning the pickpocket with an arm lock, the cop hustled him out of sight, and the endless party continued, completely unaware of the many mini-dramas happening in their midst. The parade finally ended, and Bolan rolled through the intersection to continue his methodical sweep of the boisterous city. Under ideal conditions, he would have liked to check New Orleans in 2-block sections, but there wasn't time for that. If the new owners of the Zodiac were already here, then the hammer could fall at any moment. He had to trust the team at the farm and check the city in 4-block patterns. If he missed by a block somewhere or went right by the briefcase before it was taken out of its Faraday net, then the Big Easy would suffer a disaster that would make the deadly floods of the last century look like a balmy summer day. The blocks rolled by in endless procession, the crowds all starting to resemble one another as the hours slowly crept past. Twilight was approaching, the city starting to unleash its glory of colored lights before Bolan was even halfway through his first reconnaissance. A group of college-age boys walked toward him carrying a boombox large enough to serve as a footlocker. Bolan felt it in his chest, even from across the street. As they turned a corner and the volume dropped, a subdued vibration came from the EM scanner in his shirt pocket. Bolan yanked it out to see the meters fluctuating into the green. A Zodiac had been activated within a 3-block radius. The bomb wasn't just uncovered, but live and ready to blow. Moving the scanner, Bolan got a definite reading and started driving as fast as possible.
Hey, watch where you going, you crazy son bitch!
More than one person made angry complaints about the rude guy on the bike forcing his way through the crowd, but he ignored them, concentrating on the small beeping device held in the palm of his hand. Starting down Bourbon Street, Bolan saw the meter indicate the other way. The Zodiac wasn't moving. He had almost gone past it. The bomb was here, within less than a block. Bolan headed directly into the corner hotel. This was it, Ground Zero. The lobby was wildly decorated in every imaginable color. A big sign advertised a buffet in the main dining room, and every member of the staff seemed to be wearing their body weight in bead necklaces. Bolan ignored the crowded elevators and took the stairs, stopping at each floor to confirm a negative reading until reaching the top level. The scanner indicated that the Zodiac was in a room facing Bourbon Street, overlooking the main path of the big parade tonight. It made sense. That would be where all of the television cameras would be pointed. Going down the hallway, Bolan got a strong reading from room 412, which weakened as he went past. This was it. He mentally reviewed the procedures for shutting down a Zodiac. If he shot the wrong man, the real trigger man would drop the briefcase and New Orleans would vanish. And the same thing might happen if he got the correct man and he died too quickly. Timing was everything. Bolan needed to shock the enemy senseless for a few vital seconds, to hold them still until he could locate the Zodiac and move for a capture. A stun grenade would only make them trigger it instantly, as would using sleep gas, a flash canister, BZ gas, or damn near anything else that came to mind. Bolan had only one chance at getting this right.
The Scion is here. Zalharis is here.
Bolan went flat against the wall, watching the door of 412. It burst open, revealing a blond man holding a briefcase in one hand, the knuckles on that hand clenched white, and a gun in the other.
Doomkopf bastards! Trying to steal it back, eh? Ah!
Bolan fired through the German's wrist, holding the gun, then dropped the Beretta and grabbed for the man's other hand, holding the Zodiac. Bolan grabbed the handle of the Zodiac with both hands, and the blonde realized what was happening. Snarling in fury, he simply released the handle, but Bolan was already there with both hands, holding on for 1,000,000 lives. Yanking the briefcase away from the stunned man, Bolan lashed a sidekick directly in the German's throat, sending him reeling into another man. Brandishing the Desert Eagle, Bolan stepped into the room to look for any other briefcase. Behind him stood a little man wearing glasses, holding a .38 caliber Walther PPK. Bolan turned.
Drop your gun.
Then Bolan was tackled from behind and slammed into a mirror. He dropped the Desert Eagle as pain sliced his cheek, but he still held on to the Zodiac. Nothing was going to make him let go of that. Ramming out an elbow, Bolan crushed the big German's nose. As he staggered back, Bolan kicked him in the groin.
Die, swine!
Another German appeared, brandishing a briefcase. A second Zodiac? There was no logical reason for the man to gesture with it like a weapon, but Bolan took no chances and dove sideways, going over the bed. The briefcase was a disguised machine gun. Bolan was on his feet and already moving. Swinging a decorative end table, Bolan lunged for the German, but the trick briefcase pounded the flimsy furniture out of his grasp. Bolan desperately swung the Zodiac and smacked it into the bleeding wrist of his attacker. The man went stiff with pain and the soldier charged. He rammed a shoulder into the terrorist, who lost the trick briefcase. The German crashed into a tall armoire and rebounded, reeling weakly. A river of blood poured down his face, and a wet clump of hair jutted from the sharp corner of the antique hardwood cabinet. As Bolan went for the Desert Eagle, the bathroom door slammed open, and out strode a giant man wearing a sleeveless t-shirt, the tattoo of a Nazi swastika on his hairless chest.
Sissy bastard!
The behemoth charged with both hands raised for a chokehold. Sidestepping the rush, Bolan let the giant go by, then kicked him in the small of the back, adding new force to the original momentum. The Nazi hit the wall hard. He smoothly pivoted, fists raised in a boxer's crouch. The soldier dodged out of the way as he moved with the strike to spin and raise an arm just in time to catch the haymaker on his forearm. It was like being hit with an axe, but he took the pain and swung the Zodiac behind his back and out of reach. Ever shifting position, Bolan found an opening and buried two stiff fingers into the man's left eye. Incredibly, the giant Nazi lunged forward and wrapped his massive arms around Bolan in a crushing hug. Pinned and unable to breathe, Bolan drove his forehead into his adversary's face, hitting the broken nose once more. But with diminished results. The big man had to be past his threshold of pain, raw adrenaline blocking the nerves. The terrorist was horribly wounded, but for a brief time he was totally invulnerable to any additional pain. Switching tactics, Bolan kicked out with both of his legs and went down, dragging the giant along with him to the littered carpet. Then he threw himself sideways, forcing his captive to roll over the broken slivers of mirror, one of them piercing the man's leg as he tightened his death grip. The world was starting to take on a red fog for Bolan. His hand clutching the Zodiac was also weakening, his fingertips beginning to tingle from lack of circulation. He only knew for certain that the handle was still depressed by the irrefutable fact that he was still alive. Clawing on the floor with his free hand, Bolan found a sliver of jagged glass. Incredibly, the German still refused to relinquish his crushing hold, but the hug lessened. Bolan summoned his last ounce of strength to bury the makeshift dagger into the man's kidney. The Nazi's arms weakened as dark blood ran from his mouth. In a surge of motion, Bolan was loose. The soldier staggered across the hotel room, searching amid the debris of the frenzied combat. Out of the corner of his vision, Bolan saw the giant Nazi raise a leg to fumble at his ankle, exposing a small pistol in a hideaway holster. Bolan found what he had been looking for. Dropping to a knee, he grabbed the Heckler & Koch gun case and pressed the handle. The recoil was uncontrollable, but by sheer strength, Bolan got it to track on the giant of a man and stitch him across the chest. Then, from out of nowhere, gore-streaked fingers grabbed the Zodiac and tugged hard. Then the German's hand closed on the dropped Walther PPK. Moving the Zodiac behind him for protection, Bolan kicked a chair in the way of the incoming rounds, and the wood shattered. Bolan walked to the dropped Desert Eagle and leveled the weapon, knowing full well there was only a single round remaining in the clip.
I surrender. No, arrest me. I need medical attention.
I'm no cop.
Wait!
Almost on cue, the happy crowd below roared to life as the grand parade of Bourbon Street officially began. After checking the rest of the room, Bolan moved the bodies out of the way. He sat on the bed with the CIA briefcase. There was a small dent in the side where it had caught a ricochet, but the damage was superficial. Anything worse, and the Zodiac would have automatically detonated. In spite of the pain of his clenched hand, Bolan took a moment to gather his thoughts before commencing the disarming procedure. Moving with surgical precision, he repeated each step twice in his mind before actually doing it, knowing that there would be no second chances. The soldier refused to release his grip on the handle until the internal indicators went dim and his pocket EM scanner registered 0 activity. However, it was still a tense moment as he let go of the handle.
Time for the call.
Ragnola!
I got one.
Great news, Stryker. But Jesus, you sound terrible.
I've been better. That's enough for now.
Yeah, I guess so. Any breakage?
Nothing that can be traced back to you.
Fair enough. Was it our alphabet friends from down south?
More the Iron Eagle type.
Adolf's boys, eh? Should have known the Volksfever would be after it. Just their sort of weapon. You need anything?
Just getting this damn thing off my hands will be fine, Hal.
Hold it a minute. Okay. Bear has your location. I can have the local FBI bomb squad at the hotel in 20 minutes.
Not here. Security's impossible today. We'd better do this someplace outside of town.
Wherever you want.
There's a car park near the northern cemetery. I'll call back with detailed instructions later. You'll be the relay between us and give constant report until the FBI arrives, and I know for sure it is them. If there's anything suspicious about them, I'm taking them down. It isn't safe here. I'm heading out.
Eric Strumfield and his team went to say their goodbyes to the rest of the Volksfever elite down the hallway. They noticed the spent brass shells on the carpeting in front of the closed door.
1, 2, 3.
They swept into the room using a standard 2-on-2 formation. They stopped in their tracks at the sight of carnage at their feet. Every member of the Volksfever was dead, and the Zodiac was nowhere to be seen. Only the Heckler & Koch briefcase with the trick machine gun inside still remained, the carpeting coated with empty brass.
Good God! How could this be? We were gone only a few minutes.
15. We should go. There is nothing to do here.
What's
We know who did this. It was those S2 cowards. Who else could it be? The FBI, perhaps the CIA. They have rules. They always take prisoners.
That should be our response, Commander.
Find the Scion and kill them all as painfully as possible. Then come back with the Zodiac and finish the job.
But sir, that was not our assignment. We are merely gods for this project.
Then now it is our assignment. We are the hammer of the people, and we shall not let our comrades fall in vain. Honor and blood.
Honor and blood.
Parking the van in a secluded section of the Will Rogers Airport, the Scion took a city bus to the downtown area and walked along the peaceful streets, doubling back every so often to make sure that they weren't being tailed. Dressed casually to blend in with the local citizenry, the S2 team was wearing deliberately scuffed sneakers with white t-shirts tucked into faded blue denims and loose shirts hanging unbuttoned on the outside to cover their holstered weapons. Prepared for trouble, all 4 S2 agents carried briefcases. Mariano and Pedrosa, armed with a Heckler & Koch gun case each, Zalhares and Mizne each carrying a Zodiac. One of the bombs was armed for detonation. The Scion had been almost caught in a trap once, and they had no intention of allowing such an unthinkable catastrophe to occur again. The sun was high overhead, the sky a clear blue without a cloud in sight. Pausing on North Meridian Street, Zalhares looked over the civilians streaming around and nodded in approval. Aside from the expected male glances of appreciation at Mizne, the mercs didn't seem to be garnering any undue notice. However, their contact was another matter entirely. From a logistics standpoint, Tulsa was a better city to conduct their clandestine business. But there were very few people of Chinese descent in Tulsa, in spite of the horde of coolies forced to build the great network of railroads across the state. On the other hand, Oklahoma City was bordering on becoming a metropolis with the justifiably famous Chinese restaurant on North Meridian Street that boasted a wild mix of Tex-Mex and Cantonese food. The eatery had received a 4 stars rating for the past 10 years from the city newspaper and was conveniently located near the downtown Civic Center, an equally short walk from the mammoth Cox Business Conference Center. Reaching for blocks, the staggering Cox Pavilion of white stone and mirrored walls housed a combination of exhibit hall and arena capable of holding crowds in excess of 60,000 people. And directly across the street was the world-famous Myriad Botanical Gardens and 2 luxury hotels. Strangers went unnoticed in this part of Oklahoma City, even tall, scarred strangers carrying identical briefcases. Personally, Zalhares was never happy when dealing with the Red Chinese. Their standards of honor were flexible, to say the least. However, the communists had offered the highest price online, and since he was unable to think of a plausible reason to deny the bid, he had been forced to accept. Suddenly alert, Mizne spun and stepped closer to the others.
The man in the black silk shirt and cowboy hat. He's carrying a weapon on his belt.
FBI? He is nobody. Do not be concerned. Most of the people around us are armed today.
Why is that?
They are holding a gun show at the Cox Center. It is an annual event, an excellent coverage for us. In a crowd of armed people, we are invisible. No one will notice a single fish in the ocean, eh?
A gun show? This is a joke?
No, my friend, it is not. These Americans love weapons, especially firearms, and often gather in crowds of hundreds of thousands to buy and sell them. It is a very big business, and entirely legal.
But I thought most Americans were not allowed to carry guns.
Until now, he had been scrutinizing the traffic for police cars or military transports, but many of the men and women walking by were wearing shirts and hats bearing the logo of a weapon manufacturer, Smith & Wesson, Heckler & Koch, Glock, Colt, and so on. Some even carried a political slogan about weapons and freedom. And they were doing so in broad daylight without being immediately arrested by the police. It was unbelievable.
Few are allowed to carry concealed weapons without permission, but most of them do own guns.
For what purpose?
To look at them, hold them, revel in the fact that they can own such things? How should I know the workings of such minds?
Incredible. We would have a revolution if such a thing was allowed to occur in Brazil.
Which is why it does not. Ah, look, there is a restaurant.
Studying the building for a few minutes, Zalhares ordered Mariano to stay in place while the others walked past it and took positions near the front door. Then Pedrosa went around the block once, looking for hidden observers. Upon returning, the man gave an all-clear signal, and Mariano joined the others before the Scion proceeded into the restaurant. Golden dragons were painted on the glass doors fronting the hot sidewalk, yet the vestibule inside was icy cold thanks to a strong draft of a ceiling vent. Past some velvet ropes adorned with golden tassels was a waiting area with black and silver embroidered couches. Next was a ridiculous wooden bridge that arched over a babbling creek to reach the artificial island full of tables that composed the majority of the establishment. The ceiling was an ornate array of sculptured plaster in classic Mandarin lettering and raised imperial dragons. The walls, sweeping murals of the Yang River Valley. Sadly, that was now a historic scene from the past, since the communist government had built a massive dam to create a hydroelectric station that would supply power to 12 cities and 100 factories.
Good afternoon, sir. Do you have a reservation?
Studying her coldly, Zalhares observed that while the woman was in a tight red dress that showed off her slim figure to its full advantage, she was also wearing the flat shoes of a professional who stood all day long, not decorative high heels. The female was a waitress, nothing more.
Yes, under Goldsmith.
Of course, sir. This way, please.
Leading the way, the waitress crossed the delicate bridge and moved through the maze of tables to pass through a set of red-lacquered doors marked private. The room inside was empty, bare to the walls, without a scrap of furniture in sight.
What is this?
Your private dining room, sir. As requested. Is something wrong?
No, it will do fine.
Enjoy your meal, sir.
Motioning the others inside, Zalhares used his foot to jam the door open as the men, weapons drawn, spread out for a fast recon of the premises.
Clean. There are no trap doors, listening devices, gas bombs, anything else that I can find.
What do we do now?
We close the door.
Instantly, the Scion pulled handguns in response, but there came a definite dropping sensation as the walls started to rise.
This is an elevator.
These are not those silly German fools from before. We are now dealing with the only superpower in the world aside from America. Stay sharp.
Slowly, the disguised elevator continued downward, the wallpaper ending at the molding to be replaced with bare cinder blocks. Then another door came into view. As the room was still descending, Zalhares pushed the door open to see a vast, empty private dining area. As that rose above them, a third door appeared. Zalhares tried the door, but it seemed to be locked. The following level had a glass window in the stained door. The next doorway was open, showing a dimly lit room filled with row upon row of bunk beds stacked 3 high, each closed off with chicken wire. Shoeless men lay asleep on thin mattresses or reading technical books under small lights. A few were playing cards. A single woman dressed as a waitress was slowly brushing out her long hair.
It's an entire secret world under Oklahoma.
Under most cities. There are a great many more Chinese in America than the government will ever know about. Most of them slaves.
Slaves?
Indentured servants. It is the same thing. They get loans to pay off their journey to America and spend the next 20 years paying it off.
And not practice for social communists?
They're communists in name only. Beijing worships power and nothing else.
A black line formed around the base of the moving room, and the Brazilians could only see blackness past the edge of the carpeted floor. Moving so that they stood in a tight group facing outward, the S2 agents waited for the elevator to finally stop. Hinged panels lowered from the sides of the overhead shaft, closing off the hole and sealing them in total darkness. Nobody moved or spoke. Then bright lights crashed on, showing a large room full of young men. An older man with slicked-back hair stood unarmed amid the small army. The others were wearing T-shirts and khaki trousers, but he was dressed in a linen suit, the shirt unbuttoned at the collar, showing just the tip of a tattoo on his hairless chest. As his vision adjusted to the differing light levels, Zalhares calmly looked around. The walls were old brick, dark with age, and the ceiling was veined with pipes and electric cables. If there was more to be seen in the sub-basement, it was hidden by the crowd of men and the thick shadows.
You're late.
No, I am early. The world is late.
But since we are born into misery, being late is a blessing. Satisfied?
For now.
Good. I'm Colonel Yang Shun Rao.
Zodiac, do you have our payment?
I'm afraid that I have bad news. The sale is off.
Then prepare to die.
Your people move well, and I see they are not afraid.
Of this rabble? You have too many people jammed down here, Colonel. If a firefight should start, they would be shooting each other more often than us. No, we are not frightened of your cooks and waiters, but we are tired of your games. Now tell us why you are reneging on the deal, old man.
And why we shouldn't remove this shithole from the face of the earth.
His black eyes shining brightly with avarice, Colonel Shunrao stared hard at the piece of luggage, then glanced briefly at the others held by Pedrosa and Mariano, until settling on the one carried in the gloved fist by Zalhares.
So that is it. The size is amazing. Simply amazing. You brought 2, of course, but that was only logical. Liwa, bring chairs for our guests.
We'll stand. Now talk. My patience grows thin.
The colonel sat sideways and draped an arm across the back. Scowling at the posturing, Zalhares said nothing. It was too contrived to be natural, merely an illusion to mask his body language and to hide his true feelings. With that realization, the Brazilian suddenly understood that he was facing a truly dangerous man.
As for cancelling the contract, I really have no choice in the matter. The use of the internet was expedient, but foolhardy. Too many now know about the Zodiacs, and have sent people to steal them from you.
Let them try.
Ah, but they have tried already. Several groups have been caught by the new Homeland Security, not to mention the FBI and the CIA. And for them this is a personal matter, although not of reclaiming their honor, but more a matter of covering their ass. The Americans know you are here, and will do anything to find you and recover the bombs. There have even been some references to your own S2 operating in the country. A big man with many scars, and even more identities.
Santorino? Yes, I know the fool. And he could not find wet in the rain. He is of no concern.
So you say, but that does not mean it is true. However, my friend, this is not our only operation in this country, and with so much pressure on this particular project, I do not have the people to see it through to completion. It is a simple question of manpower.
And what of this lot?
Waiters and cooks, as you said earlier. Street soldiers I have. Trained operatives I do not. The deal is off. If, by some miracle, you manage to smuggle the item out of the country, then please contact me again.
Zalhares couldn't believe this was actually happening. He had naturally assumed this was merely some sort of renegotiation tactic, perhaps for a lowering of the price. But the Red Chinese agent had only wanted to pump them for information to ascertain the true level of danger involved, and was now dismissing them like field workers who hadn't brought in enough rice.
Goodbye. Liwa, allow our guests to leave unharmed.
By sheer willpower, Zalhares kept his expression neutral. This was a disaster. They were low on funds and needed the cash from this sale to get back home. Another bank robbery was possible, but with every public exposure, the noose of the American secret police drew tighter around their necks. They needed this deal. It could not fail.
And what if we were to assist you in your mission?
I'm listening.
We are mercenaries, and the best in the world. We will hit the target, and then you pay us.
But how could I know that you would not simply take the money and leave with the Zodiac?
Come along with us.
Interesting. Of course, I would also need to bring along some of my own people, for our mutual benefit and protection.
To maintain the balance of power was more like it, Zalhares mentally translated. The Brazilians were short of cash and the Chinese were low on trained people. It was an equitable solution for both sides, in theory.
As long as the number is equal.
Naturally. Then we are partners now.
Agreed.
Partners. There was an ugly word. But the Brazilians really had no choice in the matter.
So, where are we going first?
The colonel disliked having to address several people on the same matter. It seemed that the Scion was a team of equals. They would have to be watched closely. The true danger of the mythical Hydra was not its deadly fangs, but the fact that one blow could not kill all 7 heads at the exact same moment.
We shall leave for New Mexico in the morning, where you will receive your payment as agreed upon in the auction. Then we proceed directly to the target.
The sooner the better.
Part of the price in the auction had been the disclosure of what the Zodiac would be used for. That way the Scion could plan a safe escape route and be far, far away from the strike zone when the nukes shook America to her knees.
Agreed. Liwa, it appears that the people of China will need your total assistance in this matter after all.
Li Hua nodded and turned once more to shuffle away.
And where is he going?
Nowhere. he is going nowhere at all.
Wearing a camouflage-colored ghillie jumpsuit, Mack Bolan was hidden in the branches of a tree across the street from the Metairie Cemetery. Holding an army monocular, he watched the roadway and kept a very careful check on the old red Buick parked near the entrance to the world-famous graveyard. Located on the west bank of the New Basin Canal, the entrance to the Metairie Cemetery was a somber brick house flanked on either side by tall arches that blended into the wall surrounding the estate. Far outside of town, the graveyard would seem to be an unlikely favorite among tourists, but hundreds flocked there every day, many coming because it was supposedly haunted by dozens of ghosts, among them the restless spirit of the mother of New Orleans voodoo, Marie Laveau. However, a lot of folks came just to view the astonishing collection of mausoleums. Past the plain brick entrance, the cemetery was an outdoor museum of marble and granite, with statues of every conceivable shape, size, and design. Directly behind the gatehouse was a soaring white marble spire with larger-than-life female statues on each side. Faith, hope, love, and supposedly Mrs. Merrilman, the dead wife of the local banker who had erected the monument. Past that was an Egyptian-style pyramid of gleaming stone suitable for a pharaoh. Over in Millionaire's Row was a plain column for the Army of Northern Virginia, and underneath was a mass grave that held the remains of more than 2,000 Confederate soldiers. Yes, the Metairie Cemetery had plenty of ghosts, but even more memories. At night, the graveyard was a favorite hunting ground for muggers and rapists, waiting to ambush any wannabe voodoo witch doctors who had read too many books. But during the day, Metairie held an almost carnival atmosphere thanks to the countless visitors photographing the beautiful memorials. Bolan knew that in Nolans, a funeral was usually a happy occasion, a wild party celebrating the departure of a friend on a long journey, not a somber affair of speeches and tearful regrets. As a soldier, he considered both appropriate, a meaningful funeral service followed by a farewell party that lasted for weeks. Bolan wished the drunks good luck on finding their way back out of the marble maze. He went tense as 4 black cars appeared down the roadway. Focusing the monocular, Bolan saw that the windows were opaque and reflecting, making it impossible to see who was inside. But he also noted that the tires were military grade and the vehicle rode low, as if heavy with armor. He checked the arming circuit of the radio detonator strapped to his forearm.
Go.
The FBI has arrived, Stryker. 4 cars, black sedans, 12 agents in business suits. Want the license plate numbers?
Describe them.
It should be 8 men, 4 women. Need more detail than that?
No, this is them.
By the way, Stryker, a bank truck was annihilated in Little Rock by a crack team. We think it's safe to assume it was the Scion. We must be low on funds.
That's good news.
Bolan started to frown as he spotted another person with a group of FBI agents, a middle-aged man in a rumpled suit, a 13th man.
Unfortunately, we can't trace the build, and I also have some bad news from the...
Hal, we have a security breach. There's a 13th man.
Bolan plucked his Remington sniper's rifle from a branch overhead, looking through the Zeist telescopic sight to center the crosshairs on the face of the 13th man. Tipped with a sound suppressor as big as a coffee can, the Remington was covered with bits of bark and leaves to mask its presence, and already had a depleted uranium round loaded in the chamber, the super-dense slug more than capable of punching straight through the side of an M1 Abrams tank.
I go the moment they touch that car. Talk to me, Hal.
Just a minute, Stryker. I'm checking with Quantico, just in case the bomb squad has been compromised.
You don't have a minute. I want an ident fast, or...
He's CIA. His name is David Osborne, the head of the Zodiac Reclamation Project.
Bolan studied the stranger through the crosshairs of the scope.
That's the guy from England who lost them in the first place?
Yeah, that was Osborne. Now he wants to crack at salvaging what's left of his career.
I'm standing down. Tell them to open the trunk, but to go slow. No sudden moves.
Sure, no problem. They want to know where the key is.
Hal, if they're actually FBI, then they can open a damn car faster than I could an MRE pack.
Fair enough. Hold on.
Bolan watched as the team leader nodded to the cell phone, then called over one of the women and pointed at the car. The woman pulled out an advanced model of a key wire gun from her pocket. The rest of the government agents stood in a semicircle around the Buick, forming a living shield to protect the Zodiac from any possible attack. The irony of men being ready to die to protect a bomb wasn't lost on Bolan.
Okay, Hal. What was that bad news you mentioned earlier?
I checked the police and morgue reports. There was no body found at Dulvet Street that matched Santorino's description.
There wouldn't have been much left after being hit with a 40mm AP round.
Yeah, I know. But there wasn't any corpse in that bad a shape. Although one officer did report finding a Honda hatchback damn near cut in two with an AP charge.
Dillard missed.
Seems likely, Stryker. Which means Santorino is still hunting for you, along with the Scion and those last two bombs.
Reaching the ground, Bolan started toward the nearby canal. So the big Brazilian was alive. Twice the S2 agent had faced Bolan and lived. There wouldn't be a third time. Sliding the backpack off his shoulders, Bolan dropped it into the storm sewer.
I'm going out of range, Hal. I'll contact you after I fly north and connect with Able Team in Little Rock.
Stay sharp, Stryker. Santorino is a stone-cold killer.
Aren't we all?
Reaching the bottom of the ladder, Bolan stepped into the sluggish flow of watery mud, grabbed the backpack, and began wading through the ankle-deep muck, heading for the pumping station and a waiting car. Now that the Zodiac was safe, he could fly the Cessna to Little Rock. One slip on the part of Zalhares, and it would be all over. As soon as the Scion realized that Mardi Gras wasn't going to be destroyed, they would scatter and run, possibly using that third nuke to fake their own deaths again. Which meant Bolan was only tracking the one sold Zodiac and the Scion. So far, Bolan had managed to stay hot on the trail of the elusive Brazilians, always one step behind, nipping at their heels. But that wasn't enough anymore. This whole thing was going to fall apart unless he found some way to pinpoint the mercenaries. Bolan desperately needed a clue, a rumor, some scrap of hard data that would give him an edge. Anything would do, anything at all. Approaching the pump station, the steady thumping grew to a deafening level, and Bolan stopped dead in his muddy tracks. Osborne.
How the hell did a CIA operative based in Washington, D.C. get to New Orleans so quickly? He knew. That son of a bitch had known Mardi Gras was a possible target. The CIA had a hit list of targets perfect for a Zodiac.
Osborne was still playing politics, holding back intel again, trying to salvage his career.
Something wrong, Stryker?
Have the FBI detain Osborne. He has a hit list for the Zodiacs. I want that list, Hal.
You'll have it in 10 minutes.
The Louisiana Department of Public Works truck was parked on the side of the interstate, its blinkers flashing. One by one, the members of Able Team climbed from the state vehicle and walked to the right side of the truck, out of the sight of the other cars. Working undercover, the infiltration team was dressed as state workers in hard hats and rough work clothes, their orange safety vests untied to allow access to handguns tucked into their belts. With a little cybernetic assistance from Carmen Delahunt at the farm, the team actually had a government work order on their clipboard, and the vehicle was registered as on patrol, which it was, but not for potholes.
Okay, according to the maps Mack found on the Volksfever, this seems to be the best place for the Scion to launch an airboat for the rendezvous at the Choctaw cabin.
Culvert down below. Good place for an airboat. So were the last 3 culverts.
Situated below the overpass was a shiny expanse of black mud, dotted here and there with tufts of swamp grass and the occasional beer bottle and other bits of rubbish. The murky water lapped along the irregular edges of the mud island, spreading outward in every direction to become the primordial wildlife preserve.
Swell place for a picnic. No wonder this state has so much tourism.
I'm just glad we're wearing hats.
That's a 50-foot drop. Hell of a climb for you boys. I'll get some rope from the truck.
While the ex-cop got the tackle, Blancanellis and Schwartz did a fast recon along the berm, but there were no overt signs of anything having occurred here. No Brazilian cigarette butts, no empty shell casings, but considering who it was they were after, it would have been surprising if the Scion had made such a beginner's mistake. Still, it never hurt to look. Exiting the truck, Lyons attached the rope to the tow bar and tossed it over the railing. Easing over the railing, Schwartz went down first. He landed with his legs spread and stepped aside just as Blancanellis arrived right behind. Staying on the overpass, Lyons stood guard while the others separated to search the muddy flatland, Blancanellis moving along the edge of the water while Schwartz pulled out a compact bundle of rods that quickly became a portable metal detector. Sweeping the slimy black soil, the soldier frowned.
This is useless. There's too much trash down here. It must be a favorite spot for folks to toss their old junk. I'm finding mufflers, bed springs, all kinds of useless shit.
Maybe a little too much junk. Wary of the nearby wasps, Rosario moved slowly as he lifted a discarded license plate and studied it for a moment. Then he rose and walked to the edge of the mud to rinse off the plate in a greenish water.
He dumped them here. Zalharis had the Scion dump their extra plates in the swamp to get rid of them.
If that's all of the plates, then maybe we can...
Suddenly, Schwartz raised a clenched fist and pointed. As Blancanella stood, he saw that the wasps were gone. Glancing at the overpass, he jerked his head at the swamp. Lyons nodded and disappeared.
Freeze!
Schwartz and Blancanella spun at the sound of the voice, reaching for their guns, but they stopped at the sight of several men in scuba suits rising from the murky water in a curved line around the mud island. Raising their hands, the two members of Able Team backed up until they were against the concrete abutment supporting the highway. Trapped, there was nothing they could do at the moment.
These men are not the Scion. They were not at the meeting.
Perhaps one of them is called Dog?
Oh boy, another damn robbery. Just take the money, okay?
Get both hands on top of your head.
Krieger's Heckler & Koch submachine gun was safely wrapped inside a plastic bag, slimy swamp water dripping off the covering.
They can see that you are armed, fool.
This is Louisiana. Hell, boy, everybody packs heat down here. There's gators and snakes in the bayou kill a man faster than my ex-wife.
Calm down, man. We just a road crew. If you're poaching gators, that's cool with us. I like gators too.
Very convincing, officer. If I had not heard you speaking earlier, I would have believed you.
Officer, do you think they are FBI?
Or CIA, what difference does it make?
Kneel. Now very slowly place one hand on top of your head and with the other open your vest. Keep it easy, and you may live through this.
Then you will tell us about the Scion. Who was a known contact? We want to know everything.
It's all right. We're kneeling.
There was a flash of movement from the other side of the culvert, and Lyons appeared, holding on to a rope with his left hand while the other leveled a massive Atchison auto shotgun.
What?
Startled by the sight, the Volksfever members paused for a single second, and Lyons used that to aim over the heads of his kneeling friends.
No! Now who the hell are these assholes?
German nationals, judging from their speech. And they knew Zalharis by sight.
Must have been part of the Volksfever. They learned about what happened at the hotel and came here to lay an ambush.
The submachine gun was an MP5, the exact same model used by Phoenix Force. Just another deadly example that the soldier behind the gun was more important than the weapon used. Expensive guns didn't make a person braver or a better shot.
So why did they choose here?
Because this is where the Scion landed their airboat. And here's the proof. Mack mentioned that Zalharis bought a stack of 50 in Galveston. These must be them, all brand new. See? There are no scratches around the bolt holes.
So after the internet auction, the Scion waited until they were in a secluded area before dumping the rest of the plates. The plates for the states they weren't going to travel through.
No sense hauling around dead weight. Oh, gentlemen, I do believe that the Republicans aren't happy with our being here.
The bugs are Republicans?
Well, they are wasps.
Oh, Can I shoot him, Carl? Please, just once.
Maybe later, but get the plates first. Okay, we're missing Texas, but that would have been abandoned when they rolled over the state line into Louisiana. Same thing with Louisiana when they crossed into Arkansas.
Now, they wouldn't do a bank job in Arkansas if that was a delivery site. Which means Oklahoma, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico as their delivery path out of the country.
4 states is still a lot of ground to cover, but this makes no sense. Why should they have kept the Arizona plate? Oklahoma borders on New Mexico, which borders on Mexico. So that's the shortest, fastest route out of the country.
Which means Arizona must be a delivery site. And that's where the next Zodiac is going to be detonated.
That's pretty damn thin, Carl.
Obviously transparent. But if you've got a better idea, I'm all ears.
I've read the Army Corps of Engineers manual on nukes in the field. You wouldn't believe what these things are capable of in the right hands.
We have a choice to make here. If this is getting out of control, we should contact the president and ask him to shut down the state and declare martial law.
Which would stop the Scion, but also cause rioting in the streets when the truth got out. There could be hundreds of civilian casualties in the mob violence, and the Scion would escape to use the Zodiac somewhere else.
I know, but it would buy us more time to find the bastards. The question is, are we there yet? Are we ready to kill dozens to save a million?
Hell of a choice. Able Security. Hold it a sec, Barbara. Listen up, guys. Mack got a nuclear hit list from the CIA on Zodiac sites. Hal thinks it was used in the internet auction to help make the sale. They sell you the weapon, plus tell you where to use it for maximum effect, too. That sort of shit.
Clever bastards. Any targets in Arizona?
Barbara, listen. Are there any sites in Arizona on the hit list? One? Uh-huh.
The Scion doesn't play small, does it? We've got to take out these animals as fast as possible.
First we get that bomb. Okay, where does Mack want us to meet him?
We go to St. George in Utah. He's landing in Las Vegas. That way we can converge on Lake Mead and head straight for Hoover Dam.
As Blancanales started up the rope, Lyons thought of the task at hand. Finding the Scion long before they reached the dam, and pulling an unarmed Zodiac from the very dead hands of Cirelu Zalhares, along with whoever purchased the infernal thing. Approaching the toll plaza of the Missouri-Iowa border, Li Hua shifted the newspaper from the passenger seat of the stolen Corvette sports coupe to partially expose the pile of automatic weapons and sticks of dynamite.
Receipt, please.
Sir?
Thank you.
Satisfied that the weapons had been seen, Li pocketed the coins and receipt, then drove away, knowing that the government wheels were already in motion. Keeping to the middle lane, Li maintained the speed limit as he crossed into Iowa and reached out a hand to tug on the steel hook installed in the dashboard just that morning. It was well anchored, and no matter how hard he pulled, the blunt hook wouldn't budge from its position. Aside from a few semi-trucks hauling produce and livestock, the traffic was light. There had been an early morning rain that had left the air smelling clean and crisp. Use of the radio or CD player was strictly forbidden. Li had never been to Iowa before and was simply amazed at the size of the farmlands he was passing. There seemed enough food here to feed the world, yet the imperialist warmongers denied their own people access to the surplus. The Russian communists may have failed in the great task of liberating the oppressed masses of the world from the yoke of the American paper tiger, but the Chinese would not. A state cop suddenly appeared behind Li. Calmly, he reached into the wooden box on the floor of the sports car and produced a grenade. He caught the pin on the hook attached to the dashboard. An SUV caught the blast full underneath and was flipped into the air like a broken toy, tumbling over and over, then landing sideways along the road.
You are under arrest! Pull the car over to the side of the road, now!
He tossed out another grenade, then pulled the pin on a third, but waited 4 long seconds before lobbing it out the window. Nervously, Li started to reach for the plastic cup sitting in the cup holder, but stayed his hand. The cup was filled with ice water, and it had a more important task than satisfying his thirst. Trucks were pulling over onto the side of the road ahead of him, probably communicating on their CB radios. He needed a clear road ahead. Streaking by an overpass at 90 miles per hour, Li wasn't surprised to see 4 more black and whites charging onto the highway. He didn't really care anymore. His heart was pounding, adrenaline pumping, and he prepared for the final moments of his life. Scalding pot-ejected brass bounced all over the car, with one striking Li Hua's cheek. He dropped the Uzi.
Hey,
the vet was hit in the trunk, the lid flying open to block his view of the other cars, and then the side view mirror was shattered on the left side. Li understood that the American police were doing these things deliberately. They were blinding him. Flashing under an overpass, additional shots rained down upon him, and even more police cars joined the chase. Li Hua knew he'd reached the end of his journey. Snapping off the lid of a plastic cup, the Chinese agent poured the ice water onto the maps tucked into the sleeve of the door, soaking them completely. Lee turned the steering wheel to aim directly at a Mack truck parked alongside the road. Closing his eyes, Li Hua waited to slam into the rear of the truck. The Corvette had been chosen for its height as well as its powerful engine. The rear loading ramp of most 18-wheel trucks would just miss the front hood and go through the windshield, beheading the driver, giving instant death with a minimum of pain, and causing little damage to the sport coupe and the precious documents inside. Opening his eyes, Lee got a brief impression of the loading ramp of the truck coming across the hood of the Corvette on a slight angle. The police soon found the wet maps, safe and completely undamaged in the pocket of the driver's side door. The FBI was called immediately, and within minutes the information was on the desk of Harold Brugnola of the U.S. Justice Department. Standing on the roof of the visitor center, Jack Grimaldi and Mack Bolan quietly looked down at the panorama of Hoover Dam. Bolan was in full combat rig, with the Beretta and Desert Eagle in their holsters and a crossbow slung across his back. Grimaldi was in flying togs, with a Glock 21 pistol tucked into a shoulder holster and the handle of a knife sticking out of his left boot. Rough hills formed the landscape to the west and the east of the stately dam, Highway 93 meandering through a series of switchback curves before arching along the top of the monumental concrete monolith. More than 20,000 men had labored for 5 years to build the Hoover Dam, which became Boulder Dam and finally Hoover again. Just another victim of the whims of politics. But whatever it was called, the dam stood as strong as the Nevada mountains, a testament to the tenacity of man to overcome any problem. The dam was also a work of genius, a single seamless slab of concrete rising 726 feet high that used the pressure of the artificial lake behind it to stand firm. A combined unit of force, lake and dam formed a symbiosis of technology and nature unparalleled in the history of the world. In the distance, the majestic Fortification Mountains rose, looming over the landscape like a granite king surveys his subjects. Parked just behind the two men, the Black Hawk helicopter was quiet at the moment, its General Electric engines turned off to conserve fuel. Specially armed for this mission, the gunship was equipped with weapon pylons on each side and could deliver a massive punch wherever needed. But it couldn't stay aloft forever, and without a timetable on the attack, the forces of Stonyman had no choice but to stand down and stay alert. Walking to the edge of the roof, Bolan looked out across the Black Canyon, with the Colorado River directly below and the dam to his left. The twin power plants were situated on either side of the Whitewater River. Earlier in the day, the engineers had done some routine maintenance and flushed out one of the jet flow gates set into the side of the gorge, the rush of water creating crisscrossing rainbows that filled the canyon with breathing beauty. Thankfully, the Colorado River was an impossible approach, and more importantly, useless. Setting off the Zodiac at the very bottom of Hoover Dam would be like kicking an Abrams tank really hard. More damage would be done to the foot than the tank. At its base, Hoover Dam was hundreds of yards thick, steel-reinforced concrete under millions of pounds of static pressure and dynamic sidereal force merging at the rock walls of the canyon and deep into the bowels of the earth. Attacking the dam from the river was the only path Bolan didn't have to worry about.
That river flows through 3 states in Mexico before reaching the Gulf of California. The Zodiac will pollute the drinking water for about 10 million people and kill enough farmland to cause a nationwide food shortage.
And that's if the dam holds.
Hey, no offense, Sarge. You know weapons a hell of a lot better than me. But can a quarter-ton yield nuke even dent that man-made mountain?
Yes and no. The Zodiac doesn't have enough brute force to blow the dam apart, not even if it was sitting directly on top. But if it was submerged underwater, the blast would blow the whole thing apart.
Like a firecracker in your hand. Set off a firecracker in your open palm, and you'll be hurt bad, maybe even seriously. But light one and close your hand into a tight fist, and that same firecracker will blow off your fingers, possibly the whole hand.
Basic physics. And there's not a thing we can do about that.
Well, we could always lower the water level in the dam.
No, that would tell the Cyan or whoever they're working for that we're wise, and they would leave to strike someplace else.
The Chinese. They sold the bomb to the Red Chinese.
Chinese terrorists?
No, spies. Red Star agents working in America to pave the way in case our nations go to war. That call I received a while ago was from Hal. A known Chinese agent killed a bunch of police in Iowa, then crashed his car in a cornfield. The cops found maps of Green Bay, Wisconsin in the wreckage, showing where a nuke could be detonated to pollute the watershed for Northern America and Canada.
Damn. But you don't believe it.
They were wet, but not wet enough to make the ink run much, so the driver must have dampened them down just before crashing. It was a ruse. We also got a hot tip from the mob that the Cyan are dealing with the Chinese.
Which mob? The Mafia?
Leo Turin.
Leo the Pussy Turin was an old friend of Bolan's who had infiltrated the Mafia and reached a position of power. Although semi-retired, he still had contacts within the mob and passed on pertinent bits of information.
Leo heard a rumor, told Hal. It matched the intel we received from other sources, so it seemed solid.
On top of which, there are the license plates that Able Team found. Damn it, Sarge. If rumors and hunches are the best info there is, we could be pissing in the wind here.
Don't I know it? But at least we know where the wind is blowing. It's more than we had yesterday. No, this is the place. It's only when that we don't know.
Okay, you wait. Taking up his monocular scope, Bolan did a fast recon over the highway leading to the dam. To the east and west, the switchback road snaked through the rough countryside. There was no easy approach to Hoover Dam, which gave the covert operatives a fighting chance. Anything coming their way would be seen long before the Zodiac was in range. If the Cyan was identified in time, that was. So it has to be in the lake.
And damn close, too. Too far away and the shock will dissipate. Too shallow and the force wave will skip off the surface and fail again.
That narrows the battlefield somewhat. It's a mighty big lake.
110 miles long, 8 wide at the middle, several hundred feet just before the intake towers. The prime location would be no more than a half-mile away, somewhere between the fortification mountains and the intake towers.
Easy approach. Simply send down a diver. Now, what's the point of a scuba tank on a suicide, eh? Just hand an anchor to the poor bastard and toss him overboard, count to 10, and...
10 million people pay the price. We thought about scuba divers, especially after tangling with the folk sweeper. But the Department of the Interior already has Navy P-3 sonar down there. An Able Team dropped about 100 underwater mines to form a firewall across the inlet passage. Anything coming from that direction gets blown to hell long before reaching the kill zone. We're well protected from that direction.
What about crashing a plane into the water? Holland Gadget's got enough stingers?
Absolutely. Do you?
Sarge, I could knock an aircraft carrier out of the water with the armament my Hawk is carrying. No worries there, I got you covered.
Which leaves the obvious route. Driving up in a car and tossing it over the side.
Occam's razor, pal. The simplest answer is usually correct.
But not always. And so we wait for them to come to us. Go.
Heads up, brothers. P3 sonar shows heavy surface activity. Source unknown. And Gadgets reports Geiger activity on Highway 93 at the 5-mile marker and coming fast.
Nothing from the west?
Bolan swung the monocular scope. As far as he could see, the winding road was clear of traffic until it went behind the jagged Nevada hills.
All reports the Geigers read clean.
How fast are they traveling from the east?
Exactly the speed limit. So they don't suspect anything yet.
Or do they?
Zalhares was no fool, and the Chinese were masters of trickery. Was the noise on the lake a diversion, or the second nuke? He didn't have the manpower to cover every approach.
What's the word, Stryker? Your call. We stay or go?
Have Paul cover the top of the dam. Carl, you help Gadgets. Jack and I will check the lake.
Roger that. See you in hell, boys.
Bolan pulled out the cell phone and glanced at the top of the dam. He could just barely make out the tiny figure of Carl Lyons already racing to the east on a Harley-Davidson.
The weather is lovely. Wish you were here.
It was the code phrase for contact with the enemy. Turning, Bolan saw that Grimaldi was already in the pilot seat, wearing sunglasses, headphone halfway on. All 4 of the jet flow gates were open to full aperture to lower the lake water as fast as possible. Ragnola had to have had the chief engineer of the dam holding on a landline, waiting for authorization to open the gates. Now that the enemy was committed to the attack, there was no danger of the Cyan or the Red Chinese spotting the trap. and every foot less of height in Lake Mead meant the Zodiac needed to be another yard closer to the dam to work.
Let's go!
Standing on a Highway 93 escarpment in the Arizona hills, Gadget Schwartz lowered his binoculars and picked up the .50 caliber Barrett sniper rifle. Through the scope, he could see the approaching riders, as if they were only feet away. To handle the bright sun, their helmets were mirrored. One guy was big, there was a woman with a hell of a figure, and two smaller men who had to be the Chinese communist agents. The woman was Georgina Mizne. The big guy could have been Pedrosa or Mariano. He wasn't wearing gloves, so it wasn't Zalhares. The leader of the Scion had to be in the second group on the lake. Bad news for Bolan, even worse news for Zalhares. All four were riding low-slung Yamaha speedsters, just about the fastest bike in the world. The rider had to virtually lie down on his or her belly in the saddle to handle the sheer velocity the machine was capable of reaching, which made it hard as hell to shoot them from this angle, but also made it tough for them to fire back. However, according to the Geiger counters buried along the road, the Zodiac was here and live. Each of the riders carried an identical briefcase, and at this range there was no way to tell which was the real Zodiac and which the fake.
Okay, forget the bombs, concentrate on the riders. The Brazilians were almost definitely the guards, muscle hired to deliver the nuke. So which of the two Chinese men was the suicide bomber?
Zooming in on their faces with the rifle scope, Schwartz couldn't tell any difference in their expressions behind the mirrored face masks. Both were armed and racing side by side, with no one in the lead.
Okay, take them all down or try for a capture. I've got the firepower to blow the whole group off the road, but that would also trigger the nuke. Best to go for the capture first.
Hunkering back down under his tarp, the Able Team Commando placed the .50 caliber rifle aside and waited patiently. He had chosen the attack point well. This was the sharp bend and the largest switchback, and if the riders didn't slow, the bikes would go straight off the road and into the side of the hill.
Wait for it, dog face. Wait for it. Now!
The riders were coming straight for him on the curve. He raised a heavy crossbow. Pedrosa and Mizne swung out their Urus. Schwartz was hit a dozen times in the chest, his NATO body armor absorbing the energy of the brutal impact and throwing it backward. However, the shot went high, and the bolt slammed directly into Pedrosa's faceplate. As the crumpled speedster burst into flames, the others raced past and put on speed, reaching the straight section of the Serpentine Road. The three riders spotted something large lying in the middle of the pavement and realized it was a Harley-Davidson on its side, the motor still running. The rider was sprawled at a broken angle, his helmet lying nearby. Immediately, Mizne and the Chinese agents slowed, searching for an oil slick, caltrops, or whatever had taken down the Harley. But there was nothing in sight. As they arched around the fallen bike, Lyon stood and checked his EM scanner before firing his crossbow at point-blank range. Dead on target, the bolt pierced the hand of the real bomber, pinning his hand to the handle trigger of the CIA weapon. The communist agent tried to pull the barbed arrow free and nearly lost control of the bike in the process.
Hey, hold that puta!
Ah, shit!
You had yours, woman. Now I'll have mine.
Bastard fool!
Here, I want you to take my knife.
Got one, thanks.
Not like this. Grimaldi pressed a stud on the handle. Instantly, the blade split open into 3 stiletto-thin blades. Cowboy pulled these out of his arsenal. It's from the Middle Ages, for Christ's sake, and called a sword breaker. Designed to catch and break the other guy's sword in a fencing duel. But this model is made of a tungsten alloy and tougher than tank armor.
Yeah? Expecting to double H a Sherman?
Might also be pretty good at skewering a guy's hand to the handle of a CIA atomic bomb so that he can't let go. While the crossbow on Bolan's back was intended for the same purpose, a trick blade could come in handy. When facing the unknown, it paid to be prepared.
Thanks, but I hate to leave you naked.
Don't sweat it, Sarge. I always have a spare. There she is. What the... Son of a bitch, it's a hovercraft. The powerful fans set underneath the craft caused it to skim above the lake on a cushion of air. No wonder the Navy sonar couldn't figure out what was coming. Through the binoculars, Bolan could see several figures in the craft. 2 looked Chinese, and 2 had dark skin.
Tiger is clear, but the EM scanner is off the charts, big guy. That's a Zodiac, and it isn't armed.
Moving fast, Bolan pulled on the gunnery helmet and inserted the plug. Instantly, there was a grid of lines on the faceplate, and a floating crosshairs appeared in front of the man. As Bolan turned his head, so did the M134 7.62mm minigun slung under the nose of the Black Hawk in perfect synchronization. Then he switched to the missile guidance system and got a green light to go on the sidewinders. Suddenly, a stinger rose from the hovercraft. The deadly rocket detonated in midair. But the composite hull of the Hawk was proofed to 23mm rounds, and the hot metal debris only peppered the craft.
Blow the underwater mines. Keep them busy.
Roger!
Suddenly, an entire section of the lake jumped, boiling gouts of steam rising all across the inlet as muddy geysers shot out of the lake. The hovercraft lost its plumb, and one of the men went flying overboard.
Showtime! Fire the missiles!
The hovercraft was thrown high on a white plume, the men tumbling free to splash back into the lake as the hovercraft landed upside down, exposing its belly fans.
Okay, land me on that escarpment. Time to search for the Zodiac and any survivors.
Slinging the crossbow over his shoulder, Bolan added a Sabre combo assault rifle to his web harness. He went to the hatch and watched the muddy waters below for any sign of life. As the two bikers reached the final curve on Interstate 93, Misne flew from her bike like a puppet yanked on a string. She hit the roadway, then face first. The woman scraped along the ground at 70 miles per hour, leaving a crimson trail behind as the rough asphalt abraded her down to the bone. Alone, the communist bomber slowed slightly, started to zigzag in expectation of another bullet hitting between his shoulders. Then he realized that was what the gunman wanted. The bomber tried to ignore the searing pain in his hand. Blood was going everywhere, and he was starting to feel sick to his stomach. Time was pressing. His guards were dead, and soon he would pass out. Because of the barbed arrow embedded in his flesh, the original plan of simply going over the retaining wall of the dam and releasing the Zodiac was impossible. There was a gun under his leather jacket. He could shoot the Zodiac to make it detonate. That would work. But first, he would have to stop the bike to reach the pistol, and the Americans would kill him with impunity. The hand with the Zodiac was going numb and weak. Wait, he could crash the bike. The top of the dam was a curve, and he would drive straight into the retaining wall on top. That should certainly be enough to set off the nuke. Now he grinned fiendishly. The enemies of China would now feel their wrath, and there was nothing the Americans could do to stop him. As the Red Chinese agent came roaring around the final switchback curve, there stood Blancanales in the middle of the road, holding a crossbow. Sneering in contempt, the biker fed more power to the machine. The able team commando dropped the crossbow to swing around an M16 M203 slung across his back. He leveled the weapon, but didn't fire. The biker streaked closer, staying on a straight course right past the man. Then Blancanales triggered the 40mm grenade launcher. But instead of a primed shell, the launcher blasted out an anti-personnel cartridge, the hellstorm of steel pellets blowing the left arm off the rider. Set free, the Zodiac and detached limb went flying, and Blancanales dropped the assault rifle combo to dive under the tumbling bomb as if making a football catch. Blancanales got under the tumbling Zodiac and caught it in his arms. The bike careened into the dam wall, pitching the rider over the dam. A few minutes later, Schwartz and Lyons came racing into view from around the switchback curve, weapons at the ready. Kneeling on the concrete, Blancanales was just finishing the procedure to deactivate the Zodiac, and he looked up at their arrival.
We're clear. It's turned off.
Hell of a shot there, Rosario.
Thanks. Better than you could have done with that pop gun.
Ha! In your dreams, old man.
Lyons walked to the helicopter and leaned in through the open side hatch.
What's the status on Mack? Dropped them off a few minutes ago to search for the Zodiac. No word yet on how he's doing, yeah? But there is no way anybody could have survived the missile strike. We blew the ever-loving shit out of that damn hovercraft. Let's go see.
Crawling out of the muddy water along the rock bank, Colonel Yang Shunrao staggered onto dry ground holding the Zodiac. When the black helicopter appeared in the sky, the Chinese operative had known it was his chance, and had immediately shot the Brazilian mercenary in the back, stolen the atomic bomb, and dove overboard. Naturally, the other fools fought the American gunship, and it literally blew the hovercraft out of the water. The others had to be dead, and that was good. The stupid S2 agents were convinced that this was merely a dry run to test the feasibility of attacking the dam, when in reality it had been the actual attack. Shunrao's plan had accommodated failure, which was the only true course to success. The Red Star spy was delighted at the outcome of events. Now he had a Zodiac and wouldn't have to die. Rummaging in his clothing, the man produced a long length of greenish cord brought along for just such a contingency. Wrapping it tightly around the handle of the Zodiac, he next set the controls and activated the bomb. Staggering back toward the jagged hills, Shunrao headed for the observation point overlooking the scenic lake. He would light the waterproof fuse and simply throw the accursed bomb into the lake from there. More than heavy enough, the Zodiac would sink of its own accord, and when the fuse burned through all the way, the handle would release and the bomb would detonate. But by then, he would safely be behind the fortification mountain range and far from the radioactive steam that would rise to sterilize this section of the state like a laboratory autoclave. With any luck, the cloud would drift over to Las Vegas and poison even more of the fat, greedy fools. As Chairman Mao said, the path to freedom was paved in the blood of others. Reaching the Nevada side parking lot, the colonel went up the zigzagging flight of stairs to reach the observation deck carved from the living stone of the hills. There were benches, a coin-operated telescope, and a simple pipe railing along the edge facing the picturesque lake and dam to keep idiots from trying to dive in from the great height. The colonel smiled and headed for the railing. Bolan charged from the rocks and grabbed the handle of the Zodiac. Although startled, Shunrao turned with the Norinco 45 pistol in his grip, only to find the black-haired stranger was pointing a huge silver .357 Magnum Desert Eagle right back at him.
Fool! I am prepared to die!
Really? If that was true, you never would have tied that fuse to the handle. You don't have the guts, and we both know it. Here's the deal. Drop the weapon, and you can leave alive. That's a promise. I've come after the Zodiac, and I don't want you.
But that fuse burns through.
Then I shoot you, and we both die. It's better for the bomb to detonate here than in the water, and I'm ready to pay that price. Choose or die, it's your call.
Chewing a lip, the Chinese agent was obviously considering his options. Then Bolan saw the man's attention flick away. Shoving his gun into the spy's throat, the executioner turned to see a dripping wet Mariano charge from the parking lot, a rifle in his big hands. Grinning in bloodlust, Mariano leveled the weapon at Shunrao, not Bolan.
Your ammo block is wet. It's over.
Bolan stepped back to cover both men with the Desert Eagle.
Die, traitor!
Mariano charged and swung the rifle at the Chinese man. Bolan almost reacted to that, but stood his ground. The other man finally moved the Norinco pistol and shot Mariano in the throat. The colonel doubled over, revealing he was wearing body armor. In a surge of strength, the colonel yanked the Zodiac free and sent it sailing over the railing toward the lake.
You worthless goddamn...
Holstering the heavy gun, Bolan raced along the pavement, hit the railing in a bound, and soared away from the cliff. As fast as he could, Bolan swam deeper into the murky lake, eyes wide to keep track of the tiny ember of the fuse. There was a strong current toward the dam, and Bolan followed along, knowing that the Zodiac would go with the flow. The current toward the dam was more powerful now, dragging in the silt. For a moment, he lost sight of the fuse. Raw adrenaline flooded the man, but Bolan forced himself to stay calm. Excitement only used more oxygen, and he was nearing the end of his supply, heart pounding, lungs starting to ache. Then the murky darkness parted, leaving a zone of clear water, and there was the briefcase, lying on the edge of a small cliff, slowly being dragged along by the current toward the dam and a yawning expanse of deep water that became total blackness. The shadow of the dam. Kicking hard, Bolan knifed through the water and caught the briefcase just as it was about to go over the edge. Locking a hand around the handle trigger, he wasted no time underwater with the fuse, which still had minutes to burn. The suffocating man started instantly for the surface. Fumbling at his belt, the buckle finally came loose and the Desert Eagle fell away. Now the man rose higher and faster without its heavy weight. Then the Beretta went, the spare ammo, radio, and both grenades. For a moment he sank below the waves again, then surfaced once more and began to wearily swim with the current. He knew where it was going and could use the help. Then, without warning, he slammed against the outer screening of the Nevada side intake tower. The steel grating that covered the intake vents ripped at his clothing, but the metalwork also gave him handholds, and Bolan soon worked along the side to reach an access ladder. Now that he was safe, Bolan very carefully switched hands and gently flexed the aching left. Cirelu Zalhares came into view. His clothes were dripping wet, and half of his face was horribly burned, the skin blistered and split open with raw, oozing cracks. Most of his hair was gone, and his left eye was a milky white, dead orb. The gloves were gone, showing the horribly scarred hands, but the blue steel imbel pistol in his hand looked in perfect working condition.
So the current dragged you here also, eh? Thank you for delivering the Zodiac to me personally. Now it is time for you.
Bolan kicked out with both boots. The soldier drove a heel into the other man's crotch. Scrambling to snatch the fallen pistol, Bolan started to aim at Zalhares when the S2 agent lurched forward to grab his adversary by the throat and wrist, crushing both in a powerful hold. Struggling to turn the weapon on the Brazilian, Bolan found it impossible, so he flipped the gun over the side of the catwalk toward the lake below. But the Merc was too slow. The soldier reached out with the Zodiac and pressed the burning fuse against the unmarked side of Zalhares' face. Backing away, Zalhares then pulled a curved blade from a sheath behind his back. Bolan went into a crouch, ready to engage. Shifting his stance, Zalhares feinted to the right, then lunged from the left, but Bolan was ready for that and met the other man's knife with an upward thrust that drove his hand against the intake tower. Zalhares lost the blade, but caught it with the other hand and slashed across Bolan's vulnerable stomach. The soldier moved fast, but the blade sliced open his shirt to leave a crimson trail across bare flesh. Zalhares was smart enough to keep his blind side to the tower, where Bolan couldn't use it to his advantage. Zalhares slashed, Bolan blocked, then lunged, and the other man dodged to slash in return. The fuse burned through the last knot, and a short length of the smoking green cord dropped from the handle of the Zodiac.
It's live!
In spite of himself, Zalhares glanced at the bomb for a split second, dropping his guard, and Bolan lunged, burying the blade into the man's chest. The three blades snapped apart, tearing the Brazilian's stomach to pieces. Zalhares went pale and sagged slightly. Then he jerked an arm forward, and a derringer snapped out of a sleeve into his palm. Bolan kicked sideways at the man's arm.
What does it take to kill you? Yeah!
Spilling out his life onto the catwalk, Zalhares reeled with incalculable agony as he pulled the splayed swordbreaker from his own belly and raised it high to strike. Cirelu suddenly jerked to the right, a crossbow bolt sticking out of his throat. Bolan gave a salute of thanks as the Black Hawk gunship lowered into view, Grimaldi at the controls, and Able Team sitting in the open side hatch, reloading their crossbows. Lyons passed Blancanales' weapon, then jumped from the gunship, changing his fall into a swan dive.
Nice of you to join me, Lyons. He's dead.
Easy now. Let me have that, Mack. But even after Lyons had a sure grip on the handle, Bolan grimly made certain of the fact twice before he would finally allow his cramped hand to stop clenching. As the lake swirled and drained below them into the sucking vents of the intake tower, the weary soldiers slumped against the railing as Lyons started the disarming procedure.
It's over, Bolan. It's deactivated.
Great. Then I can die now.
With a start, Bolan came awake on a litter in the rear of the throbbing Black Hawk. Able Team was strapped into the jump seats, and the two Zodiacs were lying in a box on the deck, the handles removed and partially dismantled. Looking around, Bolan saw that the plasma bottles hadn't been used, so his injuries had to be minor. but he felt as stiff as hell, and there were bandages wrapped around his stomach, left hand, and both legs.
I see you've been busy. So, when do you ram the red-hot poker up my nose and finish the mummification process?
He's up, and in less than an hour. Told you so. That's $20 you owe me, Gadgets.
Put it on my tab. How you feeling, Mac?
Been better. What's our situation?
We stopped them. Want some water? Or would you rather have a beer?
Beer, thanks. Okay. Any breakage on our side?
Not a soul. Although I don't think we'll ever be allowed to visit Hoover Dam again. The director was delighted we saved the dam, and mad as hell about all the damage.
Any word from Hal about the bombs?
Damn right there is. These remaining 2 Zodiacs are being delivered by us to the Red Ridge nuclear arsenal. We'll be there in a couple of hours, so sit back and enjoy the ride.
Anything to eat in this egg beater?
Only some MREs.
I'll pass. Thanks anyway.
Well, we're all due some real chow after this. Also, been a while since we took R&R. Hey, Mac, you want to join me and do some fishing up in Canada? Gary has a great cabin in Quebec, and he lets his friends use it for vacations.
Fishing any good?
It's great. Trout as big as your arm.
Thanks anyway. But after a few days at the farm, I'm going back to Galveston. Gorilla Dillard and I have some business to settle.
The mobster? Yeah, I heard about him. Screw it. Let him wait a few weeks.
Can't do that. That's one loose end I want to tie up. And I'll make sure that Dillard is fit to be tied.